Alright, so getting onto another stack, we start off with Forrest Gump, one of the most classic films of the past 25, 30 plus years. Amazing direction of Robert Zemeckis, so many iconic lines. I can't remember the box of chocolates line. Life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Finally, I'm a film fan. But great movie, great, kind of epic spinning era of Forrest Gump's life and how it spans throughout the decades. Definitely got fucked over by Jenny, I will say that. But overall, still awesome spectacle, great visuals, great characters, and how it's just Forrest Gump's just a likable character that he just kind of loves everybody. He's just such a fun character, and Tom Hanks just brings so much likability to the role that you can't help but love it. Then we got Foxcatcher, filled with people that you cannot love. Brutal as hell of a movie. Steve Carell gives probably his darkest performance of his entire career. Great performance from Channing Tatum, again one of his darker roles. Same thing with Mark Ruffalo. Just a whole dark, underwhelming storyline of how just this tragic relationship unfolds in this wrestling community, and it just degrades out the entire film that progresses. I mean, the whole scene whenever Channing Tatum walks into that room and just smashes his head with the mirror, just is kind of it exemplifies the entire dynamic, which I do quite enjoy. It's just such an awesome movie, and overall, just you gotta watch it if you haven't seen it yet. Then we got Frailty, awesome underrated horror movie. I got this from I watched it because of recommendation from one of my favorite YouTubers, Cody Leach, and it's such an amazing movie. This is directed and stars Bill Paxton, the late great Bill Paxton, may he rest in peace. Starred Aliens and True Lies and A Simple Plan, so many great movies. Basically, the film revolves around him basically being this regular blue-collar working dad in a Midwestern town, and essentially one day he comes home basically awakened to his two sons, and essentially one of them growing up to become Matthew McConaughey, and the whole film is told from flashbacks from his perspective, like this interview with this cop. And essentially, his two sons basically what his father, the father tells his son, the father's played by Bill Paxton, essentially is listen, God has come down on me. He's told me that we have to vanquish some demons. He's given me a list of people that we have to take out and vanquish the evil. And one of his sons is really the younger son is very much goes along with it because of how young he is and how naive he is. And then the older son, who ends up becoming Matthew McConaughey, is kind of more on the fence about it and doesn't really know what to think about it. And so they literally drag people to his farm to kill them because he believes they're demons. And so the entire movie is the psychological thriller of who's right and are there actual demons in this world, or is Bill Paxton just gone nuts? And so the entire movie goes twist after twist after twist, and it's genuinely shocking and surprising. So this is an awesome movie, and I highly recommend it. Ugh. Then we got Freddy vs. Jason, a dumb, fun slasher movie. It's essentially a glorified fan film given a huge budget, bringing back Robert Englund for one last time. Ronnie Yu, the same guy that did Bride of Chucky, is a really good job at directing, knows exactly what type of film this is, and it's such a dumb, fun time. Great visuals, by the way, great action sequences between Freddy and Jason, really brutal, and what you expected from these two slasher icons fighting against each other. Just a lot of great tones in the movie, really well shot, a lot of good cinematography. The big issue that I have with this movie mainly is the fact that they had a lot of missed opportunity by not really bringing back any major characters besides Freddy and Jason from any franchise. You don't get to see Nancy Loomis. You don't get to see any of the survivors from the previous Friday the 13th films, Tommy Jarvis, or no one from the previous two films for those franchises besides Freddy and Jason cross over, and you basically just get a bunch of stock teenage characters or stock college characters, and it's just, to me, I think it was a missed opportunity. Other than that, this is just such a fun time, and I wouldn't be mind if they ever did a remake of this. If they ever do get any Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street film in the next 10 years. We've not gotten any of these movies recently. Why are you hiding Freddy and Jason? Jesus. So, I don't know. Then we got Free Guy, one of the breakout hits of last year. A really fun concept, although it's basically kind of Wreck-It Ralph in live action. It's such a fun concept, brings back the whole storyline of Guy, the simple protectionist NPC that realizes he is an NPC in this digital world. Really interesting character, a lot of good comedy in here, some good heart in it as well, and some good twists that I didn't see coming. It's not my favorite film that came out last year, not by a long shot, but it's a really good movie and one that I did quite enjoy in theaters. I am glad that it did succeed. one that I did quite enjoy that came out last year is The French Dispatch, the latest one from Wes Anderson. A really, really good movie, basically telling the tales of like this news outlet, this newspaper that essentially kind of acts like an anthology where you have a bunch of great actors and then all these little short segments, just incredibly stacked cast, great visuals as always from Wes Anderson, great comedy, great heart, really just such an entertaining blast and so much creativity from Wes Anderson, but you just can't help but just enjoy it. Then we get Friday, damn, you got knocked the fuck out, man. Great comedy, one of my favorites of all time. Just so many quotable lines, so many iconic actors in this movie. Such a good, fun, simple concept that really wasn't matched by any of the sequels, and I hope they don't really make another Friday sequel unless you bring back Chris Tucker and Ice Cube, even though the actor who played Debo passed away, may he rest in peace. Still, like, Friday's not Friday without Chris Tucker and Ice Cube together, and this film really does prove how awesome these two are together, and I wish they did more movies together, personally. Then we got the Friday the 13th franchise. We got the 8-film collection, mainly consisting of the Paramount movies, Part 1 through Part 8. And then we had the Friday the 13th remake, the most recent Friday the 13th film. That's been over 13 years since it came out. But speaking on these movies, I enjoy most of them, at least like the ones I own. I don't really care if Jason Goes to Hell or Jason X, hence why I don't own them. But I enjoy pretty much most of the Friday the 13th films in the set. It's one of the weird horror franchises like Final Destination, to where it's like the first film's not the best of the franchise. Many of the sequels surpass the original, in my opinion. Like Part 2, some of the most iconic kills, bringing in Jason. Part 3 brings in the hockey mask. Part 4 brings in Tommy Jarvis. My personal favorite is Part 6, that brings in the best tone of the franchise, really being able to be self-parody, but also still feel like a classic horror slasher film. Great kills in most of them. Part 7 and Part 8 kind of fall off, in my opinion. In my opinion. Just because of how the MPA really fucked over those movies and really killed off a lot of the carnage that could have made those films a lot more fun. But as a whole, I enjoy these movies as a both collection. And then when it comes to the Friday the 13th remake, I quite enjoy this movie. I don't really know why this movie gets a lot of flack, because although there are issues, I quite enjoy this one. It's one of my favorite of the franchise, probably in top 5. There's a lot of great kills. Really bringing Derek Mears as a really scary Jason, and him being able to run and basically like this hunter in the woods, I think is a lot scarier than the classic Jason. A lot of good characters, expansive lore that I think is really inventive, and kind of since we never really got a follow-up to this movie because of the core system and the writers or the creators just fighting over who gets what, and it kind of sours the fact that this franchise really won't be seeing the light of day for quite a few years still. So I don't know. I enjoyed the movies as a whole, but it's not one of my favorite horror franchises. Then we got Friends with Benefits. Again, not a huge rom-com guy, but when it hits differently, and this movie is a lot of fun. Again, simple concept, you got two people that are friends with benefits, and they start growing feelings for one another, and the whole trials and tribulations of how they explore that relationship and explore that dynamic, I think is really funny. Great performances from the two leads in this movie, Mila Kunis and Justin Timberlake, are really good. I've always liked Justin Timberlake as an actor, even though he's done more kid stuff as of recently. Whenever he's like great and stuff like Social Network, which we'll talk about later on, he's awesome, and this was no exception to that rule. Just a lot of good comedy, really entertaining, has a good heart in the center of it, and it's just a really good feel-good movie. Then we have the Fright Night movies. So we have the original Tom Holland Fright Night, we have Fright Night Part 2, and we have the Fright Night remake. Again, apart from the most recent direct-to-video sequel, I enjoyed most of the Fright Night movies. Speaking of all of them individually, I really love the original film. Of course, it's the best of the franchise. Classic 80s vampire horror, back when vampires were on top of their game. Great stuff. You got Jerry Dandridge, played by the great Chris Sarandon, who's a great villain. You got Charlie Brewster, who's a great lead. You got Evil Ed, who's a great side character that eventually becomes a vampire. Great soundtrack as well. Great visual effects. You got who's the guy that leads it? Peter Vincent, who's also Roddy McDowall, who's epic in the role. One of my favorite horror characters out there. Just such a fun, good horror comedy that Tom Holland was able to bring so much light to. Then we get Friday Night Part 2, a movie that not a whole lot of people know about, and a movie that I was lucky enough to get as cheap as I did, because it's a very uncommon Blu-ray to get. But awesome follow-up to the original film. Again, one of those horror sequels that very much you can watch as a double feature with the first film. Feels very consistent with the quality and the tone, bringing all the characters that they could have brought back to the fold. You still get Charlie Brewster, you still get Peter Vincent. The whole storyline with Jerry Dandridge's sister coming back to get revenge on Shirley Brewster and Peter Vincent. I think it's a lot of fun. The high-rise aspect brings a lot of fun differentiation in the atmosphere and the setting, which I really like, and it's just such a fun movie. Again, it carries a lot of the tone from the first film, which I really like. And then speaking on the Fright Night remake, while it's nowhere near as good as the first film, it's still a fun remake. You got Colin Farrell in the role Jerry Dandridge, which is a lot of fun. You got the late Anton Yelchin, rest in peace, is great as Shirley Brewster. You get David Tennant as a new version of Peter Vincent, who's a lot more gothic, which I really like. You get Imogen Poots in here. You got Toni Collette, who's awesome as always. You get Christopher Mintz-Plasse as Evil Ed, who I think he kind of just plays more or less just McLovin in this movie, which just kind of feels out of place, but still is a good addition to the cast. Overall, it's a really good remake that does take a lot of liberties with the original film, but still feels consistent with the first one as well. Then we got The Frighteners, another awesome horror comedy from Peter Jackson, the last film that he did in this subgenre before he did the Lord of the Rings films, and essentially just kind of abandoned this franchise, or at least this subgenre for his career. Out of the three main horror comedies that he did, with Bad Taste, Dead Alive, and now this, it's probably my favorite of the three. Definitely the most rewatchable in my opinion, the most fun. You got Michael J. Fox in his last major role in a live-action movie before he did Stuart Little movies and just kind of retired. Is awesome in like this main role. He essentially plays like this not psychic, but someone that has a calling, like he can see ghosts and interact with ghosts from an accident in his youth. And essentially, he has like three main ghost friends that he hangs out with, and they basically kind of like prank people into scamming, basically scam people into thinking they have real ghosts. And then Michael J. Fox basically comes in and basically like presents the wars in a way to get their money. And then when a real threat comes and starts killing people in like this Green Reaper form, things start going off the rails, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of cool just action sequences, a lot of good horror sequences, some dated CGI to be fair, but a lot of good direction from Peter Jackson, a lot of good kills. Really enjoyed Gary Busey, or Jake Busey, as a villain in this movie, and has a lot of interesting history with the villain and the scope of his plan. I just think this is a really fun movie, and if you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Been speaking way too fast. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Then we have From Dusk Till Dawn, an awesome vampire movie. Just take what I said about Fright Night and really ump it up to 10. I adore this movie. It's one of my favorites of all time. In my top 30, I would say. Just an amazing movie. This is one of the scripts that was written by Tarantino, directed by Robert Rodriguez, and that dynamic on screen is just so much fun. You got Tarantino one of the main roles, George Clooney as the lead in this movie. It's just so awesome. I love the Gecko brothers. They're just so great. So many iconic lines. The whole opening act of this film, like in the gas station, the opening sequence alone makes this film amazing. Everybody be cool. You be cool. Just awesome stuff. You got Harvey Keitel is great. Juliette Lewis. Just a great cast. Tom Savini. You get the whole scene with the guy that explains, who's like a Vietnam vet, explaining the story. Whenever he explains how he killed all of his enemies in their sleep. You get the vampire effects, which are a lot of fun. Great soundtrack. Takes a bold twist you didn't see coming halfway through the film. It turns from a gangster movie into a vampire movie so quick that I just have a blast with it. It's just such an amazing movie that you gotta watch every single October, at least in my household. I gotta watch this every single Halloween. Then we get The Fugitive, a pretty fun 90s action film like Air Force One of those iconic late 90s action roles for Harrison Ford. Again, simple storyline of him being accused and being on the run. Tommy Lee Jones is a really good addition to the cast, basically as being the antithesis to Harrison Ford. It's a good movie, not one of my favorites of all time, but a damn good movie nonetheless. Then we got Fullmetal Jacket, another iconic Stanley Kubrick movie. Watched this not too long ago on Netflix. With some friends, and it's a good war movie. I think the first half is a lot better than the second half, just because of how awesome R. Lee Ermey is, and so is Vincent D'Onofrio in an early role. Just really good iconic imagery, really good commentary about the war and politics and how our soldiers are treated. It's a really good movie. It's a damn good movie. Not one of my favorites of all time, but a damn good movie nonetheless. Then we got Funny People, the first big Judd Apatow comedy, I will say, that started to take a turn for not the worst, but wasn't as good as his earlier movies. Still a damn good movie. It's Adam Sandler. You can't go wrong with Adam Sandler personally, and Seth Rogen. The two of them together, that's just a movie meant for me. You got their great cast. Leslie Mann, of course, she has to be in every single Judd Apatow movie. Eric Bana's great in the movie. A lot of good side roles in the film as well. You got like Jonah Hill in a small role. It's a damn good movie. It's just too long. Like most Judd Apatow movies, it just goes way too long. They just don't know how to edit around those sequences. I think the film is a little too drab and a little too bleak for the tone, in my opinion. It just doesn't really work overall. And not doesn't work. It's not as good as it should have been, in my opinion. Then we got Fury, an awesome film with David Ayer. Again, one of my favorites of his in his career. Damn good war movie with his entire tank crew. Just great cast overall. You got Brad Pitt, John Bernthal, Michael Pena, Shia LaBeouf. Just great cast overall. Very intense movie. Great, beautifully shot, by the way. Love the look of this movie. Great writing, great dialogue, great banter between the cast. Very tragic way the story unfolds, but it's a damn good war movie nonetheless. And one that really stands out amongst the genre. Then we have Galaxy Quest getting into the G's right here. Really funny movie, kind of a really fun take on the Star Trek genre, the old sci-fi thing, or sci-fi tropes, and it's really funny. Got a lot of great cast members in here: Alan Rickman, Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver. Just such a fun cast amongst this entire crew. Great visuals, great comedy, really fun sequences in this film that I just really have a blast with it every time I watch it. Then we have David Fincher's The Game. His second major film, I would say, that really launched him in his career after Seven. He only did Alien 3 before that, but still. Good movie. Probably one of my least favorite films of his career, personally. It's a really good, interesting story about Michael Douglas. His life is falling apart after he signs up to like play this game and to like, you know, try to change up his life, and things go horribly wrong. Really good thriller up until the ending, in my opinion. Kind of takes the wind out of the sails, for lack of a better term. But it still is a damn good movie. Still a great lead performance from Michael Douglas. Great directing, great soundtrack, and yeah, it's a good movie. Then we have Game Night, a really fun mystery, in my opinion. Saw this in theaters with my dad back when it came out like 4.5 years ago. Love the visual style of this movie. Great cast as always. You got Jason Bateman, you got Rachel McAdams, you got Jesse Plemons in a small role, which I think is really funny. And it's before I watched Breaking Bad, so I had no idea who he was. Really good visuals. Also got Michael C. Hall in a small role, which I really enjoy. Again, simple story about this game night that turns into a real life, situation, which I think is really funny. Again, kind of what the game did, but I think it's a lot more comedic and a lot more funny, in my opinion. So it's really funny, and I highly recommend it. Ugh. Then we have Gangs in New York. Again, Martin Scorsese, you can't go wrong with the guy. Awesome movie, great, amazing performance with Daniel Day-Lewis, who really does steal the show in this movie. Great period piece aesthetic, great production design, great score, great directing, great writing, great cast, both main and supporting. What can I say? It's awesome. Then we have The Gentleman, awesome movie from Guy Ritchie. Saw this in theaters with my dad back when it came out, right before the pandemic started out. Guy Ritchie, I mean, this is probably like the first film that he really came back with a giant passion with, in my opinion, because for the longest time after Lock, Stock, and Snatch, he kind of did a series of like odd movies that don't really feel like Guy Ritchie, like the Aladdin remake or The Man from U.N.C.L.E. This feels like classic Guy Ritchie back to the big screen, and it's just so much fun. Amazing cast, so many charismatic actors in the lead roles, so much fun, great heist crime aesthetic that the film bathes in, which Guy Ritchie really does feel at home in. It's just such a fun movie that I have such a blast with, so yeah, I really enjoy it. Then we have Jordan Peele's Get Out, his directorial debut that made a gigantic splash 5.5 years ago, which feels crazy because it felt like yesterday when I saw this movie with my friend. One of my favorite theatrical experiences of all time. I saw this in theaters like the second weekend it came out, on a packed Saturday night crowd with a horror movie like this, and the audience reaction to this film was so much fun. They were so engaged with what was going on, especially the whole third act when stuff starts to unfold and starts, and like, you know, you got Danny Kaluuya, like the whole scene whenever like he picks the cotton out of his earlobe, so whenever he's like forced to like hear the hypnotization stuff on the TV, the whole crowd's going wild whenever he's like outsmarting the entire family. Just really unique story, really unique characters, great acting from the entire cast. Danny Kaluuya really blew up in the scene because of this movie. Great directing from Jordan Peele, really early promise for him in the writer and directing chair. I love this movie. I had such a great time watching it every single time. Then we had Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters 2, and Ghostbusters Afterlife. Good trilogy set of films. Of course, the first film is the best. Damn good comedy. Not one of my favorites of all time, but a damn good comedy nonetheless. I can understand why it's a classic. Ghostbusters 2, decent movie. Definitely the weakest of the three so far, not kind of the 2016 one. I don't hate that one. I just don't really care for it that much, personally. But Ghostbusters 2 is a decent follow-up, but I understand why that kind of killed the franchise for several decades. And then you got Afterlife, which after a long wait really did revive the franchise back to its roots. Getting Jason Reitman back in the director's chair, taking over his father's reins. I think it's a lot of fun bringing back the old Ghostbusters, bringing in new characters like the whole crew, new crew they bring with Paul Rudd and Carrie Coon, and you get Finn Wolfhard in here. Just a really great new cast that really is able to balance out amongst the old cast. And I really can't wait to see what they do next with the sequel coming out in a couple years. So yeah, I really enjoy all three of those movies. Then we have both the original Ghost in the Shell and we have the 2017 American version Ghost in the Shell. So yeah, I saw this film for the first time this year. I bought this at Best Buy for like $5. And although I'm not a huge anime fan, I did really quite enjoy this movie. Again, I like neo-noir, like nihilistic, dystopian, futuristic type films, and this is one of the best of its kind in my opinion. I just love the whole aspect and the whole aesthetic this film goes for. Great visuals, great action, great characters, great storyline. Had a blast with this film, and I really quite enjoy it. The Scarlett Johansson version, I do have a lot of nostalgia towards this movie just because I saw it back when it came out in theaters when I was in middle school. I visibly remember the advertising for this film, which I still quite enjoy. Like, the teaser trailer for this film is still one of my favorite trailers of all time, personally. I love the soundtrack to this film, by the way. Just Enjoy the Silence is just such an awesome song. But speaking on the film itself, I do quite enjoy it. Again, I understand why people don't like it, but I do quite enjoy it. Again, I'm not super close to the source material this film's based off of, so I can easily go along with the changes personally. Again, I love the aesthetic, I love the visual style this film goes for, I love the acting. I quite enjoy this movie. It's not great by any stretch, but I do quite enjoy it. Plus, it was also $5 at Best Buy, so why not get it? So, yeah. And then we got another film starring Scarlett Johansson, Ghost World. One of the more unique comic book films I've seen in my lifetime. And yes, this is a comic book movie. Extremely grounded take on, life after high school. And kind of like feeling lost and not knowing what you want to do. And I think it speaks a lot to me personally in a lot of ways. You got a great cast. Love Steve Buscemi in this movie also. Great director from Terry Zwigoff. Really cool visual style in this film also. Really good bleak comedy in my opinion, one that I just quite enjoy. And then we have The Gift. Oh, this is a brutal movie. This is such a brutal movie, man. Oh my god, this is Jason Bateman in the writing and directing, Joel Edgerton in the writing directing chair, and also being one of the main stars. He's awesome in this film. Jason Bateman with his darker roles. Rebecca Hall, she's always awesome. Yeah, this is a brutal movie. It takes quite a few turns that I didn't see coming, and it's a film that you won't forget. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Then we have The Godfather 1 and The Godfather Part 2. Again, the best of their time. Personally, I understand why they're classics. Not my favorites all the time. They're not ones that I really rewatch that often. I've only seen them both once, along with the third one, which I don't really care for. That's why I don't own it. But I understand why people love them so much. It's just because I watched them back, after hearing for years how overhyped they were, or how much they were the best of all time. You gotta watch it. It's top 5 all time. And they're great movies. They're just ones that don't speak to me personally. So they're awesome films. So many iconic scenes in this film that I understand why. The amazing directing from Francis Ford Coppola. Great acting across the board, across all three of those films. But it doesn't just speak to me on the personal level as some of the other films in my life that I've seen. Then we have Gone Girl. I love this movie. Again, David Fincher, brutal ass movie. One of the few films I saw in my life, that I wasn't allowed to watch until I was older. And for good reason. This film is brutal. Both from a psychological standpoint and from a violent standpoint, especially the third act with Neil Patrick Harris. Ouch. Yeah. Lots to go over this movie. Love Ben Affleck's subdued performance. Love Rosamund Pike, especially a whole monologue halfway through the film, which I think is one of the best sequences in any movie. Great score from, who is it from? I'm forgetting the names. Once again. Score. Come on. Yeah, Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. Always mainstays of David Fincher. Their score is awesome in this film. Right behind Social Network, my favorite score from them. Yeah, this is amazing. Go watch it. Then we have Gone with the Wind. Not the most popular film nowadays, but it's my mom's favorite film of all time. My mom was named after one of the characters in this movie, or one of the buildings. I can't remember which one. But this is a really important film to her, and I did watch this, all 4 hours of it. Quite a lengthy watch, but certainly an important piece of cinema, an important piece of history, and one that I don't think should be forgotten just because it's not up to date with current social standards. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's a great movie from a technical standpoint. So yeah. Then we have Good Boys. Not the most subversive comedy in the world, not one that will break shatter records or will change your life, but I really enjoyed this movie. I saw it back in my junior year of high school, like around a little over 3 years ago, with one of my best friends. We watched it together in theaters along with two other friends of ours that were watching at the same time, and we didn't know about it. So it was kind of a cool pack of us watching the movie. So I've had a lot of great experiences with this movie and a lot of great memories watching this with one of my best friends. And overall, it's still on its own. It's such a funny comedy. Really great sequences in this film. Great acting from across the board. Again, one simple comedies like Superbad, it's set over the course of a day. You have antics ensue. You got young boys doing dumb things. It's silly. It's low-brow at points, but I still quite enjoy it for how dumb it is. But also has some good heart to it as well. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? Good Burger. What can I say about this movie? I did cover it on my channel like a long-ass time ago, if you want to go back to the relics of this channel, but I enjoy this movie. It's so stupid, it's so silly, it's so ridiculous, it's so out there and so wild, but you can't get better than this. This is pure Nickelodeon 90s, all that Kenan and Kel humor that you just can't help but love. It is so stupid and out there and wild that I just can't help but rewatch this every single year, at least once. I love every single aspect of this film. It is so goofy and wild and crazy that I just have a blast watching it. And I hear there is a sequel getting developed that, if it is true, I really hope it still retains the atmosphere that the first film really did set up really well. Ooh. Then we got the Mac Daddy of all gangster movies, in my opinion, Goodfellas. This is a masterpiece. It's my top 5 of all time. I can't express how much I love this movie. Amazing acting. May you rest in peace, Ray Liotta. Amazing performance as Henry Hill. Great sequences of this film, especially the whole sequence with Joe Pesci in the room, which if you've seen the film you know about. Great directing, great acting, great writing, amazing dialogue, amazing cinematography, amazing chemistry, amazing production design. You can't outmatch it. It's my favorite gangster film of all time, favorite Martin Scorsese movie. Can't be outmatched. Then we have Good Will Hunting, damn good movie, really emotional movie, the movie that really brought Matt Damon and Ben Affleck into the Hollywood sphere, and for damn good reason. It is an amazing movie, great acting, great dialogue, especially with Robin Williams and his emotional scenes, the way the story unfolds and the way that these actors and these characters really blend together. It's just so much fun to watch on screen. Emotional movie, I just can't help but love it. Then we have The Goonies, another iconic film of the 80s. So many iconic actors in their small roles. Richard Donner, may he rest in peace, is an amazing directing here. Great simple story about these kids trying to find this pirate treasure, and the way that they explored this journey. It's just a lot of fun and one that I just can't help but love. Goosebumps, fun little modern take on the L.R. Stein characters and the R.L. Stein classic storylines. Not the best of its kind, but I love Jack Black in the role of R.L. Stein. Really enjoy Dylan Minnette. The entire cast, I have a blast with it every time I watch it for Halloween. The Graduates, damn good movie. Again, it's not a film that I should like as much as I do, but I just quite enjoy this movie. Great acting, great dialogue, great chemistry, great soundtrack, of course. One of the best endings of all time in a movie like this. This is an epic movie. Then we have Gran Torino, Get Off My Lawn. One of the most iconic Clint Eastwood films of the 21st century, and for good reason. It's a damn good movie, really good story about how you can combine different cultures and different races together. It's an epic movie and one that I just quite enjoy. Then we got Grand Budapest Hotel, probably my favorite Wes Anderson movie. Great acting, great production design, great story of how it evolves over the years. It's an amazing movie and one that I just can't recommend enough. It's an awesome movie. Then we got The Grandmaster, decent enough movie. It's kind of like based on the Ip Man storyline. Bought this as a blind buy at one of the mystery unboxings that I did. Good movie, not great. I love Tony Lee Young, especially after I saw Shang-Chi. Damn good movie. Or I enjoy it. It's a decent film, but not amazing in my opinion. But still quite enjoy it. And we also have Gravity. This is by Alfonso Cuarón. Same guy did Roma and tons of other movies I love. Awesome movie, great acting, great production design, great intense scares and sequences in this film. Not a perfect film, but one I do quite enjoy and one that I could see myself rewatching every couple years. Alright, so going to our next stack here, we have The Great Escape, another big classic film that is one of the few films I got on Blu-ray that I owned for years and never watched it. I did finally watch it this year, and it's a decent movie. I understand why it's one of the most celebrated classic Rat Pack movies of its time. You know, Steve McQueen, one of his best movies. You got Richard Attenborough, you got Donald Pleasance, really good old school cast here, and you know, being based on a true story about like these prisoners of war from World War II escaping and being able to overcome their odds. Very inspiring story on that front. It's just a lot to take in. It's a 3-hour movie. There's so many characters that you don't really get to invest in most of them, besides Steve McQueen. And it's just very old school filmmaking that to me, although I do appreciate it more than I enjoy it personally. And then we have Green Book, the Best Picture winner, which is kind of odd because 2018 was a stacked year for so many great movies, and this is the one you pick. Still a damn good movie on its own merit. I did see it in theaters. I understand why people kind of have to test towards this movie beyond it winning Best Picture, but I do quite enjoy it. Again, being based on a true story, I think getting this type of story out there, I think, is important on its own merit. I think should be more. And for the most part, although it is a lot lighter than the real story, I still think it's kind of inspiring that the story got out there. The performances from Viggo Mortensen and Mahershala Ali are great, and their chemistry is really funny and really heartwarming across the movie. Good period piece, good cast overall, good brush design, good good direction from Peter Farrelly. I can't pronounce his name. Ugh. Yeah, Peter Farrelly. I enjoy it. It's a good heartfelt movie, but yeah, that's all I can say about it. Then we have The Green Hornet. Quite an underrated comedy. I don't know why people don't really like this movie. Although, yes, I understand why Christoph Waltz got wasted on a shitty villain. I mean, just like Horrible Bosses 2. Why do you get Christoph Waltz to be a forgettable villain? But other than that, I enjoy this movie. It's a fun time. I love Seth Rogen comedies. I like superhero movies. I like Seth Rogen's chemistry with Ray Chow, or Jay Chow, sorry. You know, a lot of fun. You got Cameron Diaz in here. You got James Franco in here, I believe, in an early role. I don't know. But still, a fun movie, great characters, good time. I want to see a franchise out of this, and I don't know. I'm disappointed we never got a sequel to this. Then we have The Green Mile. Amazing movie. Again, Frank Darabont, one of the best filmmakers out there. The fact that he's only made like 2 or 3 like main films, and they're some of the best films of all time, is shocking to me. Like, the dude made this, he made Shawshank, he created Walking Dead, and he did The Mist, and he hasn't done much other than that. I don't know, but I mean, the dude has so much to be proud of, though. This is an awesome movie, one of the best Stephen King adaptations of all time, one of the best Tom Hanks performances. It's a long movie, but it's a rewarding watch. You got Michael, who's the, I keep forgetting people's names. Michael Clark Duncan, he's amazing in one of the lead roles. Such an inspiring story, heartfelt, heartbreaking at the same time. Sam Rockwell playing one of the most despicable people you'll ever see in a movie. Just a really damn good movie, and one that you've got to watch if you haven't seen it yet. Then we have Green Room, really good thriller. I remember seeing this back when it came out. I was too young to watch it in theaters, so I watched it on like one of those like really shitty free movie apps. Allegedly, like 6 or 7 years ago, and the quality was so bad, and the audio in the video was out of sync the entire time. So my first experience with this film was really quite bad, and so it took me years to rewatch this movie finally in like correct picture form, and you know, with the actual shit being synced up. And it's a pretty decent thriller. It's the same director who did Blue Ruin, which I think is a better movie, but it's still a damn good thriller on its own. Patrick Stewart in here in a darker role, even though the film doesn't really utilize him that much, he's still a damn good threat in the main villain of the film. Head of these neo-Nazis in his neo-Nazi bar where his band's performing, led by Anton Yelchin, may rest in peace, Imogen Poots. Really good supporting cast overall. It's just that this movie has a lot of stupid characters making a lot of stupid dumb decisions that do kind of drag the plot forward. That's what kind of keeps the movie from being great, but a lot of great violence, a lot of great intensity, a lot of great cinematography. It's a damn good movie and one I do recommend. Then we have Gremlins. Not one of my mainstays in terms of like Christmas watching, but it's a damn good horror comedy. You got Joe Dante, same guy that did The Howling. Awesome direction in this movie. You get like the Amblin Entertainment vibe throughout the entire movie with COC producing. Great cast overall. Gizmo's an icon, of course. Love the practical work and the effects. Love the score. Love the atmosphere. Love the whole vibe of the Gremlins, how goofy they are, but they can also be really terrifying when they need to be in their numbers. Just so much great stuff in this movie. You got Stripe, who's an awesome villain. Yeah, damn good movie, and I have a blast with it. Then we have Grindhouse, the 3-hour matchmake planetary and depth proof, along with all the little commercials in between. Yeah, it's a fun ride. As a whole, it's a decent enough movie. I may just own it for a completion sake because I like to own every single Tarantino movie. He's one of my favorite filmmakers of all time. So I like to mainly own it for Death Proof. Planetary, I just didn't really care for it that much, to be honest with you. So I really wasn't that big of a fan of it. All the trailers in between, I do think is really funny. It's kind of funny how the Machete franchise got born out of Grindhouse. Really good throwback to the 70s and really shows the filmmakers' love from Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino's view of the Grindhouse cinema back in the 70s. The great homage, I think, is overall what makes this a 3-hour epic a lot more charming than it could have been. And then Death Proof, great concept, great performance from Kurt Russell as the driver, and all that. Great kills. Like the first half of this film is amazing. It just kind of drops off in the second half, and it just becomes a very generic horror movie. But as a whole, decent collection. I would recommend watching as a whole, but not one of my favorites from either directors. Then we have Grown Ups 1 and Grown Ups 2. These movies are dumb as hell. I'm not going to argue against anyone that hates these movies, but I have a fun time with them. I grew up around the time that these movies came out when I was in elementary school, early middle school. They're dumb. They're not high arts for any of these comedians, not the best for any of these comedians, but I had such a good time. Like you can just tell how much fun these actors have on set, and the whole summer vibe, the whole ensemble cast this film brings, the comedy in here, they're just the right vibe for me personally. It's all subjective, but I have a really good time with both these movies. I wouldn't mind a third one if they ever make it. So yeah. Then we have Grudge Match. Decent enough comedy. I mainly own it just for the sake of what's the word? Novelty, because being kind of an unofficial crossover between Rocky and Raging Bull, which we'll both talk about later on in this video, or yeah, just the whole aspect of bringing in Sylvester Stallone and Robert De Niro as like these fake boxers, or they're meant to be Rocky and Raging Bull, or Billy the Kid. And you essentially have this fake rivalry going on. You got John Bernthal in an early role, or at least in a smaller role as this trainer. It's a fun movie. Not the best comedy in the world. Could have done better, in my opinion, with the concept, but still a decent enough comedy. Then we have Guardians of the Galaxy and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Then getting into the H's, we have Hacksaw Rage. Damn great movie from Mel Gibson. Kind of a great return to form after he got canceled on the internet from his past. Amazing performance from Andrew Garfield. Great being based on a true story about a soldier doesn't want to harm people, doesn't want to fire a weapon, and inspired story that goes behind that I think is amazing and really inspiring personally. Love the cast of this movie. Vince Vaughn is great as the general. I have a lot of great memories of this movie, or not the best memories. I remember seeing this in theaters with my dad back when it came out, and it's the only film I've ever seen in theaters where I actually vomited. Not because of the movie itself, was because of the shitty ass liquid butter that was on my popcorn at the theater I saw it at, and I literally had to run to the bathroom and vomit out that shitty ass popcorn. And it's like, what the, I don't know. That's why I've never had liquid butter since this movie. But still, great movie on its own merits, and highly recommend it. Then we have the Halloween franchise. So going over all these movies, we got Halloween the original, we have Halloween 2, we have Halloween 4 Return of Michael Myers, we have Halloween H2O, we have Halloween 2018, and we have Halloween Kills, the ones that I really like the most. The ones I would genuinely say I would recommend overall. Going over each one individually, we have the original Halloween, absolute masterpiece. John Carpenter, his jewel in his crown in my opinion, by far his best movie. What can you say about this film that hasn't already been said about it? Absolute masterclass of cinema. Halloween 2, pretty good follow-up, one that I do quite watch with the first film. I view Halloween 1, 2, and H2O as the ultimate trilogy of this timeline, because Halloween's a franchise where you can really like pick or choose what timeline you prefer, and I do quite enjoy Halloween 2. It's a great double feature with the first film. Really continues a lot of the same themes and the tone and the atmosphere of the first film, so it feels very consistent, and a lot of good kills, really ups the ante with the kills. Still a lot of good stuff in this movie. Not the biggest fan of the brother-sister angle they introduced in this movie, but I still quite enjoy it overall. Halloween 4, fun sequel overall. Doesn't spawn the best trilogy of movies. That's kind of why this film kind of feels a little bit sour, just because like the whole Thorn trilogy, which is so dumb. But as for a standalone return to form for Michael Myers at a 10-year anniversary, love Daniel Harris as Jamie Lloyd. Really enjoy Rachel. Some great kills in this movie. Not the biggest fan of The Mask personally, and some other elements which I'm not the biggest fan of, but still love Loomis, and just yeah, it's a fun movie. It's a fun movie. Then we have Halloween H2O, which should have been the amazing conclusion to the storyline to me. Unless Halloween Ends really ramps things up to a satisfying close, this to me is the definitive end of the Halloween franchise, like I talked about with Fast and Furious earlier. This is my headcanon for the ending. You know, it's just, I love Jamie Lee Curtis in Laurie Strode's role, but I personally think she does the best in this movie from an acting standpoint. Really is to have a lot of range and a lot of regret from being an adult. Josh Hartnett, he's great in the role of Laurie Strode's son. You get Michelle Williams, LL Cool J, a lot of cool like late 90s, early 2000s Kevin Williamson Scream era cast in here. Fun enough kills. Michael Myers could have been done better, but overall, I love the third act, and I absolutely love the ending of this movie, which is why I consider this to be the ultimate ending. I don't care, resurrection doesn't exist in my mind. This is a really good conclusion to the trilogy, and one that I still think is the best reunion of Laurie Strode and Michael Myers so far. Then we get into the David Gordon Green trilogy so far. We have Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills. I enjoy both. I really enjoyed this movie back when I saw it in theaters with my dad in 2018. I did rewatch it with some coworkers in a double feature when Halloween Kills came out last year because I'm doing work in a movie theater. It's decent. It's a good movie, but I think kind of like deteriorated upon rewatch. I think it's a good movie, but has a lot of missed opportunities. It has some really dumb characters, which I don't really care for that much. I'm not the biggest fan of how they brought back Laurie Strode and essentially made her like a Sarah Connor type, where she is obsessed with Michael Myers, even though in this universe he only killed 3 people because the first one's the only one that's canon. And us, the audience, has to assume that Michael Myers is this scary threat, even though, again, in this universe, he only killed 3 people. Like there are so many other serial killers in real life that have killed more people than Michael Myers in this timeline. I love the Michael Myers, James Hugh Courtney in this series. I think he's the most brutal and the most badass Michael Myers. I love the score from the Carpenters. I enjoy the atmosphere and the cinematography and directing from David Gordon Green. It's just that there are some major script writing issues that I'm not the biggest fan of. And it does continue into Halloween Kills. I think there are a lot of stupid characters in this movie. Again, I don't understand why the town is going so crazy over a killer. I mean, granted, he does kill a ton of people in 2018, but the characters in this movie act really stupid, and that's how the plot moves forward, which I hate in horror movies, how so many characters could have done the right thing, and they choose not to just for the sake of it would end the movie in 5 minutes. The whole subplot with like the whole mob thing, or they confuse Michael Myers for like another mental patient who looks like Danny DeVito, makes no sense to me, and doesn't end this film in the best way to where it makes sense for Halloween Ends. And unless Halloween Ends kicks ass, I might give these movies back and might kick them out of my collection, because to me, Halloween H2O is the best ending of the franchise with Laurie Strode's storyline. And to me, they just kind of just tread waters with what they've already done before. So I hope the best for Halloween Ends. I really want that to be a badass finale. These 2 films so far, I'm not the biggest fans of. Getting away from that, we have the original Hangover. Awesome comedy. This is one of my favorites of all time. In my top 30 of all time. Love this movie. It was like, I think this was the first R-rated film I ever got to watch. I visibly remember seeing this movie back in like 2nd grade or 3rd grade on TBS, like the edited censored version. And it really blew my mind back then, and even then, I still watch this movie at least once a year, and I love this movie. It's such a simple concept brought to life by amazing actors, great direction from Tom Phillips, really funny writing, great soundtrack, just great. It's just a funny movie. So many iconic lines, so many iconic characters. I love the chemistry between all 3 of the main actors in this movie. It's just a fun time that I love The Hangover. So yeah. Then we have Happy Gilmore, another awesome comedy. Again, Liz and Billy Madison really Pete's Adam Sandler comedy in here. So many iconic lines, so many iconic scenes. You know, go back to your home. The Price is Right, bitch. Like, just so many awesome lines in this movie. I love Adam Sandler in the title character. I love this movie. It's so much fun. So much fun. Then we have Hardcore Henry. Really cool concept. The whole thing about being first person, shot like a first person like video game. Cool concept, has some cool violence. I like Sharlto Copley in one of the side roles. Takes an interesting story and brings it to life. Again, not really a whole lot of substance here. Not the best characters in the world, not the most memorable in the world, but a good fun time nonetheless. Then we have the Harry Potter 8 film collection. This does not include the Fantastic Beasts movies, just the mainline Harry Potter franchise. I enjoy this franchise. I'm not as gaga about it as most other people are. It's just one of those franchises where I just grew up on it way too late. I did read the first couple books growing up to Prisoner of Azkaban. I did see Prisoner of Azkaban on TV once when I was super young, but I didn't really watch any of the films like full paying attention until the second Fantastic Beasts came out, because I wanted to do a Harry Potter ranking on my channel way back like 4 years ago or whatever. And I watched all these films for the first time, and they are a really good set of movies, very consistent. A lot of directors stayed on for most of the movies, and you can tell how the certain directors handle the properties. I mean, you got Christopher Columbus for the first couple of movies. You have David Yates covering most of the other movies. You got Alfonso Cuarón covering Prisoner of Azkaban, which is one of my favorites. And personally, my favorite is definitely Hell's Part 2, just how epic scale it is, and how much it closes off the entire franchise in a great way. But to me, again, I'm not the biggest of fantasy or mystical stuff, so fantasy stuff is really a fine line for me, and although this franchise is good, I don't really have a whole lot of fandom for this franchise, even so much to the point where I haven't even seen the most recent Fantastic Beasts movie, just because I just don't really care that much about that franchise. But speaking on this franchise, still great actors, great characters, great storyline, all the ingredients here to make a great franchise, which I understand why people love, just not one of my personal favorites. Then we have The Hateful Eight, damn good movie from Tarantino once again, essentially basically a glorified stage play. I've not seen the extended cut that's on Netflix, but I've heard a lot of great things about it. I saw this in theaters with my dad, my very first theatrical Tarantino experience. Lots of fun with this movie, love the atmosphere, love the production design, cast is great as always, amazing dialogue, great gory violence, some great humor in here, just a fun romp of a Tarantino movie which you gotta watch at least once. Then we have Hawkeye, Season 1, or the series, I don't know yet. We'll see what happens with that. Then we have Heat, recently got re-released in 4K. Damn great heist movie. Michael Mann, can't top this. I mean, just amazing performances from all across the board. Great action, intense storyline, great dialogue as always. Just an epic movie. Then we have The Heat, Paul Feig's comedy starring Melissa McCarthy and Sandra Bullock. Probably my favorite Paul Feig comedy of his roster, in my opinion. Really funny stuff. Probably my favorite Melissa McCarthy comedy, personally. Just a fun time. Great acting, great chemistry. I like funny cop buddy movies, and this is one of the most recent ones that have come out, and ones I actually genuinely like. Then we have Hellboy and Hellboy 2: The Golden Army. Good set of movies. I really quite enjoyed the first Hellboy. Del Toro, he's an awesome filmmaker. So many great movies of his roster, and this is one of my favorites of his. Love Ron Perlman in the role of Hellboy. Love the world that's expanded upon in both these films. Love the fantasy sci-fi stuff. I think is handled a lot better in this movie, and one that appeals to me more as a comic book fan. Love the chemistry. Love the practical visual work that Del Toro brings to his movies. Love the world building. Love the action. Love the chemistry between all the actors. Just such an awesome movie. And then when you get to Hellboy 2, good sequel, good follow-up, has a lot of interesting elements which I do quite enjoy. The biggest Achilles heel to this film is just because we never got a third Hellboy, and because this film sets up so much of what the third Hellboy film should have been, and we've never gotten that film, and we never probably will get that film. It's a giant cliffhanger, kind of a giant dick tease of what's to come, and because we haven't gotten it yet, it kind of leaves everything kind of in a sour taste, which kind of sucks, because I would love to see a Hellboy 3 from Del Toro and Ron Perlman returning, but I don't think we'll ever get that. I mainly own this movie because I wanted to own every single Del Toro movie, so I kind of got this out of obligation. It's a good film on its own, but I don't know. I wish it was more a standalone movie that wasn't such a cliffhanger tease. Then we have Hell or High Water, damn good movie. Again, I love heist movies, I love bank robbery movies, and this is one of the best of its kind. As of recent, I haven't seen this in quite a few years, but I do remember really liking all the performances, loving the small Midwestern town feel it has to it. Love the directing, love the writing, love the cinematography. Just such an intense movie that has a great strength on the brotherhood between Chris Pine and Ben Foster. Love Jeff Bridges as always. Just a damn good movie. Then we have Hellraiser and Hellbound Hellraiser 2, a franchise that has had way too many installments that are shitty, but for these first two films, I do quite love them. I actually quite enjoyed the first 4 Hellraiser films, the ones that were actually released in theaters. Everything after that's kind of hit or miss for me, especially later on. So speaking on these first 2 films, they're awesome. I especially prefer the first film. Love Doug Bradley in the role of Pinhead. Love the Cenobites. Love the score. Love the Clive Barker and his world that he based on his book Hellbound Heart. Just the amazing visual effects. Some great lines in here. Iconic lines. Jesus wept. It's a wild-ass concept, not for everybody. It goes to extreme lengths, especially in the second film as well. Some gory kills, a lot of religious themes in this film, which I know people kind of get mixed on that type of stuff. but it's iconic for a reason. Both these films are awesome. Second film is a little too weird for me at times, but I still quite enjoy this one. And I cannot wait to see what David Bruckner does with his version of Hellraiser coming on Hulu next month. So yeah, can't wait for that. Then we have Hereditary. This film is by far the scariest film I've ever seen in my life. Up to date, I've seen a lot of gory, I've seen a lot of the most disturbing films of all time, according to many. This is still the scariest movie theater experience of my entire life. I saw this in theaters back when I was around 15 years old. I snuck into the theater to watch this during the summer of 2018, and I have yet to rewatch this film since theaters because this film has stuck with me in its entirety. It's kind of weird that I own a Blu-ray and I haven't seen it since then, but oh my god, this movie is fucking terrifying. It is so scary to me. Mainly because of how just disturbing it is and how much it really is much more of a psychological family thriller than it's like a simple ghost story. The trailers gave away the trailers mainly gave a simple plot synopsis of what was going to be expected, like most other mainstream horror films like The Conjuring, all that stuff, like a simple family haunting film, and it goes so much darker and so much deeper and so much more disturbing than what I expected that it really floored me the first time I watched it and the only time I've seen it. I mean, the whole scene with like the pole and like the whole scene with Alex Wolff, like he's so scarred by the event, he just sits like he just like sleeps the next day, and like the cries of Toni Collette, who's amazing in the lead role, absolutely snubbed at the Oscars, which that is the spirit of 2018 is why I just don't care about the Oscars anymore. But Toni Collette is terrifying in this role. She's so heartbreaking as his mom who's dealing with this family grief, and it gets worse and it gets worse and it gets worse. Ari Aster's an amazing director. It kind of sucks why I was really disappointed in Midsommar, but he is absolutely ecstatic as a director in this movie. Love the score by Colin Stetson, immensely disturbing, especially the final score with Payman. Like, oof, it's a lot. It's a lot to think about this movie. I still remember basically every single scene, and I can recite it damn near. It's a movie you have to watch at least once in your lifetime. It is a masterpiece. Genuinely, as a horror fan, that's the only film that genuinely knocked me on my feet and genuinely scared me. I'm scared to rewatch it. Sorry, I've gone on a tangent. Then we have the Hills of Eyes collection, basically just consisting of the main two remakes. So we have Alexander Aha's remake of The Hills of Eyes and the sequel, this same name. To speak on the Hills of Eyes franchise, personally to me, I'm not a big fan of either the original Wes Craven movies. I think that they're kind of highly overrated, and to me, they're quite outdated. I understand why, for the time, they were very disturbing for exploitative genre, similar to like what he did with Last House on the Left. And despite Wes Craven is an amazing filmmaker, he definitely deserves to be on the Mount Rushmore of horror directors. He's an amazing icon. Never been a big fan of Hills of Eyes. I enjoy the remakes a lot more than the original films. I think, especially the remake, because of how just brutal Alexander Aha makes the directing in the director's chair, he makes the film so much more brutal and so much more intense for a modern setting. I think works a lot better in my opinion. I think the acting's great overall. I think that the acting of the Hillbillies is a lot more scarier. I think the violence is really intense. The directing is really unique. It's just both these films are really good. The second film's nowhere near as good as the first one, but I still quite enjoy it, and yeah, don't regret buying these. I quite enjoy them. Then we have the Hobbit trilogy, the prequel to the Lord of the Rings films. They're okay. They're good movies. I kind of own them more just because it's a big franchise and I like to own them. I remember seeing the first film, An Unexpected Journey, with my grandfather back when it came out a decade ago. After that, I have seen these films once. I binged the Lord of the Rings films back like 3 or 4 summers ago. And I'm just not a big fantasy guy. Like with Harry Potter, and even more so with this franchise, just the whole layout of the world and all the different mythologies and the different clans and the different races and the different, worlds that all these characters have to travel to, it's just a little too much for me and a little too convoluted to where I just don't really get much enjoyment out of watching these movies. So they are decent films. I do like all of them to a certain extent. It's just they're not ones I really want to rewatch that often. Then we have Hobo with the Shotgun. Watched this a long time ago. I got this out of Mystery Unboxings, and I decided to keep it because I do remember liking the exploitative nature of this movie. I do like Rutger Hauer as an actor, especially from like The Hitcher and Blade Runner, which I talked about earlier. I like him in the lead role. Very simple story brought to life by a good lead performance, good directing. It's a fun enough exploitative time from what I remember, but nothing super special. Then we have Hocus Pocus. The sequel is about to drop in about 2-3 weeks on Disney Plus. Didn't watch this for the longest time until around last year or the year before. Damn fun movie. A lot of good classic Disney Halloween elements that this movie brings to. I mean, the main three witches in this film are just awesome. Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, Kathy Najimy. They're just so much fun in the lead roles in this movie that you just can't help but love them when they're on screen. A lot of fun elements in this film. Just classic kids horror that I just can't help but enjoy. Then we have Home Alone 1 and Home Alone 2. From Halloween to Christmas, again, another staple of the Christmas season. I gotta watch every single December, at least the first film. John Hughes, awesome writer, awesome director. This is where he got more the kid-centric direction, where he kind of stayed towards until he passed away. Unfortunately, rest in peace. But Home Alone, amazing movie. I loved it. Great classic characters, great actors in the role. I mean, it's shocking that Joe Pesci was in this movie the same year he was in Goodfellas, but he's epically awesome in the role of Harry. And Marv also, Daniel Stern's awesome in the role. Kevin McAllister, Macaulay Culkin's great in the role. Sorry, I forgot his name for a second. The traps are awesome. Love the score by John Williams. Love the atmosphere. So many iconic lines in this film, from like Buzz to Kevin's mom to the robbers. Just so much fun in both these films that I just have a blast with. And like Halloween 1 and 2, you can just basically watch them in a binge format, and you just can't help but love them. They're awesome movies. Sorry. Been talking a lot. Then we have Horrible Bosses. Fun movie, good comedy, great cast, simple present premise brought to life by a lot of funny writing, a lot of funny directing, good off-the-cuff improv, just a good time in the movies. So yeah, I enjoy it. Then we have the this horror 4-pack, consisting of Hostel 1 and 2 and Hollow Man 1 and 2. I mainly bought it for Hollow Man. Paul Verhoeven's last big American movie before he retired, and mainly just did Dutch movies for the rest of his career. But Hollow Man, pretty good take on the Invisible Man storyline before Lee Winnell took upon the Invisible Man storyline back a couple years ago. Damn good movie. We don't talk about Hollow Man 2, just a casualty of war, I guess. Then we Hostel 1 and 2. Eli Roth, I'm not the biggest fan of him as a director, but I do quite enjoy, at least the second one I do quite enjoy. The first film's decent as well, but I don't really think it reaches potential. The second film I think is the closest, but still not a great movie. Then we have Hot Tub Time Machine. Funny comedy, good jokes, good improv, good humor amongst the cast. Could have been better, but nowhere near as bad as the sequel is. Nowhere near as bad as the sequel. Then we got Hotel Transylvania. Again, another good Halloween horror kids movie. Adam Sandler, gotta love him, so I do quite enjoy this movie. A lot of fun. I understand why I spawned the franchise, because it's a really smart movie, good smart concept. Funny characters, funny dialogue, good animation from Gore Verbinski, Jenny Tartakovsky. I was confusing that with Rango, sorry. But damn good movie, I quite enjoy it, and I definitely recommend it. Then we have the How to Train Your Dragon trilogy. Now this is top tier animation cinema. Sadly, I did not grow up with any of these movies. I missed out on them back when I was a kid. I actually didn't watch any of them until the third one came out, and I saw that in theaters back when I was in high school. All three films are awesome. Like in the Toy Story aspect of them aging the characters every single movie, making the world feel grand, up in scale. Just love the action, love the character drama, love the emotional stuff, love the comedy and the banter between Hiccup and Toothless. Just, these are awesome movies. Then we have Steve McQueen's Hunger. Brutal ass movie, based on a true story. Shows how prison is absolutely hell, and that prisoners are just treated like subhumans. What can you say? It's a lot to take in, but it's an important film that you must watch at least once in your life. It is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Then we have the Hunger Games quadrilogy. I was a perfect age back when these films came out. They were absolute phenomenon. Great lead performance with Jennifer Lawrence. I can't speak today. But great lead performance, great acting, great dialogue, for the most part. I love Catching Fire the most. I think it's the most well-directed. Part 1 and Part 2 Mockingjay, I think they just really structured the storyline way too much. I don't know why they had to brush it out other than money purposes. Like the world, like the concept, even though it's like basically just a kiddie version of Battle Royale. Still, I enjoy the performances, enjoy the dialogue, enjoy the chemistry. Could have been better in some aspects, but still, I have a lot of nostalgia toward this franchise, and I'm glad to own it on Blu-ray. Alright, so now we're to another stack. Starting off, we have Catherine Bigelow's The Hurt Locker. Damn good war movie. A really good grounded piece on the soldiers during the Iraq War. And just absolutely brutal. Great performances from Jeremy Renner, Anthony Mackie. Great cast amongst everybody in the film. Just very visceral and just shows the brutality of war. Can't recommend it enough. Then we have I Am Legend. Recently rewatched this a few months ago, back when this was announced to have a sequel with Will Smith and Michael B. Jordan starring and producing, until the Oscar slap happened, which was like a week later, which just kind of sucks. But I watched this with the alternate ending. I don't consider the theatrical version canon, by the way. But speaking of the alternate cut, I really enjoyed this movie. Great, simple apocalypse storyline. I like it whenever it's just focused on a small group of people or just one character for the most part. Something like the opening act of 28 Days Later, where it's just Cillian Murphy for the most part. I love that type of storytelling where you just get to focus on one person. And Will Smith and his journey, he's great in the movie. Really good production design, great VFX for the most part, great suspense and great horror. And if they ever do actually make a sequel after the controversy has kind of been subsided, I would be down to see it, at least if the theatrical or the alternate ending is canon. Then we have If Beale Street Could Talk. I bought this as a blind buy because I heard a lot of Oscar buzz about it, and it's a damn good movie. Extremely emotional drama based on a real story, I believe. You have, was it Regina Hall? No. Is it her? I'm trying to think. Yeah, Regina King, sorry. Absolutely heartbreaking in this movie. Definitely deserved the Oscar that she got from it. Just really emotional story. But the unfair system that plagues the African American community, and definitely a must watch in my opinion. Then we have I Know What You Did Last Summer, another really fun Kevin Williamson late 90s horror film after the success of Scream. Not as good as Scream by a long shot, but still a lot of fun. You got a great cast in here. Jennifer Love Hewitt, Freddie Prinze Jr., Ryan Phillippe, Sarah Michelle Gellar, the guy who played Leonard in Big Bang Theory, the late Anne Heche, rest in peace. Awesome cast as a whole. Just some great lines, a whole sequence where it's like, what are you waiting for? One of my favorite moments of any slasher film, to be honest with you. Kills could have been better, but this is more focused on mystery and characters, which I think works better for the film overall. Still a good movie, a lot of fun. I enjoyed the sequel as well. I just don't own it at the time being, and we don't talk about the third one, but as far as for this first film, I quite enjoy it. Then we have The Imitation Game, another damn good biopic centered around World War II era, and you have sorry, got stuff in my throat, but essentially just you have Benedict Cumberbatch as this closet homosexual helping out during the war with like this little typogram and whatnot, and the way that the story unfolds with the character. You also got Keira Knightley, you got Mark Strong, great cast overall. Just extremely sorry. There's tape on here that I never noticed. I bought this like 9 months ago. But yeah, damn good biopic, and I highly recommend it. Yeah, stupid tape. Then we have Inception, one of Christopher Nolan's best movies, one of my favorite films from his career. Just a really fun blockbuster. I actually watched this in theaters right before Tenet came out a couple years back, and it's still great seeing it in theaters. Still an epic storyline, great cast as always. I love Tom Hardy in this, love Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Leo DiCaprio is a great lead. Just amazing cast as always from Nolan, great visuals, a fantastic score for Hans Zimmer, probably my favorite score from him of his entire career, which is saying a lot. Either that or Lion King. But yeah, classic film of the 21st century. Then we have The Incredible Hulk. Then we have The Incredibles 1 and 2. I love the first Incredibles. It's probably my second and third favorite Pixar film of all time. Absolute masterpiece. Brad Bird, he's a genius. Love the social commentary and the whole meta nature of the superhero genre, and how this was like one of the big superhero films that really bring it back, along with like Spider-Man and X-Men and all that. Just really funny, really snazzy with the dialogue, great visuals, great score from Michael Giacchino. Just a movie that really does fire on all cylinders. Incredibles 2, I've only seen it once in theaters. I haven't seen it since then. I was really let down by Incredibles 2 just because there was so much potential for the sequel, and you could go in so many directions, especially since in the 14 years in between these two films, the superhero genre had become an absolute monster in cinema. Even to when it came out, it was like the 8th superhero film that come out that year already, and it's just like they could have done so much to really comment on the superhero genre and how it has evolved nowadays. And to me, the fact they just set it right after the first film and they don't really do much with it other than just doing antics and really just making Elastigirl the main character, to me, which is just a giant missed opportunity. It just kind of felt like this was like made on a Sunday. It was like made. It's like when Circle 7 was meant to take over this property, or all the Pixar sequels. This feels like something that could have been shot and made or made like 3 years after the first film been released on video. Like, it doesn't feel like a sequel that was worthy of being released so long afterwards. Kind of like Jason Bourne, where it's like, why did you wait so long for this? Still a damn good movie. It's still Pixar, still top quality. It just doesn't reach the heights of the first film for me. Then we have Independence Day. Pretty fun Roland Emmerich world-ending movie. A dime a dozen from him, but this is definitely his the jewel in his crown, the most popular film that he's done in his career, I would probably say. It's a fun movie. I've only seen it a couple times. Not a movie that I really have to watch every single 4th of July. But it's a fun movie enough. It's a fun 90s summer blockbuster. Ensemble cast. Great speech from Bill Pullman. That's probably the best scene of the entire movie. Jeff Goldblum, Will Smith, Randy Newman. Not Randy Newman, the singer, but what is it? The guy who plays Uncle Eddie. I forgot his name, but you know what I'm talking about. Fun cast, has some fun moments, fun action, but not a great film in my opinion. Then we have the Indiana Jones 4 film collection. So yeah, this is Raiders of the Lost Ark through Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I love the first 3 films. Don't really care that much for the 4th film. Hoping that the 5th film really wraps up this franchise in a nice way. We'll see what happens to it, but yeah, top tier franchise. Then we have Inglourious Basterds, another awesome film of Tarantino. Has some of the best scenes of his entire career. I mean, the whole opening act, or the opening scene with the milk, iconic stuff. Christoph Waltz, by far his best performance in this film. I think this was a breakout performance from him as well. Amazing stuff like the whole theater sequence towards the end, great commentary, great cast with the Inglourious Basterds themselves, even though, for me, we didn't get enough of them in my opinion. But still, you got Brad Pitt, you got Eli Roth as a bear Jew. Just great characters in this movie, and it's just a blast to watch. Then we have Inside Man, an awesome heist film from Spike Lee, or bank robbery cop thriller. Damn good movie. A lot of fun cast members amongst this entire film. Great cinematography too. I love the scene. Probably my favorite shot in the entire film is whenever Clive Owen shoots one of the hostages in this bank, and then you just get Denzel Washington's reaction of him just being completely just pale face, and the camera's moving with him, and the complete background is just still. It's an awesome Dolby shot. Yeah, great acting, great cinematography, great directing, great writing. This is an awesome film that was a complete surprise to me, in my opinion. Then, okay, we'll get all 4 of these out the way. Then we have the entire Insidious franchise. So speaking of them individually, Insidious 1, my favorite of the 4, awesome from James Wan. Could use a little less jump scares and a little less loud noises, but still really cool ghost story. Great characters in the film, great cast overall. Insidious Chapter 2, probably my least favorite of the 4 personally, but still a good follow-up to the first film. I just think it tries to scare scares a little too much in my opinion, kind of goes for the same formula. Insidious Chapter 3, it holds a lot of special place in my heart because it was the first film I ever saw in theaters without a parental guardian there. I got to see it with one of my best friends at the time, and this is the first horror film I ever got to see in theaters. I remember seeing this opening weekend. It was right as the summer started for me back in 2015. And it was with a packed crowd that was so riled up that security had to come in and tame everybody. It was fun. It was a really fun experience. And this was also Lee Winnell's directorial debut. He's writing partner with James Wan, who also plays one of the ghost hunters in all 4 of these movies. He does a great job at directing. Great cast. Really love Lynn Shay as a lead. She really does hold all the 40 films together. Really good scares. And to me, it's actually my second favorite film of the franchise behind the original. And then we get to Insidious the Last Key. Haven't seen it since theaters, but I do remember it being a decent enough sequel. Again, Insidious is one of those few horror franchises where I do like every single installment. There's not really one horrible installment amongst a bunch. But you can really tell that the writers really did shoot themselves in the foot, like with Jigsaw, of killing off Elise in the first film and them having to make prequels to make up for her return in some way. But it's still a decent installment that I do quite enjoy, and I am looking forward to the 5th one that Patrick Wilson is coming back to write, direct, and star in with the family, so I'm looking forward to that one as well. Then we have Inside Out, damn good Pixar movie. Not one of my personal favorites, in my opinion. It's still a really good story. It has some great emotions, no pun intended. Really good characters, a lot of fun moments, some really good emotional stuff with Bing Bong, especially. Just a really good imaginative film from Pete Docter, and they really just announced a sequel at D23, which I'm curious to see what happens, but as for this first film, I do quite enjoy it. Then we have Interstellar, another awesome film from Christopher Nolan. Really emotional movie. about a father having to try to save the human race, but at the cost of him living his life with his family, and the whole journey he goes on with literally having to make split-second decisions that will change the course of his life and everyone on Earth. Very tense storyline, great characters, some really great surprises that I didn't see coming, some great visuals as well. Not a super rewatchable film, but one that I definitely think you should watch. Then we have The Interview, the film that almost got us at war with North Korea. Damn funny movie. Again, a big fan of Seth Rogen and James Franco, or at least the not the actor, but at least his roles in these movies before he got canceled. But I really like the chemistry. Think it's really funny. Has a lot of great stuff. Love Randall Park as Kim Jong Un. Some really funny moments, and it's just such a fun film that I just quite enjoy. And I think they really do utilize the concept quite well. Then we have Interview with the Vampire. Watched this for the first time either this year or last year around Halloween. Great cast: Tom Cruise, Kirsten Dunst, Brad Pitt. Classic 90s cast. Christian Slater. The whole way that the film's told through flashbacks, with Christian Slater literally being interviewed, or him interviewing the vampire, based on the title. But really good storyline. Have how this small coven of vampires progress as the decades progress, and the whole thing with Kirsten Dunst being like this little girl and her constantly, like, because she's a vampire, she can't age, and the whole struggle that I think is quite interesting. Just really good drama, really good horror at moments, great period piece settings throughout the decades and out the centuries. Just a damn good movie. Then we have In the Heights, sadly one of the victims of the HBO Max Warner Brothers Discovery thing, or not Discovery, but Warner Brothers did, where they put all their films on HBO Max with simultaneously releasing in theaters. And it sucks because this film is damn good. I actually didn't get to see it in theaters because I was just really busy when it came out last summer. But I bought it on Blu-ray as a blind buy, and I watched it, and it is a damn good musical. I'm not the biggest fan of musicals, but this is a really good musical. John M. Chu, the same guy that did Crazy Rich Asians, does a great job in the director's chair. A lot of great songs in this movie. Great choreography, really good acting, really good story with a bunch of characters, really an ensemble piece that feels cohesive, feels like everyone gets their due, gets their slice of the pie in the storyline. It's just a really good, feel-good movie, and it sucks that the film didn't really get that well received at the box office, nor did it get any Oscar recognition, but it's a damn good musical, and I highly recommend it. Then we have Lee Winnell's The Invisible Man, an awesome horror film. His most recent venture in directing, and it's probably my favorite film from him. The last major film I watched before COVID, and still it's just an awesome experience. I visibly remember the scene in the diner with Elizabeth Moss and her sister. That will always be one of my favorite jump scares in any horror film, and I won't give away what happens. But I love the grounded scares of this film, really making the Universal monsters actual monsters in this film, not trying to make it like a big giant blockbuster like Tom Cruise's The Mummy. Just really good small-scale story, really good paranoia thriller of not knowing when the Invisible Man's going to strike. Greatly performance from Elizabeth Moss, great supporting cast as well. Really good score, really good cinematography, really good special effects when they're utilized well. And yeah, it's a damn good thriller, and I highly recommend it. And then we have the Ip Man 4 movie collection, Donnie Yen's take on Ip Man. Really enjoy all four of these films for the most part. The fourth film I think could have had less like anti-American commentary, but other than that, really enjoy all four of these films, especially the third one. That's probably my favorite. I mean, the whole fight scene with Mike Tyson is iconic. The whole storyline of Ip Man, how true it is, I don't really know, but Donnie Yen's performance as the lead character throughout these four films, I think is really good and really is the gel that holds these movies together. Great action choreography as always. I mean, seeing real fights happen on screen, martial arts, I think will always be more engaging than seeing just CGI or people cutting around bad choreography. The fact that you have an actual martial artist who knows how to handle action, it's just really refreshing to see, and I think that's why more people should check out foreign films. Yeah, really awesome series, and I highly recommend it. And then we have The Irishman, the most recent film from Martin Scorsese, and damn good movie. I had the privilege of seeing this in theaters I still work at the theater that I work at now, but this came out like a month after I got hired from that place, and I watched it with my father. Great movie. Nowhere near on the top of something like Goodfellas or Casino, but it's a lot more grounded, a lot more somber in tone, and so, Don't expect any like high energy stuff with this movie, like with Goodfellas or Casino. But if you're going with the expectation, I think it's a damn good movie. Really well shot, really well acted, really well edited, really well written. It's just a really masterclass movie, and yeah, like what can you say about it? Has already been said about it. Then we have iRobots in this little 3D lenticular cover. Decent movie. I like Alex Proyas as his director, and I like his directing style with this film. I like the concept. I get futuristic dystopia settings I always dig, and so this film like has me in that already, personally, in my corner. A great lead performance from Will Smith. I like the chemistry he has with the main AI in this movie. Decent action, decent runtime, decent pacing, good cinematography, decent special effects for the time being. It's a decent film that I do quite enjoy. Then we have The Iron Giant, another masterpiece from Brad Bird. Again, sadly a film that did not do well in theaters, but luckily has since gained a gigantic cult following and has redeemed itself. Just awesome concept. Vin Diesel probably his best performance as the Iron Giant himself. Superman. I mean, that will always be a tearjerker in my opinion. Great cast overall. Really inventive story that's able to be simple but also very complex at the same time. A really good comedy when it needs to be, really emotional when it needs to be. Just a damn great animated film, and one that everyone should watch at least once. Then we have Iron Man, Iron Man 2, and Iron Man 3. Then we have Gaspar Noé's Irreversible. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a movie. If you know, you know. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Then we have I Saw the Devil, another extremely... it's a brutal-ass movie. It's a brutal-ass film. Watched it for the first time either, I believe, last year or the year before. I can't remember, but... Ooh, damn good revenge thriller, essentially about this one murderer that kills the main character's girlfriend, and essentially this main character, I forgot who's the actor that plays the lead role. Is it Byung-Hun Lee? I'm trying to find it again. I don't know why I keep forgetting people's names. I think it's Sung Yong-jo. Yeah. Anyways, am I doing that wrong? Anyways, basically, this is the main character. His girlfriend's killed by the serial killer, and basically he spends the rest of the film toying with the serial killer, messing up his hits. Torturing his life to the point where you don't really know who's the true monster amongst the two men, and they're just going at us for the entire runtime. It is a brutal movie, and one that I highly recommend if you can stomach it. Then we have the It 2 film collection. This is the two most recent Andy Muschietti's films, his take on Pennywise and the and Derry and the whole storyline with that. I love the first one. I remember it was an absolute phenomenon when it came out back 5 years ago. Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise is an absolute masterclass when he's able to really be on screen and really able to take on center stage as Pennywise. Love the kids in the first film. They have a great dynamic. I think every way it does top the TV movie from the 90s. Where it kind of falls apart is the second chapter. It is a decent film overall, and I've only seen it once in theaters. I haven't seen it since theaters, so it's been around, 3 years? But, I mean, inherently the storyline of the kids fighting this clown and the adults coming back to fight this clown is inherently less interesting and less believable. But the direction they take a lot of these characters, or lack thereof in some cases, was kind of disappointing to me, and the way to defeat Pennywise was really goofy, and there was a lot of missed opportunity that they could have really had to explore the town of Derry and these characters 27 years later, and Pennywise barely gets center stage in this movie. He only has 10 minutes worth of scenes in a 3-hour movie. Still a decent film overall. I still do quite enjoy it. The charm of the first film still carries over a lot in the second chapter. I do think overall it is better than the TV movie, but it could have been better, especially in the second half. But still, I love the first film. Nothing to take away from that. Then we have It Comes at Night. I visibly remember being so hyped for this movie when it was coming out. I still love the trailers for this film. I still think it probably has my favorite marketing of any film that's come out in recent memory. And hearing what came out of the press screenings and reviews, I was too young to see this in theaters, so I had to wait till video to watch it. And it took me a while to really get into the film's storyline and really understand what the film is going for. This is directed by Trey Edward Schultz, who did Krisha, which is an awesome film. Sadly, it's not released on Blu-ray yet, and Waves, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. He's an awesome director, and the film being marketed as a monster movie was a giant mistake. It's very much more about a psychological thriller during the apocalypse of paranoia and really not knowing who to trust. And it's a lot more about that versus an actual monster being in the shadows. And so if you go in with the expectation, I think it works a lot better. You get a great cast in here: Joel Edgerton, Riley Keough, who else? Kelvin Harrison Jr. He's an awesome addition to the cast. Just a really great cast overall. An amazing score, beautiful cinematography as well. I love the location, like this cabin in the woods. It's just not what you expect. That's all I'll say. Then we have It Follows, another very divisive horror film that came out a few years ago, and one that I do quite enjoy. Love the score in this. I love the 80s synth score. Love the whole aspect of like this creature that will follow you till it kills you, and it will just walk slowly. And the whole concept of like this creature that will never start hunting you or never stop hunting you unless you have sex with somebody and carries this disease, very much being a a theme for PTSD or STDs, not PTSD, what I'm saying, but very much being a metaphor for STDs and all that stuff, which I think is very creative. Love the direction, love the acting. I think this is a breakout performance from, who is the lead girl in this movie? Again, I keep forgetting people's names. I'm trying to find it, and it's not. Micah Monroe. She's really good in this movie. And just the whole concept of like this being that will just hunt you down nonstop is just really, really creepy. I love the look of this rundown town in the film. Love the cinematography. Love the look of the killer and just the slowly descending into madness over the course of this film. I just love. And I wish we do get a follow-up at some point, but it's still an awesome film as a standalone film. Then we have I, Tonya, an awesome biopic about Tonya Harding, starring Margot Robbie. She's just a knockout in this movie. She's just a really, really good performance in this film. One of the most visceral performances in her career, which is saying a lot. There are parts where she just kind of tuned that Harley Quinn voice a little bit, but overall still a lot of fun. Alison Janney, Sebastian Stan, they're really good in the movie as supporting roles. Just love the trashy family that we get in this movie. The whole kind of like unreliable narrator that we follow through in this film is a lot of fun. Just it brings a simple story and has a lot of fun with it, in my opinion, and I just think it's a blast to watch. Then we have Jacob's Ladder, getting into the J's right here. The original Jacob's Ladder, awesome movie, awesome psychological thriller, wild-ass concept brought to life. Basically having like this Vietnam vet come back to the States and he essentially tortured by these visions. Like the whole thing where like the people like moving their heads, like the whole visual imagery of like the demons that we follow through in this movie is crazy. I love Tim Robbins as an actor. He's great in the lead role. It's such a wild concept. It's balls to the wall crazy, and I just love it for that. And then we have Jack Reacher, one of Tom Cruise's attempted start at a new franchise. This is directed by Christopher McQuarrie, the guy that's currently running the Mission Impossible franchise. Damn good start to this franchise. Although sadly the sequel didn't do that well and it kind of killed off the potential. But still, I love the action sequences in this film. You can understand why Christopher McQuarrie was hired for Rogue Nation onwards in the Mission Impossible movies. Awesome cast, really fun story, and I understand why this character is done really well, especially on Amazon Prime as of recently with the series. But for this film, I still really enjoy it. Then we have Jackie Brown, probably my second least favorite Tarantino movie behind Death Proof. Good movie still, great acting. When we're talking about Tarantino's bad day at the office, it's still better than most directors on their best day, let's be real. But still quite enjoyed this movie. Love Pam Grier as the title character. Lots of fun with Samuel L. Jackson, Robert De Niro, Michael Keaton, Robert Forster. Just really fun cast overall. Some great dialogue as always. Very much stands out amongst Tarantino's filmography. I think this is the only film where he based it off someone else's material, which is interesting. But there just are some things that just make it not as memorable as other films in this filmography, and especially following up Pulp Fiction. To me, this pales in comparison, but it's still a really good movie and still one that I quite enjoy. Then we have the Mac Daddy, the entire James Bond collection, or at least all 25 of the official films, and this does include No Time to Die, because I don't, again, like I talked about with what was it, Jason Bourne, I don't like having a big box set and just having one extra film that just sticks out like a sore thumb, so I just added No Time to Die in this box set. But I bought this back in 2019, or I got it for Christmas in 2019, building up to No Time to Die when it's supposed to come out in 2020. And while watching this franchise, COVID happened, and I still binge watch all these movies. But speaking as somebody who has since watched all these films at least once, and including the two unofficial ones as well, I'm not the biggest James Bond fan. I do enjoy all these films for the most part, minus like Die Another Day and those two knockoff unofficial ones like Never Say Never Again and the Casino Royale Woody Allen parody. Most of them are decent. Most of them are pretty good, solid movies that I do quite enjoy and was entertained by. But to me, they all felt like the same. They all blended in together for the most part. The only ones that really stood out for me that I would give above a 7 would be License to Kill, because I like the revenge plot and I like the setting of Miami. And Casino Royale, with Daniel Craig, awesome movie. Martin Campbell did an amazing job directing. And Skyfall. Love Sam Mendes' directing. That's probably my favorite Bond movie personally. I love that film. And it was one of the first films that got me into filmmaking. Everything else, even classic films like GoldenEye that people love and Goldfinger and all that, decent movies, but to me, I just feel like they're kind of overrated. So I am glad to own this set. I do like owning all these movies, but it's not one of my favorite franchises personally. So, yeah. Put that over there. I keep putting them in frames. Sorry, so. Then we have the original Jaws. What can I say about this film that hasn't already been said about it? It is a masterclass of cinema. Steven Spielberg creating the modern-day blockbuster. What can you say? It's monumental, amazing action, great tension build, great characters in the three lead roles, just great suspense that's built throughout the entire runtime. Not showing a shark that much was a great decision, even though that wasn't intentional in the first place. Really made people afraid of the water for a great reason, and one that has not been matched in shark film since. Fire, you son of a bitch. Then we have the John Hughes 5-film collection. Big fan of John Hughes. Bought this because I wanted to get a lot of his movies on Blu-ray. And so this consists of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, She's Having a Baby, Pretty in Pink, and Some Kind of Wonderful. When I bought this, I had not seen She's Having a Baby or Some Kind of Wonderful. I've seen the other 3 films. But speaking of all 5 films quickly, I love Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Is a must-watch every single Thanksgiving. Probably up there with my favorite John Hughes movies. Love this movie to death. Can't be outmatched. Again, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, an awesome teen comedy of the 80s that still holds up years later. Really enjoy that one. Same thing with Pretty in Pink. I like the more dramatic tale of John Hughes and the way he's able to tell a darker story. She's Having a Baby. Fun enough concept, but to me, there are some aspects that I think kind of pale in comparison to other films of his career. And then we get Some Kind of Wonderful, which is kind of the most forgettable of John Hughes' movies, in my opinion. Just feels a lot like the tried and true formulas of a lot of his teen comedies, but overall, really good set, in my opinion. Alright, so now we are into another stack. Starting off, we have the John Wick trilogy, or so far, John Wick trilogy. So speaking on all of them individually, the first John Wick, badass introduction to this character, really nice surprise of the action genre. Not a whole lot of people really expecting this film to be as great as it was. Really good resurgence in Keanu Reeves and his career. Just awesome, simple concept about the life, and just the action, which is amazing. John Wick Chapter 2, for me, although isn't as good as the first one, really is up the ante a lot in the action department and the story department, really bringing out the high table and really expanding the John Wick world. And just everything about that, the Continental, everything about that was just so interesting to watch. I love the whole chemistry and the whole dynamic between Common and John Wick and how they were just constantly trying to kill each other throughout the runtime. Love the ballsy ending and really tease something for a great sequel and a great follow-up. And John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum, still a badass third film and a really nice continuation of the storyline and the world building, bringing in Halle Berry, switching sides with the people who run the Continental and the high table, doing some crazy things upon the action, again, continuing just to up the ante. But I do have a big issue with this film, mainly in the fact that this, from what I remember from the marketing, this was meant to be the final chapter of the John Wick trilogy, and knowing that we're going to get at least like 2 more, and we're getting a spin-off series, this feels like more like they're stretching at the storyline just for the sake of cashing in on the franchise. I mean, you get the whole ending where like John Wick falls off like a 3-story building, is able to survive somehow. To me, again, I can't wait for John Wick 4 and 5, but I do want them to end off on a high note versus them just running the franchise into the ground. But I have hope in Chad Stahelski in the best way, so I can't wait for the other sequels coming out. Next we have Jojo Rabbit, damn good film with Taika Waititi, his most recent original movie, and one that got the most Oscar recognition, and for good reasons. This is a really good dramatic comedy. Great cast as always. Amazing production design. A really good simple story about like this kid who idolizes Hitler and not knowing who he truly is, and you got Taika Waititi playing him in this really goofy sense. Just a great cast overall, amazing actors that round out the film. Some really emotional stuff. I mean, especially everything regarding the main kid and Scarlett Johansson as the mom. Great soundtrack. Just really amazing cinematography as well. Just a great movie overall, one that I highly recommend. Then we have Joker. Then we have Judas and the Black Messiah. Damn good movie. Really intense biopic about Lakeith Stanfield as a guy that's an infiltrator on the Black Panther Party. And really good. You got Danny Kaluuya as the leader of the certain Black Panther Party, and he's fantastic in the lead. Probably my favorite performance from him in his career so far. It takes some really dark turns that you don't see coming. Some great character work, some great, really showing the Black Panther Party and really being a movie that shows the history of the party in ways that schools don't really teach, or what I wasn't taught in school, and it really is a very informative movie and one that I highly recommend, and definitely deserved the awards that I got. Then we have Juice. This is one of the movies that my manager told me to watch out of like the early 90s gangster hood type films, and this is a damn good one. This great cast. You got Omar Epps in an early role. You got Tupac Shakur, rest in peace, and a great lead in the main villain. Just some awesome stuff in this film. Really dark, really tense. About Tupac Shakur turning to the dark side, turning against his friends, and going down a dark path. And you have Omar Epps just trying to survive the night and stuff like that. That I think is really intense. Some great soundtrack, great production design, great. The whole storyline with Omar Epps just trying to break out to the DJ world is really interesting, and one that I think is consistently entertaining, and one that I highly recommend. Then we have Jon Favreau's The Jungle Book, by far the best Disney live-action remake that has been made in this most recent era of Disney just pumping out tons of their original IP in new forms. Because the reason why I love this film so much is because it does what the best remakes do, in that it does something so much differently than the original film, while also being able to improve upon the original in so many ways. The original animated film is not one that people love that much. It's not one of the all-time classic Disney films that people constantly praise and talk about. The original storyline had room to improve upon, and Jon Favreau took that approach really well, in my opinion. It's able to be really investing and really interesting. You got a great lead in Mowgli, the kid who played him, Neil Sethi. Great cast in the voice acting department, really great visual effects that blur the line just enough to where it feels realistic. A great rendition of all the songs, really interesting story, really intense what it needs to be. Just a really good time of the movies, and one that I highly recommend. Then we have Juno, one of the standout films from Diablo Cody, and one of those films that really made up the mid-2010s. You got Michael Cera, you have at the time Ellen Page, now Elliot Page. Just a great cast overall. You got J.K. Simmons, Allison Janney. Awesome cast as always for these types of films. Great soundtrack, great directing, great writing, great thematic messages in this film. Really mature for a teen comedy, drama-ish, and yeah, I highly recommend it. Then we have Jurassic Park, the all-time classic and the only Jurassic Park film that should have been made. Back last year, I owned a pack of all the films in a 5-picture film set. After Dominion came out, and I will be making a video about Dominion at some point, I was extremely let down by that film, and overall I think none of the Jurassic Park sequels have really lived up to the first film or really felt that worthy. Mine is probably the first Jurassic World film, but even that's more of like a dumb summer blockbuster than the amazing, really introspective film creation and, life that this first film did. I mean, from Michael Crichton's amazing source material, David Koepp's great screenplay, Steven Spielberg's amazing direction, John Williams' amazing score, an amazing cast, revolutionary special effects that for the most part still hold up because of the blending of real life and CGI effects. Just really great intensity, really simple story brought to life by great thematic messages, and a great storyline with amazing characters on top of that. It's an amazing movie that really caps off a great storyline, and one that I think it works better as a standalone than being the first part of a franchise. Then we have the true version of Justice League, in my opinion. Then we have The Karate Kid Part 2, and double feature of Karate Kid 3 and the next Karate Kid. As of the time of recording, Season 5 of Cobra Kai just dropped on Netflix. I love that series, and it makes every single one of these movies, apart from the next Karate Kid because it hasn't been really entered into the fold yet, At least the first three films, it makes them a lot better in my opinion, especially Karate Kid 3, which I wasn't a big fan of before Cobra Kai, but Terry Silver's an awesome villain in Cobra Kai, and looking back on these movies, all three of them, they're just a lot better looked at because of Cobra Kai. But even taking Cobra Kai out of the equation, I love the first two movies, especially the first film. It's an absolute masterpiece. I can't really say much about these movies that has already been said about it. It's really inspirational, very simple story brought to life by amazing actors, Rob Macchio, Pat Morita, William Zabka, just, Martin Cove, Thomas Ian Griffin. They're just all awesome in their roles, and just a franchise I still continue to invest in. But I do hope they kind of end Cobra Kai with season 6 and end on a high note. Then we have Kick-Ass. Then we have Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2. I do consider these two separate films just because they were released as two separate films, but I did get them in one package just to satisfy the people that are like, it's one movie. But awesome movies. I do prefer the first one just because as two separate storylines or two separate films, this one has all the action. This one has a lot more of the dialogue and a lot more of the slower pace. A lot more about the character building. And both films do have their strengths and weaknesses. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of like anime or stuff like that, but this film really amps up the martial arts and stuff like that, which I quite enjoy. Great visualization. Can't speak today. The whole fight between Beatrix Kiddo and the Crazy 88 will always go down one of Tarantino's most iconic sequences in any of his films. The whole opening act with Vivica A. Fox and their whole fight scene in that kitchen is awesome. Just the whole thing with the plucking the eye out, just awesome stuff that both these movies will always be known for, and they're epic movies. Then we have Yorgos Lanthimos' Killing of a Sacred Deer. This is a wild-ass movie. Really, really interesting film that I had no idea what it was before walking into it. And I'm glad. I do cherish those experiences to where I don't really know what a film is before I watch it. And the plot of this film is so unpredictable and so crazy and so jaw-dropping at moments that I just didn't see it coming. The blending of the bleak comedy and the darkness of the horror of the situation, I think, is really balanced very well with the directing and the writing. Barry Keoghan, I introduced him before this in Dunkirk, but he takes center stage in this film, and he is terrifying in the main role of the villain. Just absolute great performances from Nicole Kidman and Colin Farrell. Again, it's a bold movie and one that I highly recommend if you can stomach it. Then we got The King of Comedy, one of the films that really inspired Joker. I watched it after Joker because this was one that everyone was talking about to watch if you had seen Joker, because this took massive inspiration from that film, or that Todd Phillips and Scott Silver took from this film to make into Joker. Sorry, I can't speak today. But watching this film after Joker, you can see a lot of similarities between Joker and Rupert Pumpkin. Amazing performance from Robert De Niro in the lead role. Jerry Lewis is great. Martin Scorsese's direction is fantastic. Very simple story about an outcast trying to fit in, and when he doesn't, things go horribly wrong. Really well done from the amazing acting, writing, directing. It's a masterpiece and well-regarded film for a reason. Then we have The King of Staten Island, Judd Apatow's most recent comedy starring Pete Davidson, basically playing himself. Funny comedy, definitely a step in the right direction from Judd Apatow's filmmaking career. I think it was a really good movie. Still a little too long for my opinion. The film does drop a lot of characters off after like the first half, and they don't really come back, which to me kind of wastes time. And I don't know why you add those characters in the film. I really like Marissa Tomei as Pete Davidson's mom. I enjoy the storyline that we get with Pete Davidson. Bill Burr's also awesome in the film as Marissa Tomei's boyfriend, and them growing up on, I think, is really good. It's really funny when it needs to be. Not every joke hits, but I think for the most part, it's a very low-key film, and for that type of humor, I think it's really funny. So yeah, I do recommend this one. Then we have Kingpin. Bought this as a blind buy at Big Lots for about like $3 to $5, and it's a good comedy. Again, this is by the Farrelly brothers, and they're kind of hit or miss for me. This is a decent comedy. I do like the film. I love Bill Murray in the villain role in this. Randy Quaid, Woody Harrelson, they're really funny in the movie. The ending for me could have been better, in my opinion, personally. A little too dry for my liking, but still a fun journey going on with these characters, and still a fun movie. Plus, bowling's awesome, and I really enjoy seeing that on screen. Then we have Kingsman: The Secret Service. Then we have The King's Speech. Awesome movie. One that I didn't really expect a whole lot watching it. I think I watched this for school, I believe, and I didn't really expect a whole lot from it. But this is a really good biopic, basically about what was it, King Edward VIII, and him having to learn his fix his dialect. Not the most interesting setup, but the acting is amazing. The whole sequences between Jeffrey Rush and Colin Firth and their sessions are just really entertaining to watch. Great production value, great directing, great writing, just an awesome movie. Tom Hooper did such a great job directing this, and I just really enjoy it. And then we got Knives Out, Brian Johnson's murder mystery, his version of Agatha Christie. Oh my god, I can't speak. But yeah, his version of Agatha Christie novel is awesome. His murder mystery take is just amazing. Great cast as always. So many awesome things. Love Daniel Craig's what's the character's name? Benoit Blanc, Detective Blanc. We'll just call him like that. He's awesome in the main detective role. Love that Keith Stanfield as his right-hand man. Love that Ana de Armas. Chris Evans is great in the villainous role. Christopher Lee, Jamie Lee Curtis, they're just all awesome in this film. It takes so many wild twists and turns that you don't see coming. So unpredictable, so snappy with the dialogue. So it's just so entertaining and so much fun going on this journey with these characters. One of the few films I've seen twice in theaters, and I cannot wait to see Glass Onion when it comes out at the end of the year. And I hope it does get released in theaters because this is awesome. Then we have Knocked Up, another staple of the early mid-2000s, Judd Apatow's take on Seth Rogen knocking up Katherine Heigl and him having to deal with that. Not as good as 40-Year-Old Virgin for me. I think it's a little overrated personally, but still a pretty funny comedy. I love Seth Rogen, just him being derpy. I love Paul Rudd and Leslie Mann in this. I don't know why they got their own spinoff though, but still they're really funny in the film. Some good comedy. It's just doesn't hit that much for me personally. It's not the funniest film in the world, but still one that I do quite enjoy. Then we got Kubo and the Two Strings, the first Leica film that I watched back when it came out in theaters, and it's an awesome movie. Great animation as always, great storyline, these great characters, great voice acting for everyone. Charlize Theron, Matthew McConaughey, they're all awesome in their roles. Just an amazing, immensely entertaining film. It just shows the immense passion in Leica. I think they are the new Pixar. They just don't get enough work. But yeah, this is an awesome film. Then we have the Kung Fu Panda trilogy, 1, 2, and 3. They're all awesome movies. I do think the first film is the best of the three, but one of DreamWorks' tentpole franchises for a reason. A series that should have worked as well as it did, but it's just, they're all awesome movies, and I cannot wait for the fourth film coming out in 2024. Hopefully it lives up to the quality of these three films. Just really investing in the world of all of these characters. The Furious 5 are awesome. Takes a tried and true formula and is able to really outdo it with some amazing action, some amazing animation that's really fast-paced and very frenetic. Really amazing production design and amazing visuals. I mean, the whole death of Oogway in the first one will always be one of my favorite scenes in any animated film. Just, they're all entertaining, really funny, really heartfelt, and just a great storyline throughout all three of these movies. Ooh, another sticky Blu-ray. Jeez. Then we have La La Land, getting into the L's right here. Awesome movie. I mean, again, musical is not my thing, but this film is an exception to that rule. Just amazing production design, amazing direction from Damien Chazelle, amazing music numbers and choreography, an amazing storyline that's able to blend the fantasticalness and the realness of the real world together seamlessly, in my opinion. Just a film that really does fire on all cylinders and one that I think is amazing. And it did win Best Picture for 5 seconds, I'll say that. Then we have Lady Bird, one that I need to watch more often. I've seen this once back when it came out when I was in high school, and I love this movie. Greta Gerwig, mainly her splash into filmmaking. I know she did films before this, but this is the film that really blew her up in the mainstream. Same thing with Saoirse Ronan in the lead role. She's awesome. Great soundtrack. This is the film that got me introduced to Dave Matthews, which I wholeheartedly appreciate. Great grounded storyline of, growing out of high school and getting into your senior year and trying to figure out what you want to do with your life, which I really relate to. And I think this film really just captured that adolescence and leaving the adolescence behind, really emotional in the same way that Booksmart did, but in a better way in my opinion. So yeah, awesome movie and one that I really do quite recommend. Then we have double feature of Last Action Hero and Cliffhanger, two awesome early 90s action films by two of the best action stars out there. They're really both great. Last Action Hero, I think, is the better of the two, although these are kind of like apples and oranges in comparison. Or, yeah, they're not exactly comparable in that way. But, John McTiernan returning to the action genre after Die Hard. Awesome director. Basically, great meta commentary on the action genre and how Schwarzenegger's stake in the action genre was at the time. I think it's a lot of creativity, a lot of fun. Is able to be really meta before meta was a popular thing with Scream. And then you get Cliffhanger, very simple storyline, but handled very well, very intense, real life stunts going on. You get John Lithgow in an awesome role. He's such a versatile actor, which I just really appreciate. He's either the nicest guy in the world, or he's the most villainous guy, like a Dexter or a Footloose. He's an awesome villain in this movie, and yeah, these are both really good movies. Then we have The Last Duel, another casualty of the last year's box office. Sadly, did not do that well, and it's a shame because this movie's awesome. I watched it on the last day it was in theaters before it got taken out of theaters. Great period piece movie in the medieval times. Great storyline that is able to really build out this world, telling 3 different perspectives over the course of this 2.5-hour runtime. Great cast. I mean, you get Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Jodie Comer, Adam Driver. They're all awesome in this film, and all their conflicting sides of their story I think is really compelling. Great brawling sequences between the jousting and everything like that is awesome. Really just grimy and gritty and awesome in all the best ways. Really calling back to films like Gladiator and a lot of that. And yeah, one that I highly recommend if you haven't seen it yet. Great direction from Ridley Scott as well. Another casualty of last year's box office was Last Night in Soho, my most anticipated film of last year. And besides Suicide Squad and Spider-Man, this was my third favorite film of the year and my favorite original movie that came out last year. Did not disappoint. Awesome directing from Edgar Wright. I love the horror take that he did. Taking this movie, really being different from everything else he did in his career prior. Amazing cast from everyone. Matt Smith, you get Thomasin McKenzie and Anya Taylor-Joy. They're all awesome in this movie. The visualization of Thomasin McKenzie entering this new stage of her life, going off to this art school, and her slowly descending into madness in this world that she escapes to in her dreams, becoming a nightmare. Just amazing production design, amazing soundtrack with like the Kings and all of these 60s songs that really do stick with you, in my opinion. Just a great horror film and one that I highly recommend. Then we have The Last Samurai, awesome film. Tom Cruise, one of his best performances. Again, samurai movies are kind of hit or miss for me, but I do love this one. Just epic storyline about this American soldier taking up this, this new culture and him being able to stand up to his oppressors. And it's just a damn good movie, one that I highly recommend. Then we have Lawless, another awesome biopic. Or not a biopic, but a period piece film. Or it is a biopic. It's based on a true story. Haven't seen it in quite a few years, but I do remember really enjoying it. Tom Hardy's awesome. Shia LaBeouf, when he's great, he is awesome in this movie. Jessica Chastain, just Gary Oldman, Guy Pearce, they're all awesome in this movie. Great production value. I love the scene towards the end whenever I get Tom Hardy in that little, in the bird sequence. He's awesome in the role. And yeah, it's just a badass movie. One that I highly recommend. Then we have Layer Cake, the movie that got Daniel Craig the role of James Bond, and the first film of, Matthew Vaughn. Awesome directorial debut, awesome little heist movie in the vein of Guy Ritchie. I mean, it's produced by the people that did Snatch and Lock, Stock, so you can definitely feel that vibe throughout this movie. Really good direction, really fun action sequences. It's just a blast of a movie, the one that I highly recommend. Then we get the Lego Movie, and we have the Lego Batman movie, the two films of the deceased Lego Cinematic Universe, and that's a shame because both these films are awesome. I mean, Lego Movie was one that no one expected to be good and ended up being an awesome movie. And Lego Batman, well, I don't think it reaches the heights of the Lego Movie. It's still incredibly entertaining, and one that I still thinks is able to be incredibly creative. The animation's stellar. As someone who does love Legos, the whole animation style of both these films are awesome. And one that I'm just kind of excited to get more movies out of them. I mean, I think Lego Ninjago and Lego Movie 2 were decent enough movies, but it kind of sucks that this universe got canceled and we didn't get any further sequels, because this could have been a fantastic cinematic universe. But as a whole, I love both these films, and they always stick in my memory as two of the best animated films as of the 21st century. Then we have the Lethal Weapon 4 film collection, consisting of Lethal Weapons 1 through 4. Decent franchise. I really do love the first Lethal Weapon. It's by far the best of the 4 movies, and I feel like as the films progress, they get the quality kind of decreases. I like Lethal Weapon 2. It's a funny film. I do like the introduction of Joe Pesci. And then Lethal Weapon 3 and 4 are not the best for me, but it was kind of cheaper to get all 4 of these rather than just getting the first one. But still, Richard Donner, he's a great director. Especially in the first film, I love the darkness of it, especially with Mel Gibson's character and how he does evolve over the course of these 4 films. I do quite enjoy. Same thing with Danny Glover, and their chemistry really does make these films work, even on the darkest day. Really fun action sequences, a lot of fun. Even like the whole sequence of like Lethal Weapon 2, where like Danny Glover's on the toilet and they have to like get the bomb out from it, is still one of my favorite sequences of any of these 4 films. So yeah, it's a fun ride for these 4 films, and we're supposed to get a 5th one. I don't know how I feel about that, but if it does match the quality of the first 2, I will be down for it. And then we have Little Women, another awesome film from Greta Gerwig. Bought this during quarantine because I heard a lot of great things about it back when it came out, but I was just too busy to watch it. And watching this, it's awesome. Again, not really my type of film, but one that, because of the direction, because of the writing, because of the performances, really does bring everything together in a nice piece. Just amazing cast overall, really great production design, really great characters that really invest me in a way that I didn't expect, and one that I just really recommend. It's a really entertaining movie, and a really good feel-good movie too as well. Sorry, it's a really good feel-good movie, or really good. I'm gonna stop speaking for now. Then we got Liar Liar, one of Jim Carrey's best movies. Such a funny concept about this lawyer having to not lie because of his son's wish. Just really funny concept, and Jim Carrey just brings his A game in this movie. Probably his best performance in my opinion, because of how just out of whack he has to be throughout the entire runtime. This pen is red. Like the whole scene alone makes him just so funny in this film. Just so off the wall, so funny, just absolutely balls to the wall crazy. But I just really find it funny. Then we have Life, the movie that everyone thought was a prequel to Venom before it came out. And it ended up not being a prequel to Venom, and everyone forgot about it. I think it's quite underrated. I remember seeing this in theaters thinking it was a prequel to Venom, but still walking out thinking it was a pretty decent thriller. It's other reminiscent of Alien. I mean, that's all sci-fi horror thrillers are going to be compared to. But anyways, it's still a fun movie. Really great cast. Takes some really good surprises that I didn't see coming. Great lead performances in Rebecca Ferguson and Jake Gyllenhaal. And does some really things that I didn't see coming. Great production design, great visual effects. It's a good, decent sci-fi thriller, one that I do quite enjoy. Then we have Life of Pi. Again, another awesome film from Ang Lee. Great visual effects. Sad that the production company that made this film went bankrupt, or the visual effects company went bankrupt 6 days after this won the Oscar for best visual effects. Just shows you how underpaid the VFX industry is. But out that tangent, amazing simple story about this man and this tiger being stuck in his raft and him having to learn to coexist is a great storyline, and one that I think needs to be shown more, in my opinion, in cinema. Great visual effects, great directing, great cinematography, and everything like that. I just love simple stories like this, and ones that really do feel timeless in that aspect. Then we have The Lighthouse, wild ass movie. I will never forget seeing this in theaters around the Halloween of 2019, and this is one of the few theater experiences that genuinely felt like I was in a different dimension. I mean, with how crazy and bonkers this movie is, and for the most part being set in black and white, I remember just sitting in a dark room with 30 other people when this came out opening weekend, and just being sucked into the experience so much that I generally didn't feel like I was watching a movie. I felt like I was with the characters in this lighthouse. And I'll never forget that experience. And that's one of the main reasons why I do cherish the theatrical experience, because I would not have gotten the same experience had I watched this at home. But beyond that, amazing direction of Robert Eggers, great lead performances from Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, and them slowly descending into madness in isolation is just crazy. Some weird visual effects that I didn't really need to see, like a mermaid and her private parts. But other than that, still an awesome movie, still a great psychological thriller, and one that if it's down your alley, I highly recommend. And then we have Lilo and Stitch. This is a 2-film collection. I only got it for the first film because I love the first film. It's one of my favorite Disney movies out there. Great. I just love Hawaii, and I love the beach setting in any film, and so that automatically makes it in my favor. But beyond that, I love the score, I love the characters, I love the banter between Lilo and Stitch, and Stitch becoming a member of this family. Ohana means family. Just the whole thing, I just love. I just love their banter and chemistry, and just all of that just makes it feel peak Disney and stuff that I really love in these types of films. So yeah, I really recommend Lilo and Stitch. Then we have Limitless, a really fun concept with Bradley Cooper. Essentially, him and his cousin go to a drug deal. His cousin gets killed during a drug raid. Bradley Cooper, who's this down-and-out schlub, this writer that has major procrastination issues, takes this pill that basically makes him insanely productive and insanely smart, and him being able to outwit and being able to restructure his life into the best way possible. it very much tears into the fantasy territory, but one that I quite enjoy. I love the score in this as well. It's a film that just makes you motivated. It makes you want to do something better with your life, and one that I just really enjoy. Simple concept, one that I really, really enjoy, and I highly recommend it. Then we have The Lincoln Lawyer, awesome film from who's the director? Brad Furman. Lead performance Matthew McConaughey. He's awesome in this film. Again, part of the McConaughey early on. He's awesome in this movie. Again, I just love lawyer procedure type films and shows like Better Call Saul, for example. That's the prime example that I can think of, where you just get like sleazy people being able to outsmart the justice system in the best ways possible. And I've not seen this Netflix series based on this, but I wish we got more sequels starring Matthew McConaughey because this could has so much potential. But as for a standalone film, I still quite enjoy it. I still think it's a really fun ride. And then we have the original Lion King. It's a masterpiece. What can I say? The only version of Lion King that should have existed, in my opinion, the only one I acknowledge personally, it's a masterpiece. It's one of the best Disney films ever made, one of the best films ever made, one of the best animated films ever made. Just amazing in every single aspect. I can't say anything wrong about this film. I mean, amazing villains, amazing score, amazing visuals, amazing thematic messages, amazing storyline, amazing characters from every single aspect, from Pumbaa, Timon, Scar, Mufasa, Simba, everybody in this movie, Nala. They're just all amazing in this film, and I love this movie. I love this movie, and it can never be topped. Never be topped. And yeah, you gotta watch this if you haven't seen it yet. Alright, so now we're back to another stack. So starting off, we have Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, Guy Ritchie's directorial efforts, his debut into cinema, and a damn good start to his career. Awesome movie, so funny. The entire cast of this film is just awesome. I love everyone in the cast, especially Vinnie Jones. He's just epic. He's like the mainstay of the franchise, or not main franchise, but he's the mainstay of this movie. He's hilarious. Really good. Small heist movie with a lot of snappy dialogue, a lot of snappy editing and direction and soundtrack added into it. The whole Guy Ritchie flavor was kind of cemented with this film and carried on to so many of his other films in his career. And it's just such an entertaining film that you can't help but just laugh and smirk while watching this. And then we have Logan. Then we have Logan Lucky, which came out the same year. Again, Steven Soderbergh, like with Lock, Stock, a very kooky heist movie. A lot of fun characters amongst his cast. Just really, really entertaining. A lot of good cinematography, snappy dialogue, funny, funny banter amongst the entire cast. Great directing, really snappy writing, really good soundtrack, and yeah, it's just a great movie. I highly recommend it. Then we have Loki Season 1. Then we have Lone Survivor, the start of the Peter Berg, Mark Wahlberg true story trilogy, and this is a brutal-ass movie. Simple story about these 4 soldiers that try to infiltrate in, what country is it? Yeah, so Navy SEALs in Afghanistan, and essentially you have Mark Wahlberg who becomes the lone survivor. His entire team gets killed off, and he basically has to survive in Afghanistan in this trenches, in this forest that's vast and it's open and it's wide, but it's so isolating at the same time because you don't know what's around the corner. You don't know if your enemies can take you out in a second, and it's just really intense. Great directing, great acting from the entire cast. Just really, really intense, and one that you gotta watch at least once. Then we have Long Shot, a movie that I just really enjoyed. Saw it in theaters back in 2019. Such a funny movie. I really enjoyed the whole chemistry. You basically have Seth Rogen and Charlize Theron, who was his babysitter growing up, that's now trying to get into the what she's becoming like the new president or something like that. She's trying to get big into the politics, and Seth Rogen becomes her hype man, her marketing manager, and basically they start to fall in love. And the whole chemistry of both of them, these actors actually make it believable, and it's a really funny pairing of both these actors in a really fun way. Just a really good, just great feel-good film. You got O'Shea Jackson Jr. in here, who's really hilarious in the film as well. It's just a really good feel-good film, and one that I highly recommend. Then we have Looper, an awesome sci-fi time travel concept from Rian Johnson. Great cast. You got Joseph Gordon-Levitt with great prosthetics to make him look like Bruce Willis, who's probably one of the last big films that he did before he really cemented himself in this direct-to-DVD schlock before he retired, sadly. Emily Blunt, she's awesome in the movie. Just love the simple concept about you get Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who's this small farm town guy, and Bruce Willis is sent from the future to kill himself. And it's really intense. It takes a really big twist I didn't see coming. Great production value, really good small scale storyline is able to feel big at the same time. Just an awesome concept that I do quite enjoy. Then we have the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the theatrical editions, the Trilogy collection. I've not seen any of the extended cuts, nor do I really have any interest to for the time being. These are great movies. I'm not going to deny that these films are massively creative. Peter Jackson does a master at filmmaking. Great production value, amazing score, amazing production design, amazing acting, great epic action sequences. I mean, the whole fight in the two towers. What was it? The battle of what's it with the giant castle in the trenches? I forgot the name of it, but that one, that whole action sequence towards the end is like one of the most iconic action scenes in any film. Again, just not a big fantasy guy. I mainly own this out of more or less obligation. Like, you gotta own Lord of the Rings. Again, these are great movies. I'm not gonna deny they're masterfully created and put together. They just don't hit me on my wavelength personally. So yeah, that's just my opinion. Then we get The Lost Boys, a movie that does hit me on my wavelength. I absolutely adore this movie. This is a masterpiece. I love The Lost Boys, and it's one of the most rewatchable films of all time. It's my top 10 of all time. It's by far my favorite vampire movie. If you want to call it a horror film, it is my favorite horror film of all time. I adore this movie. It is so fun. Such a great time capsule of the 80s. So many great actors in this movie. You got Kiefer Sutherland as the villain. You get Corey Haim. You get Corey Feldman. You get just so many awesome actors in this movie. Joel Schumacher. A lot of people give him shit for directing Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. He does an amazing job in this movie, and is the single reason why you should trust him as a director or celebrate him as a director more than just being the guy that did Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. I mean, that and Phone Booth and St. Elmo's Fire and Falling Down. Dude was an amazing director. May he rest in peace. Dude, he's so underserved in the modern day, but amazing acting for the entire cast, amazing soundtrack, amazing visual effects, and practical effects as well. I love the setting of Santa Carla, California. So much iconic dialogue, so many iconic sequences, and it's just so much build-up. I love the story of this movie where you get Michael, the older brother of the two, that move into this house with their grandpa and their mom, and they can introduce these vampires, and slowly they invade their life, and the suspense that builds upon throughout the entire runtime that I love. So yeah, this is a great movie, and you gotta watch it at least once, especially since Halloween's coming up. Then we have Mad Max, The Road Warrior, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and of course Mad Max Fury Road. This is an awesome franchise of movies. I've not seen the first 3 Mad Max films since Fury Road came out, so it's been a minute since I've seen those movies. But I do remember really liking Mad Max. I mean, George Miller's an awesome filmmaker. I recently watched 3,000 Years of Longing, I recently rewatched 3,000 Years of Longing in theaters, and that was an awesome movie. Just an amazing, really just diverse filmmaker. The dude made Happy Feet, and he makes movies like Fury Road, which is just so odd, but it's so cool at the same time. But Mad Max, you can really tell this was a cheap on the fly production, but it has this really good charm to it, and Mel Gibson's awesome in the lead role. The Road Warrior, this is really where the franchise found its footing, in my opinion. Awesome action sequences. Really love the villains in this movie. Love the soundtrack, love the car chases. Really was able to upscale what the first film did in a lot better way. It was able to flesh out the world and its apocalypse a lot better. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, definitely the weakest of the 4 in my opinion. But I do love the soundtrack. I do like Tina Turner as an addition. I don't know. It goes a little fantastical for my liking, but I still do quite enjoy it. And then Fury Road is the cream of the crop when it comes to action. I think this is the best action film made in the 21st century. Some of the best action sequences of all time in this film. So glad I got to see it in theaters back when it came out, and I cannot wait for Furiosa coming out with George Miller. I would have wished they made a Mad Max 5 with these 2 characters returning, but given their on-screen what happened behind the scenes, I understand why they're not coming back. Then we have Magic Mike. Don't blame me for this. Don't blame me. It's a lot more than just dudes doing strip stuff. It's for Steven Soderbergh, like most movies, he's able to really balance the characters and make it a lot more emotional, a lot more dramatic. Basically about these guys who's trying to figure out their lives and trying to figure out what they want to do in their careers, because they don't want to do the strip stuff forever. And the way they're able to do that and actually make it really investing really makes this film a lot more emotionally in-depth than I expected. And I'm surprisingly looking forward to the 3rd one coming to HBO Max in sometime next year. Then we have Antoine Fuqua's take on the Magnificent Seven. I have seen the original version, Seven Samurai, and the 50s one with the Steve McQueen in the Rat Pack. But this is my favorite version, just by default because it is the most recent version. And for me, I love Antoine Fuqua as a director. I love the style of action. I love the craziness of this film. I love the ensemble cast. Denzel Washington, Chris Pratt, Vincent D'Onofrio, Ethan Hawke. They're all awesome in this movie. The third act in this film is also really great as well, just how insane it gets. Yeah, I saw this in theaters, and I just have a lot of fun with it. And I rewatched it recently, and I still have a great time with it. Then we have *Malignant*, James Wan's kind of underseen horror film that came out last year, another victim of the HBO Max deal. Great movie. Really had a fun time with it. It is balls to the wall, it is extremely inventive, and does not go by any sort of horror tropes in any way imaginable. It's crazy. It gets a little too goofy at times, but that does kind of work for the tone the film's going for. And I'm not going to say anything else about it. Please watch this movie. Please watch this movie. It's amazing. Then we have Mallrats, Kevin Smith's sophomore effort after Clerks. Really funny movie. Really cool, simple storyline. Bringing back all these characters from Clerks and Jay and Silent Bob and all that. I love the Stan Lee cameo in this. It's probably my favorite scene in any Kevin Smith movie, personally. But love Michael Rooker as the villain. He's great in the movie as well. It's just a really cool early Kevin Smith film, and that charm of his filmography and just this showing that how much everyone's just having fun on set really just transpire into the film's screenplay, into the film's editing and writing, which is just a lot of fun. So yeah, I highly recommend this movie. Then we have Man of Steel. Then we have The Man with No Name Trilogy. A decent set of Western movies. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of older cinema, but I do quite enjoy all three of these films, especially Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That is the masterpiece of these three films. I do genuinely love that third film. One of the few trilogies where the third film is the best of the three, in my opinion. Along like Lord of the Rings, I would say that as well. Like the whole simple storyline of these three different gunmen trying to hunt down this ecstasy of gold, and them not knowing who to trust, and them having to like sway allegiances throughout the entire runtime, I do quite enjoy. And of course the classic score from Ennio Morricone, just timeless movie. And Clint Eastwood is awesome as the Man with No Name. Then we have Mandy, one of the few films along with Color Out of Space I did not watch last year, despite getting it on Blu-ray. Watching it earlier this year, yeah, it's a wild-ass movie. It's crazy. I do like it more than Color Out of Space, personally. I like the vibe of this movie more. I like how unhinged it is. And, yeah, it's relentless. It's a bold movie. Really shows how bold Nicolas Cage is as an actor in one of the many ways he is. Yeah, it's an awesome movie. I can't say much about it beyond that. Then we have the original Maniac, and we have the 2012 version of Maniac. Like what I said about Jungle Book, these are two completely different versions of the same storyline, but they're able to be so unique in their own ways. They're both awesome in their own unique ways. I genuinely love both these movies. With Maniac, I mean, the original version, you got, Frank Zappa as the lead role. He's absolutely relentless in this movie. He is it's ballsy. Tom Savini's effects, especially like when he shoots the guy in the car, is just really wicked. Just really great early 80s, like very much how a lot of serial killers would go on, and like at least stuff like Hannibal Lecter, that will be revolutionized in future decades. This was really ahead of its time, in my opinion. A lot more introspective in the killer genre than being a basic slasher. And then when you get to 2012's Maniac, Elijah Wood is an awesome version of Frank Zappa's character, and it's all shot in first person, which makes it automatically a lot more unique than the original film. Some great kills in this movie. It keeps all the introspective stuff of the original, but is able to do it in such a different, unique way that makes it equally as entertaining, if not better, than the original, in my opinion. So yeah, they're both awesome versions of the storyline, and I both recommend them. So yeah. Then we have Marriage Story. Yeah, this is a movie that is not the most rewatchable, but one that I do quite think is important to watch, especially if you're in a relationship in that type of way. It's able to be really realistic with how divorce is handled in a way where both parties, like in a platonic way where both parties want to separate, but then the lawyers and the court system make things so much worse in the process. And you get amazing acting, you get amazing direction from Noah Baumbach, who's an awesome director. I love it from Meyer stories mostly. But just incredibly emotional movie, and one that I highly recommend. Oh yeah, with that. Then we have The Martian. Awesome film Ridley Scott, probably his most successful film in the most recent memory, in my opinion. Simple storyline about Matt Damon being trapped on Mars and him having to live his life on Mars and having to adapt to this new environment. And the way the film progresses the storyline, I think, is really interesting. Lead performance is awesome as always from Matt Damon. Great direction, great acting, great writing, great cinematography as always, making Mars look absolutely beautiful. Yeah, awesome film that I do quite enjoy. Then we have The Matrix. Like Jurassic Park, it's one of those franchises that could have stopped at this first film and been a lot better, in my opinion. None of the sequels hold any candle to this first film. Way ahead of its time, really revolutionized how action, how sci-fi was handled. Even today, it still takes a lot of aspects from this first Matrix film. The Wachowskis did such a great job directing and writing and building out this world. Keanu Reeves is awesome as Neo. Lawrence Fishburne, they're all awesome. You know, just awesome in every single way. You got Hugo Weaving as Mr. Smith or Agent Smith. He's awesome in the film. Everyone's awesome in this movie. Carrie-Anne Moss, great action, great dialogue, great, introspective thematics about themes about Big Brother and the digital age and all that type of stuff that still holds true to this day. It's just an awesome movie and one that deserved a lot better sequels than it actually did end up getting. Then we have the Maze Runner trilogy, an awesome set of YA movies that I didn't really expect a whole lot from back when I didn't watch these films back when they were released up until Death Cure. Death Cure came out really late after the second film, where the YA movies were essentially dead. I mean, Hunger Games was done, Allegiant or Divergent was dead, it got canceled. The Ender's Game was canceled. A lot of those YA franchises were either dead in the water or had completed their storyline and moved forward. And this was like the last franchise to really wrap up their storyline. And so I watched these films because I was interested in watching them back because I remember when the books were big and when the first film came out, and I just kind of missed out on it. Watching these films in a succession, I really quite enjoyed them, all three of them. Especially the first one, I think is my favorite. It would be a dark storyline, actually able to have stakes that felt really reminiscent of a lot of other movies I've seen before, but still felt unique in certain ways. I love Dylan Minnette in the lead role. Or not Dylan Minnette, Dylan O'Brien in the lead role. Really good storyline, really good characters. Again, I like dystopian type storylines, so this was able to be really interesting to me. And yeah, I really like the direction from Wes Ball, and it's a really good storyline. I quite enjoy all three of these movies. Then we have Mean Girls, a movie that I shouldn't have liked as much as I did, but I think it's a really funny movie. Being able to poke fun at the high school tropes and being able to be revolutionize teen comedy in ways that people didn't really understand at the time. I mean, Tina Fey, she's great in the writing directing chair, along with the she's great in writing the film, along with being one of the supporting characters. Lindsay Lohan's great. What's her name? She's in Doctor Strange. Rachel McAdams, great as the head mean girl. So many iconic lines, so many iconic funny sequences that this film makes pokes fun at in real life. I love Sarah Silverman. She's great in the movie as well. They're really funny. I got a curfew at 9 p.m. driving away and shit like that. The whole thing where you get the weight gain chocolate, that's hilarious. Just everything about this film is really, really funny, and I just really find entertaining. Then we got Megamind. There is no Easter Bunny, there is no Santa Claus, there's no Queen of England. That takes on a whole new meaning now. Rest in peace. This is a really funny movie. Just one of the better DreamWorks films out there. Again, like The Incredibles, it was able to be really submersive for the time being, really able to poke fun at the superhero, supervillain genre. Great cast overall, lovable Ferrell in the lead role. So many funny sequences, so many iconic action sequences. Being able to be really funny, just poke fun at the superhero tropes, and one that I just find really, really funny. One that I should watch earlier in life, personally. Then we have Christopher Nolan's Memento, an awesome movie, awesome film, one of my favorite films of his career. Such a small-scale story brought to life by an amazing performance from Guy Pearce, amazing direction from Christopher Nolan, amazing writing as well from Jonathan Nolan, about the guy that, you got Guy Pearce who basically can't form new memories after 5 minutes, and so this murder mystery about him trying to figure out his wife's killer while also trying to remember, while also trying to figure out while he's forgetting his memory. It's a great storyline, and one that you can't really redo ever again. Christopher Nolan really was able to tap into this storyline and really utilize his potential. Great acting from all around. You get Joel Pantoliano in here, Carrie-Anne Moss, she's great, and is able to be really inventive with the twists as well, and one that I think is a great film. Not super rewatchable, but one that I do find great. Then we have the Men in Black trilogy. Then we had Menace to Society, an awesome movie. Again, probably my favorite gangster 90s, early 90s hood film next to Boys in the Hood. Awesome storyline. It would be really emotional, especially with the ending as well. That just is a heartbreaker. Just great storyline, great characters, great acting. Just really a staple of its time, and one that I still think holds up 30 years later. Then we had Misery. Oh my god, this is an awesome movie. One of the best Stephen King adaptations of all time. Kathy Bates, what a show stealer, and her debut performance in her acting career. Geez, one of the best debuts of any actors I've ever seen. James Caan is great. This simple story about this writer being stuck in this cabin with this sociopathic fan, just is wild as all hell, and just watch it if you haven't seen it yet. Then we got the entire Mission Impossible franchise. So yeah, let me pull all this out. So we have Mission Impossible, Mission Impossible 2, Mission Impossible 3, Mission Impossible 4, Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, and Ghost Protocol. Rogue Nation and Fallout. Yeah. Speaking a little too much, guys. But this franchise is amazing. I love all these movies. Mission Impossible 2 is probably the only weak link in my opinion, but even then I still find it really fun from John Woo's direction. But this is one of the few action franchises that gets better as it progresses. I mean, the action gets better, the stakes get higher, the action gets more realistic and more crazy, and Tom Cruise just pushes the barriers of his mortality more and more. It's just so entertaining to see on screen. The villains get better, the storylines just get more intense and crazy. I mean, I think Fallout is the best one of the franchise so far, and I cannot wait for Dead Reckoning Part 1 and 2. That is going to be on the level of Infinity War Endgame level hype for me. So yeah, this is the cream of the crop when it comes to American action right now, and Tom Cruise, God bless him, he's one of the last few movie stars out there. Say what you will about his personal life, but the dude brings his A game when it comes to action. I mean, see what he did with Top Gun Maverick recently, and that grows over 700 million domestically, 1.4 billion worldwide. His action scenes are paying off because these films are just amazing, and because it is really painstaking hard effort, and you get rewarded for that. Then we had The Mitchells vs. the Machines, an awesome movie. Sad to say it got dumped on Netflix because this film should have been worthy of theater. This film is really the theatrical treatment, personally. Love the whole dynamic that Christopher Lloyd and Ferris Miller, even though they didn't write or direct the film, their influence is certainly present in this movie. Great animation, great storyline about basically the lead character being this film student going off to college, and their family having to take over this robot invasion, and how they really reflect on that really is able to be, at least for me, very introspective on film fans and being able to look at film students and being very unique at the same time. Again, it's able to be very unique from an animation standpoint and its stylistic standpoint. Great humor that's really, really funny, and I just love this movie. It's just so entertaining to watch, and it's just such a feel-good movie. Then we have Moana. Damn good Disney movie, one of the more successful films of their little revival era so far. I love the Hawaiian setting, so I mean that's always in my corner. Love the acting, the voice acting from everybody, especially The Rock. Very fun characters in Moana and Maui. Again, a really feel-good movie that I quite enjoy. Then we get Monster House, one of my childhood favorites. Watched this not too long ago recently, and I still really enjoy it. Yes, it is. I understand why people aren't the biggest fan of the motion capture animation. I still think it looks pretty good. I like the voice acting and the actual physical acting of all the actors in this movie. So many really early names in this movie that were really staples of my childhood, like Mitchell Musso or Kevin James and all that type of stuff. Love the action sequences. Really is genuinely able to be tense and terrifying, and was really intense for me when I watched it when I was super young. Love the score in this movie as well. Love the intensity. It really just feels like a really feel-good Halloween movie, and I still really enjoy it. And then we get Monsters, Inc., my second favorite Pixar film of all time, in my top 20 of all time. I love this movie. I love the creativity of Pete Docter. I love the creativity of the world, the characters, the soundtrack, the animation, the humor, Mike Wazowski, like so many great lines of characters that will just stick with you forever. Love the chemistry between Sully and Mike and Boo. They're all great, and this is one of the few franchises where or one of the few Pixar films I wanted to see for the longest time. And although yes, there is a sequel series on Disney Plus, I hear there's not much to say about it, so I don't know. So much an inventive world that I just love revisiting back to every single year or so. Then we have Moon, awesome film from, what is it, Duncan Jones. Simple story about Sam Rockwell being isolated on the moon and then realizing he probably isn't alone. Good dramatic sci-fi thriller. I love Sam Rockwell and he's awesome in this movie. Love the cinematography, love the production design, love everything about this movie. It's just really, really good, and you gotta watch it if you haven't seen it yet. Then we have Moon Knight Season 1. Then we have Moonlight, the true Best Picture winner of 2016. Great movie. I love the chemistry between just all the different actors in these different time periods playing the same character. Mahershala Ali, this was my big introduction to him as an actor. Love the direction from Barry Jenkins. Love the setting of Florida and just making that place look beautiful. Love the lighting, love the cinematography, love the production design, love the emotional storyline and how this character is aging, or how this character evolves as the decades progress. It's just a great storyline and one that I just love revisiting back to. And then we have Moonrise Kingdom, another awesome film from Wes Anderson, really good summer pick. Great cast as always, you get all the usual suspects from Wes Anderson's cast here. And it's just a really good feel-good summer camp movie. Some great actors in the center of it, great characters in the center of it. Really funny sequences, really emotional sequences. Really gives you the whole batch of what you want from a Wes Anderson movie, and one of my favorites of his career so far. Alright, so now we're back to another stack. Starting off, we have the one and only Morbius. It's certainly the best Morbius movie that's ever been made. I can say that. Then we have the 2021 rendition of Mortal Kombat. Probably my favorite video game movie ever made so far, which is not a high bar. But I have a lot of dumb fun with this movie. I completely understand the criticism towards this movie. If you hate it, I'm not going to argue against you for why this movie is so flawed. The plot doesn't really make much sense. There's not really a tournament that goes on in this movie. But I really appreciate the fact that a lot of the characters from the games have accurate designs. The gore is certainly there. It's just refreshing to see a lot of cool violence and some good choreography in here. It's completely nonsensical at times, but I just have a blast while watching it. So it's extremely entertaining. It's like a Taco Bell movie, as Sean Chandler says, but I have a blast while watching it. Then we have a double pack of Mr. Deeds and Big Daddy, two Adam Sandler's favorite best comedies in my opinion personally, especially Big Daddy. That is one of the jewels in his crown. So many funny moments in that film, but Mr. Deeds also has a lot of funny moments, very much like a rags to riches storyline, this average guy getting a wealthy inheritance and just being an absolute goofball while spending all this money. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy both films a lot, and yeah, I highly recommend both, especially Big Daddy. Then we have Mrs. Doubtfire, one of Robin Williams' best roles, personally. Just absolutely heartwarming, him being an animator who's going through a divorce and him dressing him in drag to try to be with his kids more. Really heartfelt, really funny, just a really feel-good movie in my opinion. Then we have Miss Marvel. I will be reviewing this sometime in the next month or so. Just haven't had the time for it, but yeah. Then we have Mud, one of the McConaissance movies. Awesome film. Love the locations. Love the whole cast of this movie. Ty Sheridan, Sam Shepard, Reese Witherspoon. Just awesome supporting cast. Great directing from, let's see, Jeff Nichols, the guy who's doing the Quiet Place prequel. Great writing, amazing dialogue. Just really good dark tone and pacing, and it's just a really good thriller in my opinion. Then we have the original Mulan, awesome movie. I didn't grow up with this movie. I actually watched it during quarantine when the remake was set to come out. And the remake does not hold a candle to this amazing original movie. Just great rendition of the classic story. Yes, sure, it may not be completely accurate, but not all adaptations need to be that way in my opinion. The addition of Mushu, the whole, was it musical numbers, I'll Make a Man Out of You is one of my favorite Disney songs of all time. Love the production value, love the animation, love the storyline, love the voice acting. It's just a damn good movie, and one that I watched way too late in life. Then we have The Mummy, Brendan Fraser's The Mummy. Didn't watch it until a couple years back. Another one that I watched way too late in life, especially since Brendan Fraser now has kind of gotten resurgence in Hollywood, and has been beloved by many, and for good reason. I've decided to check this one out and had a blast with it. It's one of the few Universal Monster modern renditions into blockbuster territory that actually feels consistent with the source material, that feels at home, being an action thriller but still being a complete blast to watch. So many awesome characters, a great supporting cast, a lot of fun thrills, great production design. Overall, just such a blast to watch, and one that I haven't seen any of the sequels or any of the Scorpion King spinoffs, but one that remains unmatched amongst the Universal Monster modern day movies, besides like Invisible Man and stuff like that. Then we have Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile, Kenneth Branagh's renditions of the classic Agatha Christie storylines, and I enjoy both. I saw both of them in theaters. Kind of sad that we're probably not going to get another one of this, at least of Kenneth Branagh's storyline, as Hercule Poirot. Just a blast. I love murder mysteries, and these two are no exceptions. Great cast for both, really fun mysteries. Even Death on the Nile has more of like a slasher element, which is really surprising to me in my personal opinion. But yeah, great storyline, really fun characters, just a good time for both these films. Then we have My Neighbor Totoro. I bought a handful of Studio Ghibli films earlier this year to watch for the first time because I had never seen a Studio Ghibli movie before this year, and this was one of the first ones I wanted to watch because this was one of the most praised of Miyazaki's lineup, and for good reason. This is a really emotional movie, really heartfelt, beautifully animated. With all Studio Ghibli movies I've seen, just beautifully hand-drawn animation brought to life by amazing voice acting and characters, and just an extremely well-made movie. So it's a really heartfelt film, and one that I highly recommend if you haven't seen it yet. Then we have Napoleon Dynamite, getting into the ends right here. Awesome comedy, another one that I watched way too late in life. One that my mom bought me a few years ago on DVD, and I watched it, and it's just a fun movie. Great characters, great cast. You got Jared Hess, great soundtrack too as well. One of the movies that got me introduced to the White Stripes, which I really like. Just again, classic kooky high school story brought to life by really funny dialogue, really good direction, really good acting. Oh yeah, John Heder plays the main character. I'm sorry, Jared Harris is the director. My bad. I think I did Nacho Libre, which I don't own, but I also really enjoy that movie too. Really funny movie. I highly recommend it. Vote for Pedro. Then we have Neighbors and Neighbors 2. Both really funny movies, especially the first one. Again, I'm a big Seth Rogen fan, and so the pairing him and Zac Efron and also Rose Byrne is really funny. I also like Chloe Grace Moretz in the sequel. Just a lot of good college guy humor mixed with some, shades of female humor to be, appealing to everybody in the adult genre. Just really funny comedies, a lot of stand-up moments. I just have a good time watching these movies. Any Seth Rogen movie just kind of gets me in a good mood, and these two are no exception. Then we have New Jack City, another one of those must-watch movies I got from my manager to watch, and this is an awesome movie. I mean, Wesley Snipes is a really good actor when he's on his A-game, and this is no exception. He is awesome as the main villain in this movie. Even the opening scene just makes him such a threat. Just an awesome cast. Ice-T, Chris Rock, goes through a really tragic character arc in the movie. Mary Van Peebles, Judd Nelson, just awesome stat cast. Great production design, great directing, great writing, just such a really rich storyline and so much darkness, but it's able to be really intense at the same time. So yeah, I highly recommend this one. Then we have The New Mutants. Then we have The Nice Guys, an awesome film from Shane Black. Sadly, this film bombed the box office. I did see this in theaters with my dad opening weekend back when it came out, but sadly did not do a whole lot from other people. This is a great movie. So much fun banter between Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe as the two leads. They are so much fun. Great supporting cast as well. Great production value being set in the 70s, so it's a really fun period piece setting. And we should have gotten more from this universe. It really sucks that no one watched this movie when it came out and supported it. And then you got people being like, why is everything that gets made now is Marvel and shit? And it's like, well, because you don't support movies like these. But yeah, anyways. Done with my tangent. Nightcrawler. Awesome movie. Awesome film. One of my favorites of all time. Jake Gyllenhaal, probably my favorite performance from him, which is saying quite a bit, other than Donnie Darko. Just him being like this, was a narcissistic lead character who will do anything to become famous and to get do anything to become, find his place. And so he'll do anything. And you get Riz Ahmed, who's awesome in the supporting lead, and goes in a very tragic place. Just a great intense storyline that takes some very dark turns and places you don't see coming from a mile away. or whatever. Very unpredictable movie, and I highly recommend it. Then we have The Night House, an awesome movie that came out last year. This is by David Bruckner, the guy that is currently helming the most recent Hellraiser reboot. Sorry, I can't speak today. The guy that is helming the upcoming Hellraiser reboot that's coming on Hulu in about a month or so as of time recording this. So I'm pumped because of how great this movie is. And this came out at the right time when it came out. I remember last summer, this movie was being played in front of every movie that I was seeing whenever I went to because I do work in a movie theater, and so I did see quite a bit of free movies, and in front of every screener, my friend who rented projections would play this movie or would set the trailer for this in any movie. So I would see the trailer for this like 15 times throughout the summer. It was quite a bit. I could damn near recite the trailer, but sadly, I actually didn't play in my theater. I had to go watch it at a separate theater. But this movie has to deal with grieving, and at the time, a close family member of mine passed away. And it deals with grieving and moving on from your trauma, and this helped me heal quite a bit when this movie came out, and still is one of my favorite horror films that came out last year. I love Rebecca Hall in the lead role, love the scares, love the twists and turns it takes, and the wild-ass narrative that the film unravels, and it's just a great movie, and one that not a whole lot of people saw last year, and if you have not seen it, it's a great movie, and I highly recommend it. Another movie that no one really saw last year was Nightmare Alley, another awesome Guillermo del Toro movie. Amazing cast. I mean, you got Bradley Cooper in the lead role, Rooney Mara, Toni Collette, Cate Blanchett. You got Ron Perlman as always. Just so many awesome cast members in this movie that nobody saw. I mean, it came out the same weekend as Spider-Man, so of course it got trumped. And Disney just doesn't care about Fox movies anymore, so they just throw whatever they can onto the sides. But it's an awesome movie. I did see it in theaters when it came out, and it's just another awesome movie that I wish more people celebrated because it's an awesome dark storyline, and I don't know, it's just a great movie. If you're a big fan of Del Toro, I highly recommend it. And then another awesome movie from last year is Nobody. I remember being really hyped for this because I do love Bob Odenkirk, not only from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, but he's also really funny outside at that universe. And his take on John Wick is a lot of fun. Personally, to me, I don't think there are as many action sequences as I wanted it to be. Really, the standout sequence of the film is the first act on that bus that you see in the trailers. Everything else after that feels a little too choppy and a little too like stunt double-ish. But again, for Bob Odenkirk's age, I don't really blame him. Still, a fun storyline, very simple storyline about him being in retirement, being this like agent that has to bring his skills out for one last time to save his family. A good classic action thriller that I just have a blast with. Then we had No Country for Old Men. It's the Coen brothers, probably my favorite film from them. Just such an epic storyline, great cast, intense sequences. Javier Bardem is absolutely bone-chilling in this movie, especially the opening sequence with him. And it could have been better. A couple spots where I feel like this movie does kind of miss some opportunities, but still a great movie and one that I understand why it's so celebrated. Then we have The Northman that came out this year. Robert Eggers' most recent hit, and I just had a blast with this movie. It is epic, amazing production value, beautifully shot, beautifully edited, beautifully acted from the entire cast, some great visuals, some brutal action. Once again, a very simple storyline about, you got Alexander Skarsgård in the main lead, whose father's Ethan Hawke. He gets killed. He's the king of his kingdom. Gets betrayed. Alexander Skarsgård runs away and then comes back as an adult and wants to take over the throne that his uncle betrayed. His betrayed uncle took over the throne that killed his father, and he basically wants to come back and just rain hell on his uncle and his entire empire and his family. And it goes some dark, relentless places, and it's brutal, it's relentless, it's unforgiving, but damn, is it entertaining. And yeah, it's a beautiful movie. I really enjoyed it. Then we had Now You See Me and Now You See Me 2. I really enjoy these movies. Again, I'm a big fan of heist movies, and the whole use of magic in this movie and illusions I really enjoy. I had a lot of fun, especially with that wide array of cast. It very much reminds me of Ocean's 11 in that aspect. Just to get a bunch of great actors and just get to do a bunch of crazy things in this movie. Even like the whole sequence in the second film, whenever they're getting body searched and like they're flipping that little card between each other, it's like the tip of the iceberg when it comes to that type of stuff that I think is really well shot, really well edited, and just a lot of fun. If they ever do make a third one, I'd be down for it. speaking of Ocean's 11, here we go. Here's the entire trilogy right here. I'm a big fan of Ocean's 11, the Steven Soderbergh remake. Really had a lot of fun. Great cast, great production design, a lot of fun soundtracks as well. Directing, writing, cinematography, everything's just top notch in Ocean's 11. Not a big fan of Ocean's 12, to be honest with you. A lot of people aren't. Really, apart from the laser dance sequence and that really awesome song, there's not really a whole lot that really stands out for me about Ocean's 12. It's really just dealing with the fallout of Ocean's 11, and for them, it just feels a little too dry for my taste, and the fact that the heist doesn't really go that well, it just feels like a sappy movie to me. But then it does pick up with Ocean's 13, and it's still a lot of fun. Picks up a lot of the fun elements that was lost in Ocean's 12 that they regain in this movie. Still retains a great cast, retains a great soundtrack and production design, and the fun heist setting, bringing in Al Pacino and having, Andy Garcia being on their side now. It's still a lot of fun. So I enjoy the Ocean's 11 movies as a whole. And I did actually like Ocean's 8. And I don't know, if they ever do like a reunion movie in the future, I'd be down for that. Then we get Office Space. Awesome comedy from Mike Judge. Some of the funniest sequences in any movie you got, of course, iconic scene with the stapler. I want my stapler. The whole scene where they, all of them go out and destroy the goddamn copy machine in the field. That's great. Just great acting overall. You got like Ron Livingston in the lead role, who's awesome. Again, brings a lot of that just social elements in this movie and brings a lot of down-to-earth comedy and makes it hilarious in my opinion. So I had a blast with this movie and it's just really funny. Then we have the Olympus Has Fallen Mike Banning trilogy. So we have Olympus Has Fallen, we have London Has Fallen, and we have Angel Has Fallen. I definitely enjoy Olympus Has Fallen the most out of the three because it is, it's mainly a Die Hard knockoff, but since Die Hard is my favorite movie of all time, I really don't mind when films are like that. And also, it's by Antoine Fuqua, and he's another awesome director that I've talked about ad nauseum in this video. Just awesome director, and it's just a really fun movie being set in the White House, and Gerard Butler being introducing us to the character of Mike Banning. He's a lot of fun in the movie, and Morgan Freeman is awesome as the president. Or no, Aaron Eckhart's the president in the first two films. He doesn't become the president until the third one. And then we get to London Has Fallen. Still has a lot of the fun elements of Olympus Has Fallen, but I think it loses some of the intensity of Olympus just because it's not set in the White House. It's not set in a contained setting anymore. It's in the open landscape of London. And to me, although it brings different elements sometimes, it does kind of lose that intensity that the first film had. And then we get into Angel Has Fallen, which is still a fun movie, but definitely the weakest of the three. Not really focused on Mike Banning, him trying to protect somebody. He's on the run, very much like Taken 3 was, or other films of that style. And then you don't really have Aaron Eckhart anymore. You just have Morgan Freeman, who's still a good supporting role, but I don't know. It's just not as fun and does stretch the lengths of plausibility at times, but still a good trilogy nonetheless. Then we have Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Quentin Tarantino's most recent venture in the film industry. A lot of fun, great time. Seeing this in theaters opening weekend was a lot of fun, especially the third act at Cliff Booth's house. Wow, what a brutal sequence, and really funny as well. But as a whole, definitely a fun movie, great cast as always, great production design being set in the 60s, fun spin on the classic Hollywood tale, and all that type of stuff. You get a great supporting cast in here. It's just a little too much for me at times. I mean, there's a lot of cast members. You get Margot Robbie as Sharon Tate here that I don't really think is utilized a whole lot other than just showing her dancing and stuff like that. But still, great soundtrack, great directing, great dialogue scenes when they're there. But yeah, definitely one of my more celebrated Tarantino movies. I do quite enjoy this one. And I cannot wait to see what his final film is. If that will be his final film, we'll see what happens. Then we have Only the Brave, a really underrated movie that came out back in 2017, and one that I wish more people talked about. This is directed by Joseph Kosinski, the guy that just gave us Top Gun Maverick. He also did Tron Legacy and Oblivion. Dude's a damn good director, and this film is no exception to that rule. I mean, it's just a really good, inspiring story about the firefighters during the California wildfire seasons a few years back. Well, I mean, still going on, but during one of the California wildfires, really entrenching in the firefighters to sacrifice their lives to, protect us, or, protect the people in California. I don't live on the West Coast, but, the story of just true heroes doing their job is really inspiring. You get amazing performances in the leads. You got Josh Brolin, Miles Teller, Jeff Bridges, Jennifer Connelly, Taylor Kitsch. Awesome cast as a whole. Really well directed, really well written, a lot of great characters, and just a damn good movie that I wish more people saw and talked about. Then we have Onward, the last big movie that came out, I would say, before the pandemic broke out. I did see this right before everything was locked down, and it was kind of like a surreal experience because I don't know. It just reminds me of going back to the era of like right before everything just my life changed forever. But beyond all the meta stuff, the film as is a damn good movie. I think it's quite underrated in Pixar's filmography, and it kind of sucks that it got undermined by the pandemic and the fact they got a theatrical release, because it is a good storyline. It is a good, you get good voice actors and Tom Holland and Chris Pratt in the leads. A fun storyline. Again, I'm not a big fantasy guy about orcs and elves and all that stuff, but this film does ground it enough to where I am entertained, and it's a very satisfying ending in my opinion, very emotional and standard for Pixar. So even though a lot of people don't either haven't seen it or don't really care about it, I would recommend it. Then we have The Outsiders, damn good movie, a classic of the 80s. So many awesome actors in here. Run, Pony Boy, run! Just so many actors before they really got to blow up. You got Tom Cruise, Emilio Estevez, Patrick Swayze, Matt Dillon, Ralph Macchio. Just amazing cast here. I did read the book back in middle school, and a lot of the scenes translated in this film do feel accurate to the novel, but also do take their own unique spin on the characters themselves. Good classic teen storyline, and I think it's a damn good movie. Okay. Barnes & Noble be putting stickers on everything. Then we have Overlord, the film that was meant to be Cloverfield 4, but that ended up just being its own standalone movie. Damn good movie. I saw it in theaters back when it came out. Once again, like I talked about with Dr. Sleep, why do you release horror movies in like the middle of November? Like, you're just asking to bomb at the box office, and it did, sadly. You get a great cast here. This is my introduction to Wyatt Russell. Before I saw him on Black Mirror, and then he ended up becoming U.S. agent and all that stuff. But he's great in one of the lead roles. Just a great cast overall. Julius Avery does a good job at directing the film. Great soundtrack too. Great gore. Just a simple, cool period piece story about the World War II. It's set in World War II, and there's a zombie outbreak happens, and shit happens. It's a very simple story, but it's a lot of fun and very visceral. And if you're into that type of stuff, I highly recommend it. Then we get to Pacific Rim, another awesome film from Guillermo del Toro. I'm not the biggest fan of kaiju movies, but I do like this one just from the way that del Toro shoots the movie. Again, he's always had a very big imagination, and this film is no exception to that rule. Just really great visual effects that manage to blend practical and visual quite well. Great cinematography, just all really well made and really well put together. I did wish I did see this in theaters, but I was just too young to watch it, or I just don't even remember this coming out. I did see the sequel in theaters though, and that wasn't that good. But as for this standalone first film, I quite enjoyed it. Then we get to Paddington and Paddington 2. What a heartfelt duology of movies. These are the cream of the crop when it comes to animated films or kids films in general nowadays. These are just two so amazingly heartfelt movies. These are just so heartwarming. I love the character of Paddington. He's just so sweet and embracing, and just he's everything that I wish I was. He's such a better example for what we can be. I love the look. I love the direction from Paul King. It kind of sucks that he's not coming back for the third one. He is still writing it though. But he was a great job in the director's chair as well as the writer's chair. The animation for Paddington is really well done. It just blended with the human elements very well. A great supporting cast as well. Really love Hugh Grant in the second film especially. Just such a heartfelt duology, and I cannot wait to see Paddington Peru coming out next year or whenever it does come out. Then we got another awesome Del Toro movie in Pan's Labyrinth. Just awesome production value, amazing period piece setting, just great creature design, great cast as always. You get your usuals like Doug Jones in here. Just the creatures designs in here are some of the best I've seen in the 21st century personally. Amazing imagination from Del Toro, and so many great other performances in here. Just overall great cinematography, really well put together, great production design and practical makeup effects. Just awesome film. Then we have the Paranormal Activity franchise, most of it at least. So getting into all of them individually, the first film definitely kind of reintroduced everyone to found footage after Blair Witch really blew up a decade prior, and then it kind of subsided for a few years, but this movie was the real big one that blew up in the American spectrum. And it's a decent first film. I do quite enjoy it. I understand why people find it tedious or, very uneventful. But I like the simplicity of it, and also the fact that it was made on such a small budget. It is kind of inspiring in that way, and the fact that Jason Blum was able to produce this and get it out in the theaters. I understand why this was a phenomenon when it came out. Part two, this is probably my favorite of the franchise. I really like the way they upped the ante, the way they tied into the first film with it being like this sub-family of Katie, like it's Katie's sister, I believe, and her family being haunted. It's kind of like a prequel to the first one. Some of the best scares of the entire franchise, in my opinion, and I think it's really inventive the way that they handle the scares, and I do like the way the story evolves in that one. And then we get to the third one being a 80s period piece. Very interesting storyline of kind of explaining the lore about why Katie and her family are cursed by these demons, and the way the story unfolds I think is quite creative. Like the whole thing where like they're playing Bloody Mary and all that stuff still sticks with me personally, so I do quite enjoy this one as a follow-up. And then we get to Paranormal Activity 4, which isn't the best of the franchise by any means, but I do have a lot of nostalgia for this one because this was the first horror film I did ever get to watch. As back in like 5th grade, I was allowed to watch this film, and it still sticks with me. There's still some scares, but although I understand why they don't really scare a whole lot of people, they still really stick with me, especially being a younger kid. Like whenever like the boyfriend's neck gets snapped by Katie, or the whole third act that happens, like the mom gets dropped from the ceiling. There's some stuff in this movie that still sticks with me just because it was like my first taste of true beginning to see a real horror movie, but not masterclass by any means looking back on it like a decade later. And then we get to the marked ones. This is a terrible movie, but I absolutely love it for how terrible it is. It is a so bad it's good movie. I mean, like there are literally so many absurd elements that they bring into this movie. Like, I do like the fact they do bring in a culture to this film, explain the or like bringing the Hispanic heritage, and which is very religious in nature, and bringing that culture into the Paranormal Activity universe makes it more interesting personally. But you get so many random, like you get like gang members in the third act shooting ghosts and shit, like, and possess people like they're zombies, and they just get taken out by that. They literally bring in time travel in the last 5 minutes. It is absolutely bizarre how crazy this movie gets, but I just can't help but have a good time while watching it personally. And then we get to Parasites. Awesome film of Bong Joon-ho. Just an absolute masterclass of cinema. No question why this won Best Picture, both in international and just in general at the Oscars the year it came out, because this was just like an absolute show stealer when it dropped. Great twists, great characters, brutal as all hell storyline that is able to really weave in a lot of social messages, which was very interesting in my opinion. It's a great movie, another reason why you should watch foreign films if you haven't given them the chance yet. Then we get to The Patriots, damn good movie from Roland Emmerich, probably his most epic movie to date in my opinion. Really loved the whole main performance of Mel Gibson. It definitely has shades of Braveheart in here, but still just as epic in my opinion. Great grand scale, great action sequences, really being able to be an epic period piece and hold it very well, and it's really much a timeless story in my opinion, so I really enjoy this one. And then we get to Patriots Day, another great American tale, the last installment of Peter Berg and the Mark Wahlberg True Story trilogy. Great movie. I saw this in theaters back when it came out in 2017, and I still really enjoy this one. Great production design, really good acting across the entire board, especially from Mark Wahlberg. The whole manhunt for the Boston Marathon bombers was really interesting in my opinion, and just really showed the bonding of all these citizens wanting to reel in the tragedy of what happened and wanting to get vengeance and wanting to mourn those that were lost, and just the whole thing. This and Stronger also are just great examples of like how horrific the Boston Marathon bombings were. So I highly recommend this one. It's a great biopic, and one that I think really should be seen by more people, because it didn't really get a whole lot of Oscar attention or any award season attention when it came out, but it should have been, because it's a great movie. Alright, so another stack on the way. So starting off with, we have the two masterpieces known as Paul Blart Mall Cop and Paul Blart Mall Cop 2. Mastered in 4K. I'm not going to argue for people that don't like these movies. I grew up with these movies, and I genuinely just have a blast with them. They are not great films by any means, but the character of Paul Blart and the world that he lives in, and the whole goofy-ass scenarios that Kevin James brings to his character and everything like that, I have a blast with. I genuinely remember renting the first Paul Blart from Blockbuster and keeping the DVD, which I still have, even though it doesn't work anymore. I enjoy them. They're dumb as all hell, but they make me smile, and I don't know, I do love the character of Paul Blart in that way, and it's a guilty pleasure of mine. I don't mind saying that. So yeah, I enjoy both the movies. Make a third one with Kevin James got around to the trilogy, but I enjoy both movies. I even covered it on my channel like long ago. I did cover those movies, and that was fun. Then we got the Peanut Butter Falcon, a movie that I do legitimately quite enjoy. Really good small scale little adventure. You got Shia LaBeouf. You got Zach Gonsagan, who basically plays like this kid with Down syndrome who wants to meet his idol, played by Thomas Hayden Church, and the little journey they go on with Dakota Johnson being like his caretaker who has to chase him down while him and Shia LaBeouf are just having the time of their lives. It's just a really good feel-good movie. I really enjoyed this one. Then we get to the Penguins of Madagascar. Another one of my favorite DreamWorks movies. Again, all silly as all hell, but I really enjoy it. I've always been a big fan of Penguins. I've never been the biggest fan of Madagascar, to be honest with you. That's why I don't own the movies. But I've always really loved the Penguins. I even watched the little spin-off series they had on Nickelodeon back when I was a kid. And watching the movie for the first time a couple years back, I still really enjoyed the movie as well. It's really snappy, has a lot of fun antics that I love about the Penguins. Like, they are the ultimate version of what people loved about the Minions. Like, they actually have personalities, they can speak, they can have a good time with one another, they have a good chemistry between all of them. I just enjoy the Penguins, and yeah, that's why I really enjoyed this movie. Then we get to The Perks of Being a Wallflower, extremely dark movie, but one that I think is absolutely necessary. I remember watching this the day before I entered high school, and was one that really helped me out personally. You get a great cast in here. You got Logan Lerman, Emma Watson, Ezra Miller in a very early role here, and just a damn good storyline about a kid trying to process his trauma and trying to get through high school, and being taken on by two seniors. It's just a really good movie, one that is not afraid to answer some uncomfortable questions, and one that I think should be watched by anyone that's in high school or above. Then we have the original Phantasm. Boy, awesome horror film. Great direction from Don Coscarelli. I love the Taliban as a villain. I love the score in this movie too. Very ambient. Very creative storyline. One that subverts a lot of expectations from being your typical horror slasher film of the 70s. Being able to blend in the more surrealistic horror versus like typical slasher horror with the flying spheres and stuff like that. And it's just really well directed, and personally, despite that the franchise really hasn't been that good since the first film, I consider it more of a standalone film personally. It just is a great movie in my opinion, so I highly recommend it. Then we get to Phone Booth, another awesome film from Joel Schumacher, may he rest in peace. Very contained thriller where you got Colin Farrell stuck in his phone booth, having a threat against him, and you basically have no, you don't have Forrest Whitaker. Who's the guy? Yeah, no, you do have Forrest Whitaker, who's basically the main cop trying to get Colin Farrell out of the situation that he's in. Damn good thriller, really contained, very claustrophobic and very paranoia style thriller, which I quite enjoy. And once again, shows how awesome Joel Schumacher is as directing. And yeah, damn good movie that I highly recommend. And then we get to Pig, another awesome film by Nicolas Cage. Is one of the celebrated actors of all time. Really, it's a very odd movie, like most Nicolas Cage films are nowadays, but incredibly emotional movie. Not at all what I was expecting. I really love Alex Wolff in here in a supporting role, who tries to help out Nicolas Cage try to find his pig. A very simple storyline, but one that goes in a very untraditional path and very unconventional, and one that I really appreciate that was made. Then we get to Pineapple Express, again, one of the classic stoner comedies of the 21st century. The chemistry between Seth Rogen and James Franco is on fire in this movie. I love Danny McBride. This is my introduction to him in this movie. Some great comedy in here, some really good imagery, just a lot of fun, just a good romp of a movie, one that, if you're in the right mood for it, it's just hilarious in my opinion, one that I still enjoy to this day. Then we get to the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise in this 5-film set. It is a foreign Blu-ray, despite the fact I bought it from my local Walmart. I don't know who imported it, but just wanted to point out that interesting little tidbit. But yeah, I really enjoy most of these movies. I'm one of those people that don't just enjoy the first one, although I definitely is the best one personally. I enjoy pretty much most of them. Apart from On Stranger Tides, I enjoy the rest of them. I have a blast with all of them, especially Curse of the Black Pearl. The first three, I think, are top tier in my opinion, but I also really enjoy Dead Tell No Tales. Just the production design, the cast, the score, the just entire world of Jack Sparrow and his crew, and just everything that goes on between all 5 of these movies I just quite enjoy, and it's such a fun romp. I love pirate stuff, and I love swashbuckling tales, and this film, or this series, is kind of like the tip of the iceberg when it comes to that type of stuff. Then we get to another box set in the Planet of the Apes trilogy, the most recent rendition of the Planet of the Apes storyline with Caesar. Andy Serkis is amazing in the title role, or in the lead role. He's amazing. Dude's just a complete legend for being able to do that motion capture stuff and being able to bring out a character and bring out so much humanity in somebody that's not human and not even real, not even really there technically. He's able to bring so much humanity to the role of Caesar and bring so much emotion to this trilogy that I just appreciate it. It would not be the same without him in the lead role. Just an epic storyline that spans across 3 movies. Great cast overall, especially Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. That's my favorite, especially with Koba and the whole dynamic between him and Caesar, and like what should they do about the humans? Should they rule? Should they coexist? And the whole thing, it's just like awesome the way that Caesar evolves over the course of the 3 movies. Great villains, by the way, like Gary Oldman and Woody Harrelson especially. They're awesome. And Dawn and War. It's an awesome trilogy, and one that I don't know how Disney's gonna update it with their new trilogy, but good luck. Then we have Platoon, another one of the best of all time war movies, one that my granddad praised for the longest time along with my mom, very much being the most accurate depiction from what I heard about what the Vietnam War was like, and is an extremely versatile movie. You got Oliver Stone directing in this one, very, very visceral and brutal and violent. Willem Dafoe's awesome in the lead role, and just so many great actors in this movie as well. Charlie Sheen, just extremely dark movie, but one that I think people should watch to understand the brutality that was the Vietnam War. Then we have the original Point Break, Catherine Bigelow's Point Break. Damn good movie. Again, I love heist stuff, so the blending of that and like the surfing culture was very unique, and one that really hasn't been matched since. I do think it is slightly overrated. I don't love it as much as most people do, but it's still a damn good movie and one that I do quite enjoy. Then we have the Polar Express. Like Monster House, if you don't really like the motion capture style, I understand why. But for me personally, I quite enjoy the Polar Express. It is a must-watch every single December for me. I grew up with this movie. I visibly remember being back in kindergarten when this film was fairly new, and getting to watch it with my classmates as we were in pajamas waiting for the bus for Christmas break to start. And I'll never forget that. And this film's always brought like a magical experience for me. I even saw it in theaters with my brother a few years ago. It was such a fun experience, and I still love it to this day. I love the score, love Tom Hanks in the multiple roles, love the atmosphere and the blending and the expansion of the book. There are some moments that go to a little too fast and furious for me, but overall, I still love this movie, and one that I still cherish to this day. Then we have Ponyo, another one of the Studio Ghibli movies that I watched for the first time this year. I bought as a blind buy, and it's just a heartfelt little story. So many great visuals and great characters, and just so heartfelt that it really did put a smile on my face. Then we get Pop Star Never Stop Never Stopping, another sad victim of the box office. Didn't really do one when it came out back in 2016, and it's such a funny movie. I really do love the humor of Lonely Island, and this is all brought to the forefront in this film. I love Andy Samberg in the lead role. The whole just mockumentary style of the music culture and bringing it to life is really funny, being able to put a mirror to the face of like what Hollywood goes through and the music industry as well. Just great comedy, great soundtrack, great music numbers, just everything about this film I just really enjoy. Then we have 2017's Power Rangers, another victim of the box office. I quite enjoyed this movie. I am not a fan of Power Rangers. I am not in that spectrum at all. But I really enjoyed this film when I saw it in theaters back in 2017. I really enjoyed the cast. The entire cast of this film. You get so many awesome actors in this movie. Naomi Scott, Elizabeth Banks. Just a really fun cast in here. Being able to ground the story enough to me where I found it accessible enough, and I found the whole concept of the Power Rangers really goofy, but they were able to make it grounded enough to where I really enjoyed it, but not to the point where it feels foreign to the concepts from what I've heard. A little too much Krispy Kreme for my liking, but overall still quite an awesome movie. Then we have the Predator collection, going from the original Predator to Shane Black's The Predator. Sadly, we don't have Prey yet on Blu-ray, but I can't wait to get that because that's my second favorite of the franchise. When it comes to this franchise in general, I find it decent enough, but not great. The first Predator, I think it's a good movie. I love John McTiernan in the directing chair. I love some of the lines, love the action, love a lot of the actors. It's just, to me, I don't know, there's just something missing for that first Predator movie that keeps it from being great, in my opinion. Then we get Predator 2, a little too goofy for my liking. There's some fun stuff in here with Danny Glover and Gary Busey, but it just goes in such a weird direction, like Nightmare on Elm Street 2. It's just like, why is this the first sequel of your franchise when it goes in such a weird, futuristic sci-fi direction? And then you get Predators with, was it Robert Rodriguez taking on the director's chair? Good movie. Some good castmates in here. I feel like Andrew Brody was extremely miscast in the lead. In my opinion, trying to be the tough guy does not work for him. But still, it's definitely the best Predator sequel before Prey came out. And then you get Shane Black's Predator, which was just really disappointing in my opinion. Could have been so great because of him being a shadow writer on the first film, him starring in the first film. And he just, it's either his fault or the studio's fault, or maybe both. It was just a mess of a movie that you can just tell was mangled behind the scenes and just didn't know what it wanted to be at the end. And it sucks because there was so much missed opportunity with that film, personally. But at least we got Prey, so I'm not mad. Then we got The Prestige, by far the most underrated Christopher Nolan film out there. I love The Prestige. It is one of my favorite films of his career, top 3 easily. I love the magician subplot, like I talked about with Now You See Me. I love the whole visceral aspect of being able to explore magic in unique ways. The whole rivalry between Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale is on fire in this movie. It takes some bold, dark twists in this movie, and just by the end, it goes on such a dark path that you just go, what the hell did I just experience? I just have a blast with this movie. I also love the period piece setting. Great cast as well. David Bowie's in here. You get Andy Serkis, Rebecca Hall, Scarlett Johansson. Just such a great cast in here that I just have a blast watching it every single time. Then we got The Princess Bride, classic comedy of the 80s, one that I did get to see with my mom and my brother in theaters back when it came out. Or not back when it came out in the 80s, but when it was re-released a few years ago. Just so many great lines, so many classic lines, great cast in here, really funny comedy. Just a simple story, but one that's executed extremely well in my opinion. So yeah, I have a blast with this one. Then we get Princess Mononoke, another classic Studio Ghibli movie that I watched for the first time. Awesome movie. Probably my third favorite Ghibli movie that I've watched so far out of the ones I've seen. Just really great animation, great chemistry. I love the dynamic of Princess Mononoke and all of her creatures that are on her side. Great stuff in this movie, great animation, great, just really epic storyline that I really enjoyed. Then we have Prisoners. This is by Denis Villeneuve, probably my favorite film of his career. Brutal ass movie. Like The Prestige, and with this too, I love Hugh Jackman in the role. Of course, everybody loves him for Wolverine, but he's such a versatile actor besides Wolverine, and this is probably his best example outside of that. Absolutely gut-wrenching in this movie. Jake Gyllenhaal is great in the movie as well. Terrence Howard, just a great cast overall. About a father just trying to find his daughter that's been kidnapped, and it's along with Terrence Howard. And the dark path they go through, especially like torturing Paul Dano, is so brutal and so visceral and just so relentless that you just go, whoa, like, who's the real monster in this situation? So yeah, absolutely great dramatic thriller and one that everyone needs to watch. So yeah, I highly recommend it. Then we get Project Almanac, a pretty decent time travel movie. Again, not the best one out there, but one that I do quite enjoy for how just insane it gets. Again, time travel stuff I've always really enjoyed, and the way that the film goes through a storyline, especially by our main character, and the way that he goes through and the twists revolving around how he connects through his father, I quite enjoyed. So yeah, really good storyline, and overall, I just had a fun time with this movie. It's a fun teen romp. Then we get Project X. Watched it earlier this year before I went to a party, and yeah, wild ass movie. Everyone's dream, or lack there. I don't know. This is a dream, but everyone's go-to when you think about a party movie. Wild ass concept. Great soundtrack, by the way. I really love the soundtrack in this. Really fun characters. Insane stuff that happens in this movie. Again, it's not a very thought-provoking movie, but one that's just a blast to watch. Then we get Promising Young Woman, still probably my least favorite cover art of this entire collection. I mean, like, what the hell is this? And there was some amazing cover art in the promotion for this movie. I don't know why it's just Carey Mulligan just sitting there. Like, there's so much dead space here, but beyond that little tangent. I really enjoyed this movie. I saw it back in theaters when it came out a couple years ago, and it's a lot of fun. Simple story about Carey Mulligan basically thirst-trapping people, into, paying for what they deserve, like rapists and stuff like that. and she's a great lead in the movie. Takes some very dark twists I didn't see coming. Great supporting cast as well. You got Bo Burnham in here, you got Alfred Molina in here. Really good cast in here. Really good production design, and great soundtrack, and great directing from Emerald Fennell. And I can't wait to see what she does in the future. So yeah, damn good movie, and I highly recommend it. Then we get the Mac Daddy Pulp Fiction. Oh, I love this movie. It is my second favorite film of all time. Absolute masterpiece. What can you say about it that has never been said about it? Yeah. Gotta get a Big Kahuna Burger. So yeah, masterpiece. Then we get my third favorite film of all time, Punch Drunk Love. By far my favorite Adam Sandler performance. By far my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie. My favorite soundtrack from John Bryan. Love the performances of everybody in here, especially for Phyllis Seymour Hoffman in the main villainous role. He's awesome in the movie. It's such a surreal experience. It's not the most plot-driven movie in the world, but I still love this movie for how bizarre and how introspective and how just visually creative it is with its storyline and its storytelling. Just such a visual experience that I just love to watch every single year. So yeah, it's a must-watch for me. Then we have Thomas Jane's The Punisher. Then we have the Purge 4 film collection consisting of the first 4 movies. The Purge of the franchise has a great concept from it and has utilized the concept well in some aspects, but as a whole is an okay enough franchise. I especially really enjoy Purge Anarchy and especially Purge Election Year. I think that's the best one of the 4 personally. The first Purge, not the prequel, but the original one with Ethan Hawke. Again, I hate that title because it's so confusing now. But the original Purge film was probably the weakest of the 5 in my opinion, including Forever Purge, which I don't own. But it's probably the weakest one out of the 5 just because it doesn't really utilize the concept that well. It feels like a direct-to-video sequel in its own franchise, which is weird. It isn't until the second film where they really get to utilize the concept of the Purge and go outside. And then the prequel Purge movie, it's okay enough, but I feel like it really is just reminiscent so many things that they already did in Election Year and Anarchy, to where by the time you get to the Forever Purge, it just feels very ringed out with the concept, and I really don't care if we get another one. I'm just gonna kind of stick it to just Anarchy and Election Year. Those are the movies I do quite enjoy in the franchise. And then we get to Queen and Slim. A blind buy for me. I heard a lot of good things about it back when it came out. I didn't see it at the time just because it didn't play in my theater and I was just busy with other stuff. But I did buy it on Blu-ray when it came out, and this is an awesome modern telling of Bonnie and Clyde. You get Danny Kaluuya and you get Jodie Turner-Smith, who are on like a Tinder date, and basically things go wrong, a cop gets killed, and they're basically on the run for the rest of the movie. And damn good movie, great chemistry between the two leads. Really great production value, really good soundtrack, really good directing and writing as well. Very tragic tale, but one that I think is really entertaining. Then we get to Race. This is the Jesse Owens biopic. I watched it back when it came out, and it's a damn good movie. I really enjoy the entire cast here, especially Jason Sudeikis in the more dramatic role in here, who's basically Jesse Owens' trainer. Very simple story about Jesse Owens being able to overcome all the odds, and it's just a very inspiring story that is just timeless in my opinion. Then we get to Raging Bull. Of course, one of the most iconic Scorsese movies out there, one of the most iconic Robert De Niro performances out there is Billy the Kid. Simple storyline brought into a very interesting movie, shot in black and white, really well done. Very great storyline and biopic about Billy the Kid's life and the rise and the fall of his career. Damn good movie, really emotional, and one that I won't forget. Speaking of things I won't forget, the Raid collection. The Raid and the Raid 2. These are the two best action films I've ever seen from a choreography standpoint. They're both in my top 12 of all time, especially Raid 2. I love both these movies. I think Ugo Uwais is an amazing lead as Rama. I love the action sequences, especially in the first film, being basically a foreign version of Die Hard. Love the action set pieces. I love all the different characters that they have come across. You get so many different villains and so much different stuff in the crime syndicate in both these films. Extremely entertaining, extremely fast-paced, extremely investing in the storyline and the characters, and just extremely emotional as well. So these are two awesome films, and I highly recommend both of them if you haven't seen them yet. Then we get to the Rambo collection, consisting of all 5 films. Stallone's one of his 2 major franchises in his career, and I didn't really watch any of these films until Rambo: Last Blood came out 3 years ago. And I like these films; they're good, but I don't really gravitate much towards them. First Blood, especially, I think is a good movie, but I do consider it overrated personally. Maybe I just need to see it again, but I don't know. It didn't really ring that much for me the first time. It's still a damn good movie, don't get me wrong. Like, when I'm not saying it's overrated, I don't mean it's bad or anything. I just find it not on the level as most people say it is, personally. And then part 2 and part 3, I just get way too goofy for me, to where I just don't really enjoy them that much. Once you gets back to gritty Rambo with Rambo 4 and Rambo Last Blood, I quite enjoyed both of those movies substantially more than 2 and 3 personally. I like the brutal take on it. I really like how he's able to... you have like this Vietnam, or it's Korean War, I think. You have a soldier from the past still being stuck in that era in a modern setting. I think it's a lot more interesting than the goofy action here in the beginning 2 and 3. And yeah, it's still a good storyline overall. I still is a satisfying close to the storyline. I enjoy these movies as a whole, but it's not a masterpiece. I don't consider Rambo being one of my favorite characters of Stallone's career personally. Then we get to Rango. Rango's an awesome movie. I love Gore Verbinski's direction in this film. Very wild, very frenetic, very energetic, in my opinion. Love Johnny Depp in the lead role. Love the Western setting that has to it. It just feels very... it has different flavor from most kids' movies of the time it came out in. Just has a lot of dry humor in the movie, which I really enjoy. Just a lot of stuff in this film that I really enjoy. That I just have a good time with it every time I rewatch it. Then we get to Ratatouille. Awesome Pixar film. Again, Brad Bird, he's a genius behind the animation camera. Dude, I mean, the animation is spectacular. Very simple storyline, but has so much great heart in it, too. So many great characters from, like, Linguini or, you know, Gustavo, who's the chef and basically speaks through Ratatouille in, like, this little, like, hallucination form, which I really enjoy. Love the food in this. Love the soundtrack, especially, like, I love the arts in this movie, especially with the art critic. Just an awesome movie that I just really enjoy and one of the best Pixar films out there. Then we get to Ready or Not. Saw this back in theaters back in 2019. Had a blast with this film. I really enjoyed Samara Weaving in most roles, and this is probably my favorite role from her, besides like the babysitter. Again, like You're Next and stuff like that. I like when the final girl is just a badass that just doesn't take any shit, like Sidney Prescott and stuff like that, to where it's just like she's just relentless throughout the entire runtime, just able to outsmart all the odds and just really do any dumb bullshit. Just the simple story of a bride-to-be being stuck in this deadly game and having to fight her way through the night. It's just an awesome storyline that I just quite enjoy. And yeah, I have a blast with it. Then we get to Ready Player One, Steven Spielberg's most recent blockbuster. And I enjoyed it. It's a good movie. I have not read the book based on this, but from what I've heard, it's not as accurate, which, I mean, doesn't really ring that much to me personally. As a movie, it's a pretty fun film. Definitely does scream a lot of nostalgia baits. But I still enjoy it. I think it's a fun storyline. I like the whole VR aspect and being really immersive personally. And it's a damn good movie. I really enjoy it. And yeah, overall, it's a fun movie. And then we get to Rec and Rec 2. Two of my favorite found footage films that are out there. Just kind of like the precursor to Paranormal Activity that really brought the subgenre of found footage back to the mainstream in that little era between the 2010s and such like that. I love these two movies. I kind of watch them as a double feature personally because they blend in so well together. The first film I genuinely love. I think it's one of the scariest films out there. The whole found footage aspect of it being shot like it's one take is really immersive and is able to be really just intense throughout the entire runtime, relentless, brutal, just in every single way. And I think it's just an incredibly intense movie that has a ballsy ending, great characters, and it's extremely well. And Rec 2 is able to continue that by continuing the story with our main character and being able to blend in the different elements of this raid really well, in my opinion. The zombie aspects and the zombie effects and as we get towards the storyline, I think is very inventive. These two are just awesome films, and the two movies I really think you only should watch in the Rec franchise. Parts 3 and 4 I don't really care for that much. And Quarantine's a decent remake, and Quarantine 2 I actually think is better, but overall, these are two films you need to watch because these are the ones that are great in the Rec series. So yeah, awesome films. Alright, so back to another stack. We start off with Real Steel, a damn good movie, another one that I really enjoy of Hugh Jackman's filmography. Just such a fun little concept about basically a robot boxing tournament, and Hugh Jackman basically being like this underdog story. Tried and true formula, but one that I think is really enjoyable and really expands the world really well, in my opinion, and I do hope that we get another sequel out of this. I think there's supposed to be like a series on Disney Plus coming in development, but I'd like to see more of this world in the future, personally. And then we get to Remember the Titans, of course, an awesome biopic, one that doesn't watch his best performances in his career. Very classic, inspiring story, but in a way that feels timeless. Great speeches, great, I'm not a big fan of sports, but I do love a good sports movie, and this is one of the prime examples of that. And yeah, it's a damn good movie. I enjoy it, and yeah, it's an awesome film. Then we get to Requiem for a Dream, a not so feel good movie, a brutal ass film, Darren Aronofsky. Just absolute, just black hole of a film. Very much just shows the depression and the just downward spiral of taking drugs from many different aspects of these different characters: Jared Leto, Damon Wayans, Ellen Burstyn, Jennifer Connelly. Just the whole aspects of all of them just going down this downward spiral is just depressing. So it's not a very rewatchable movie, but one that is extremely important and very thought-provoking. Then we get to Reservoir Dogs, Tarantino's debut, and my second favorite film from him in my top 5 also, along with Pulp Fiction. Damn good movie, very much feels like a stage play. When you say it's about a heist movie without the heist, it sounds uninteresting on the surface, but the way they frame the story around this heist is extremely interesting, and the way it's able to unfold the storyline and be played out of order, and the whole iconic storyline and the iconic character lineup. We got Mr. Pink, Mr. Brown, Mr. Blue. Just everything about this movie is just awesome, and I love it. Especially the soundtrack also is amazing. It's an amazing movie, and one that I just can't get enough of. Then I get to The Return of the Living Dead, one of my favorite zombie movies that is out there. I really enjoy the first 3 Returning of the Living Dead movies, but especially this first one. I really enjoyed the direction from Dan O'Bannon. Awesome creature effects. I love the zombies in this movie. Probably my favorite looking zombies of any zombie movie personally. I love the whole cast. You get Tom Matthews in the lead role, who's awesome, or one of the lead roles. Just a great cast, great 80s soundtrack. Some like really iconic sequences, like you get like what's her name, like Pam Grier. She just takes off. I forgot her name, but I'm trying to think of it. But like the chick that like strips down and like does like a dance on the grave. She's awesome in the film. Just a great movie, great visual effects, great 80s cheese of a good time, and I just love it. Then we get to The Revenant, brutal film from Alejandro G. Inarritu. Once again, I don't know if I pronounced that name right or not. Just brutal movie, brutal film. Probably one of the most visceral theatrical experiences of my life, because I remember, because the entire film, Leo DiCaprio is basically just in just this Alaskan wilderness trying to fight off the weather, constantly being drained in like cold puddles when it's Alaskan weather and all that stuff. And I remember some dickhead turned up the AC in the theater, and I was like shivering with Leo DiCaprio the whole movie. I literally had to put my shirt over my pants because I was just so cold and like a little ball. So yeah, a very immersive experience, I will say the least. But on the movie itself, really intense storyline, great classic revenge storyline. You get Tom Hardy, one of his best performances, great lead role in Leo DiCaprio, beautiful cinematography, by the way. The movie's beautifully shot, really good dialogue, really good pacing, just a damn good movie. Then we get to Richard Jewell, a very underrated movie, in my opinion, one that was severely underseen in the awards category and the box office as well. Really good recent Clint Eastwood movie about the real life story of Richard Jewell being accused of placing bombs during the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. And the whole storyline, I mean, Paul Walter Hauser is a really good actor, especially like with Cobra Kai and stuff like that, but this is probably my favorite performance from him. A really good cast overall. You got John Hamm, Sam Rockwell, Kathy Bates, Olivia Wilde, just damn stacked cast. Really good direction from Clint Eastwood in here. And yeah, very, very dark storyline, but one that I think is very immersive in that way. Then we get to the Riddick collection, consisting of the main 3 films. Definitely my favorite Vin Diesel property franchise that's out there besides Fast and Furious, and one that is really the only franchise that I care about that Vin Diesel's involved in besides Guardians of the Galaxy that's left, personally. I'd rather see a Riddick 4 than another Fast and Furious film from him, personally. As this simple storyline, I really enjoy all 3 of these films, especially Chronicles of Riddick. A lot of people consider that the least favorite of their franchise, or their least favorite of the franchise. I quite enjoyed the epic scale of it, the blockbuster scale of it, but I also do enjoy the most recent Riddick film that came out, the one that Vin Diesel literally had to put a mortgage on his house to fund and raise, which is quite inspiring in my opinion. Just going back to the gritty grind house of Pitch Black, which I also quite enjoy. Again, whenever it's small scale or big scale, I just love the character of Riddick and his storyline and his world that I would like to see come to a conclusion someday. But for these 3 films, I do quite enjoy it as a package. Then we get to Paul Verhoeven's RoboCop and the awesome Arrow video collection with the awesome cover art. Awesome film. What can I say? You know, what's your name? Murphy. Just Dead or Alive, You're Coming With Me. Just so many awesome lines in this film. Great casting here. Great score. Great directing for Paul Verhoeven. Just really great meta commentary. I'll buy that for $1. Just so many iconic lines, iconic commercials. Great meta commentary in here. Great socialist commentary. Great action. Great visceral violence for Paul Verhoeven, as always. Just an epic movie that's never been topped by any of the sequels or the remake. Yeah, love this movie. What can I say else about it? Then we get to the Rocky franchise, starting with the main 6 collection, and we also got Creed and Creed 2 over here. Try not to drop the Blu-rays. Yeah, right here. Awesome set of films. I really enjoyed pretty much all these films aside from Rocky 5, which even though which looks better in retrospect just because it wasn't the last one when it was intended to be. But apart from Rocky 5, I enjoy all these movies. They're all awesome. Of course, Rocky is the jewel, you know, the gemstone of the franchise, and the entire storyline with how Sylvester Stallone really had to fight to get that movie made, which is inspiring enough as it is. Of course, you get the first Creed, which I also love. It's almost on par with the first Rocky, personally. Just, oh my god. Ryan Coogler's direction is amazing. I also really enjoy Creed 2 as well. I enjoyed the development of Creed's storyline, Adonis Creed's storyline, and the conclusion of Rocky's storyline. Again, you get the goofy 80s cheese with Rocky 3 and 4, which I think are the weakest elements of the Rocky franchise, but still quite enjoyable with Drago and Clubber Lang being involved. Whenever it's dark and whenever it's realistic, like with Rocky Balboa and stuff like that, I think it works well. Even when it's goofy, I still quite enjoy it. So this is a franchise that's gone through a evolution, but I enjoy all these movies. I cannot wait to see Creed 3 this March. Then we get to the Rocky Horror Picture Show, one that I watched for the first time a couple years back, and damn good musical. Not one of my favorites personally, but one that I can understand why people love it so much. Tim Curry is just awesome in the lead role here. Just so many great musical sequences and great production value and great pacing, and just very, very ahead of his time. So that's all I'll say. If you like horror comedy, this is right down your alley. Then we get to Roma, another great film involves Quran. Just an amazing movie, beautifully shot in black and white. Love the whole setting of Mexico. Love the lead performance by the first-time actress that won the Oscar that year, which was incredibly inspiring and against the odds. Just great story about family coming together, and just the way that the film unfolds and the way the film is just paced out and structured. It's just so beautifully meticulously put together that you just can't help but just really just get engrossed in what's going on by the time the film ends. And then you get The Room, another Oscar winner that was just brutal movie. Probably my favorite performance from Brie Larson. Very great actress whenever she's not Captain Marvel personally. Like, I don't know. A lot of people just give her shit for Captain Marvel. I don't really blame her. I blame the character or the writing more from that first film. But outside of that, she's a great actress, and this film is the cornerstone of that. I love the early Jacob Batalon in this movie. Just, Jacob Tremblay, sorry. Wrong actor. But, yeah, great family drama. It takes some very dark turns I didn't see coming, and, yeah, damn good movie. And then we get to Rudderless. Oh my god, this is such an underrated movie. I covered this in underrated films, but, no one's talked about this movie. Aside from the guy that introduced me to this, Cody Leach, another awesome YouTuber that I've instantly talked about enough on this channel. Go check this guy out. He's the guy that talked about this on his YouTube channel, and I decided to check it out on Amazon Prime, which I believe is still on there, if I'm not mistaken. But this is an awesome movie, directed by William H. Macy, who also stars in the film in a small role. You get Billy Crudup in the lead role. You get the late Anton Yelchin, once again, rest in peace to him. You get Selena Gomez, Lawrence Fishburne, a great cast in here. Essentially, it's revolving a father whose son passes away, and he's a successful businessman, and his life falls apart because of his son's passing and him trying to pick up the pieces. And a couple years after what happens, he basically he lives by himself on like this boat or whatever, and essentially runs into Anton Yelchin, and he starts playing his dead son's songs, covering across like his old belongings that his wife gives him. And essentially, he meets up with Anton Yelchin, his band, and they start performing his dead son's songs. And things get really dark, really emotional, and it's just a beautiful movie that I highly recommend. It is amazing. Out of any film on this list, please watch this movie because it's so good. It's so emotional, and I wish William H. Macy did more films like this because he has potential to be one of the best directors out there today. But just watch this movie, please. Then we have The Ruins, awesome horror film, really contained claustrophobic thriller about these four Americans getting trapped in this pyramid, and essentially things get worse. The isolation, the slowly picking off of the teens, and the way that the film escalates is really well handled from the directing and the writing point of view. Really great acting, just really intense movie, able to contain itself for 90 minutes and be able to explore its concept very well. So yeah, it's a damn good movie. Then we get to Rushmore. I think was this Wes Anderson's second sophomore effort, his sophomore effort in the film industry. Damn good movie. Really enjoy it. Love Bill Murray. I think this was his first appearance in a Wes Anderson movie, which I'm not mistaken by. I think. Yeah. Love the cast. Love the acting. Love the storyline. This is one of my favorite Wes Anderson movies. It's just such a fun, feel-good movie that I just it really just put a smile on my face. Another movie that puts a smile on my face is Safety Not Guaranteed. Another awesome time travel comedy. Just again, time travel I love, and this film's no exception to that rule. So many great actors in this movie: Jake Johnson, Aubrey Plaza, Mark Duplass, who's awesome in the Creep movies, which we need to get on Blu-ray, by the way. But the storyline basically like these three people being hired to help Mark Duplass invent a time machine, and the way it goes about is so wild and so funny that I just have a blast while watching it. It's just a really off-the-beat comedy that I just have a great time while watching it, and you gotta watch it if you haven't seen it yet. Then we get to Sandlot, a classic 90s kids movie, one that I watched way too late in life, but one that I think is really funny, really well heartfelt. Again, has classic moments like the whole scene with them trying to get the ball out of the air from the dog with rabies. Just great stuff like that. Really fun baseball movie, really heartfelt, and a damn good movie. And then we get to Sausage Party, one that was perfect for the age that I was when it came out, like 6 years ago. I visibly remember the ads for this movie making me and my friends absolutely gut-bursting laughing, or, gut-burst laughing. And when this came out back when I was in 8th grade, me and my friends snuck into the theater to watch this, and we had the time of our lives watching it. Absolutely raunchy humor, absolutely goofy stuff. And it's certainly a lot of lowbrow humor, I'm not going to lie, but I just have so much fun watching this movie. Yes, there are some goofy things about it. Yes, it's not a perfect film. Yes, the story behind this movie with the animation studio is absolutely terrible. But on the film on its own, I still love. I still just have great memories watching this film for the first time back in middle school. And even like years later when me and my friends watched it at my place, it was still just as hilarious as it was the first time. So I still love this movie regardless, and it will always stick with me. Then we get to Saving Private Ryan, probably the last great Steven Spielberg movie in my opinion. After this, he kind of just did a bunch of Oscar stuff that really hasn't stuck with me a whole lot since then, but this is the last great one in my opinion that he's done. Great cast, great characters. Again, a brutal war movie that knows exactly what to do. One of my favorites of all time. I mean, the whole scene whenever Tom Hanks shoots the tank alone, I think is amazing. Them just trying to find Matt Damon to find his way home. Just great stuff as always, and I love this movie. And then we get to the Saw franchise. We have the Saw 8 film collection from Saw 1 to Jigsaw, and Spyro from the Book of Saw. Fun franchise. I really enjoyed the first three when James Wan and Lee Winnell were on board, especially Saw 2 and 3. I really enjoy those movies. When it comes after that, apart from Saw 6, I'm not a big fan of the rest of the franchise. They just get really convoluted and really in their own, up their own ass about the metaphors behind Jigsaw and his game and his plan, and it's so inconsistent and it's so like contradictory, it's so hypocritical that you're just like, what? Just admit you're a slasher villain. Stop acting like you're better than everyone else. Jigsaw was probably the most disappointing to me because they really could have done something great and they ended up just doing the exact same thing. And Jigsaw and Spiral also kind of had that issue where it was just like, you could have done so much with this concept, and instead of bringing Chris Rock instead of L. Jackson, you could have done something so differently with the Saw formula, and you didn't really do a whole lot differently in my opinion. Still, I still do really love Saw 1 through 3 and 6, and here's hoping that Saw 10 does well next year, but yeah, I don't know. It's a fun franchise, but not one of my favorites personally. Then we get to Scarface. Say hello to my little friend. I'm not the best with impressions, by the way. That's, if you can't already tell. But great movie. One of the better remakes out there. Just really fun classic film from who directed the movie? Brian De Palma. Yes, awesome Brian De Palma movie. Great lead performance of Al Pacino. Fun romp of a movie. Great classic gangster storyline brought to life about the rise and the fall of Tony Montana. Just great stuff like that, and it's a classic for a reason. Then we get to Scary Movie 1, 2, and 3, the actual good scary movies in this series. Love the first one. I enjoyed the second one. I do enjoy the third one, but the first one is the best out of the franchise in my opinion. The best, the funniest, the most satirical. The one actually focused the most on horror movie parodies and cliches. As these films progress, they get way more just about commenting on everything, like epic movie and date movie and disaster movie, where you're just like, you're not even focusing on horror films anymore. You're just parodying anything and everything that's out there nowadays. But I do enjoy these first three films. I just have a good time with these classic parody movies, and yeah. Again, when the Wayans brothers were involved in this franchise, that's when it was at its peak, in my opinion. Then we get to Schindler's List, another amazing Steven Spielberg movie, one of his all-time great movies. Not a very rewatchable film, but one that's extremely powerful, extremely heartbreaking. Great performance from Liam Neeson as Schindler, and just a brutal movie, brutal film that just shows the absolute terror of the Holocaust. And again, a very timeless story that I just love watching. Then we have School of Rock, an awesome Richard Linklater movie. Great lead performance in Jack Black. Probably my favorite performance from him in his career so far. Great soundtrack, great cast, great sound. Yeah, I already said soundtrack, but great directing, great writing, very funny coming-of-age movie, and just overall just a very heartfelt, heartwarming movie that I love watching every single year or so. Then we get to Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, one of my favorite comedies of all time. Probably my favorite Edgar Wright movie, if I'm not mistaken. Love this movie. Off the wall beat comedy, absolutely energetic throughout the entire runtime. Love the editing, love the style, and love the atmosphere this film goes for. The entire cast of this film is absolutely having the blast of their lives. I mean, you get Michael Cera, you get Mary Elizabeth Winstead, Chris Evans, Brandon Routh. Just such a great cast amongst the entire film. Great soundtrack, great directing and writing from Edgar Wright. Just a movie that fires on all cylinders, and one that I just absolutely love and cherish. Then we get to the Scream franchise. We get the first 4 films in this box set, and we also have Scream 5 that came out this year. I enjoy all 5 films, one of the few horror franchises where it remains consistent throughout the entire franchise. Apart from Scream 3, they're pretty much all like B+ or above in my opinion. I really enjoy all 5 of these movies. They're a lot of fun. Can't wait to see Scream 6 come out in March. Love Sidney Prescott. She's probably my favorite final girl of all time. Like side to side with like Laurie Strode. Neve Campbell brings so much badassery to the character. Love David Arquette and Courtney Cox as Dewey and Gale. Randy is one of my favorite characters of all time. So sad they killing him off so early on in the franchise. Love the iconic look at Ghostface. Love the soundtrack. Love the characters and some of the iconic stuff like Kirby and Scream 4. Just the entire cast I love, and every single Scream film really is able to commentate on the horror genre uniquely in every single installment, which is unique. And I love these films. So yeah, it's one of my favorite horror franchises that's out there. I love them. Then we get to Searching. An awesome found footage-esque movie. It's basically all shot on a desktop. You got John Cho, whose daughter goes missing, and him trying to find out where his daughter is. And the way that the film plays out, which you think would just be a very simple, basic concept, turns into this wild-ass plot that you don't know where it's headed. Great cast overall, great acting, great writing, amazing twists. One of the most fun theater experiences of my life personally, and one that I will never forget. Then we get to Selma, an awesome biopic on MLK. David Oyelowo as Martin Luther King is awesome in the lead role. Just, again, the whole inspiring story of MLK and his stance in American history is one that's not to be forgotten. Then we get to Serenity 2019. I covered this film on my channel last year. It's just so bad that it's a good movie. It's absolutely a disaster in every single way, but it's so much fun. You gotta watch this with friends and just see the reaction to how the plot unfolds. It is so bizarre and so unpredictable and so goofy. They just can't help but be like, okay, unless you pay a bunch of people a lot of money, how the hell people sign up for this unless they want to be like satirical? It's just so ridiculous that I won't give anything away, but you gotta watch it. You gotta watch this movie. Then we got Seven, the true debut of David Fincher's career. Awesome movie, classic detective story that's extremely dark, extremely deceptive in the best ways possible. Great lead performances in Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt. Great lines of dialogue. Amazing killer in John Doe. Just relentless as hell. Great direction from David Fincher. Just a great movie in general. Then we get Seven Psychopaths. Martin McDonagh's Seven Psychopaths. Awesome movie in my opinion. Something like Guy Ritchie and Edgar Wright, I love the whole banter between the entire cast that Mark McDonagh brings to these roles. Just a lot of fun, or really brutal in some aspects. A lot of snappy dialogue, really entertaining in the best ways possible. Just a fun romp of a movie that you just can't help but love. Then we get Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Then we get to The Shape of Water, another awesome film from Del Toro, the one that gave him the Best Picture Oscar, I believe, yes. Awesome movie. I love Sally Hawkins in the lead role. Doug Jones as The Shape is awesome. Love the visual effects that he brings to the character. Just the entire supporting cast, like, what's her name? Octavia Spencer, Richard Jenkins, awesome cast as a whole. Just a great film in general that I really, really enjoy, and I love this film. It's great. Then we get to The Shawshank Redemption, one of the best films of all time, one of the best Stephen King adaptations, amazing Frank Darabont movie, and it's really inspiring story, great cast overall, great storylines, great dialogue, great plot beats, amazing third act, such a great movie. What can you say about this film that hasn't already been said about it? It's a masterclass of cinema. Then we get Shazam. Then we get to Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Holmes: A Game of Shadows. Really fun Guy Ritchie movies. Really fun take on the Sherlock Holmes character and Watson. I love Robert Downey Jr. in the role of Sherlock Holmes. I love Jude Law in the roles of Watson. Really fun mysteries. Love the editing style that Guy Ritchie brings to these roles, especially the whole discombobulated sequence of the first one. That's iconic. Just great actors, great dialogue, great suspense, really funny comedy. Just such a fun romp, and I really can't wait to see a third one come out sometime soon, if it does get made. Then we get to Shrek, Get Out Me Swamp. Love this one. I gotta own it in 4K also. Just great characters, fun storyline, awesome soundtrack, really good animation, really cemented DreamWorks as their own personality away from Pixar, and just a really great movie. I love this one and the second one, which I need to get at some point whenever it does drop on 4K. But overall, still an awesome movie and one of my favorite animated films that's out there. Then we get to Short Term 12, a very underrated movie in my opinion. Just a really, really good, contained family drama, essentially. You got Brie Larson, John Gallagher Jr. that leads a halfway house, and the whole trials and tribulations it becomes working there is really dramatic, very investing, really heartbreaking at times, but one that's still able to be very hopeful at the very end of the movie. One that's very emotional, very resonant in my opinion, and one that you need to watch in my opinion. I love this movie. Also directed by Daniel Dustin Cretton that just did Shang-Chi, so yeah, you know you got a good director right there. And then we get to Shutter Island, another awesome film from Scorsese. Amazing performance from Leo DiCaprio. Great mystery that unfolds as the film progresses. Has twist after twist after twist, and is able to surprise you every single time. And doesn't change, and really does change the film after you see it once or twice. Really rewatchable in that aspect. Great production design, really good period piece setting. Great supporting cast alongside that. Really good writing. Just a really, really fun romp that I quite enjoy watching every single time. And yeah, damn good movie. Alright, so we got another stack right here, starting out with Sicario and Sicario Day of the Soldado. Both awesome movies in my opinion. I do prefer the first one. Of course, Denis Villeneuve, amazing direction, great great crime thriller, just down in the dirty about the cartel. Amazing cast, especially Benicio del Toro. Just a great cast overall, very beautifully shot. Really just highlights the city of Mexico and just overall just the drug war and everything going on. This film is just really, really well done, and just really brutal in some spots. Dia the Soldado, I think as a movie, it loses a little bit of the magic that the first film had, with Denis Villeneuve not returning to direct, along with Emily Blunt. But I do like what still is retained from the first film. Really good villain, some really good imagery in here. I haven't seen it quite a few years since theaters, but I do remember really enjoying it personally as a good companion piece to the first film. Then we have the Silence of the Lambs. Clarice, put the lotion back in the basket. Yeah. So, yeah, awesome movie. I mean, by far my favorite Hannibal Lecter movie. The only one out of the series I do own currently. It's a decent enough series, but this is by far the best one. Anthony Hopkins as Hannibal Lecter is a definitive version. I haven't seen the series yet, but the Hannibal series, but I have heard good things. But I do think this is my version of Hannibal Lecter. Personally, I love the dynamic between Hannibal Lecter and Clarice, played by Jodie Foster. Also Buffalo Bill, a great villain, by the way, probably my favorite villain in any Hannibal Lecter film by far. You get just a lot of great suggestion without really having to be that gory. Very few things apart from like Hannibal Lecter biting people in a cell. There's not a whole lot of violence you see in the movie, and the suggestions is a lot more disturbing than if they actually showed the gore on screen. Personally, in my opinion. But yeah, great directing, great writing, great dialogue, great cinematography, iconic images on screen always. This is just an awesome movie, and I highly recommend it. And then we get to Silent House, a damn good movie. I do plan on covering into underrated films in a little bit after these videos get released. But damn good movie. This, if you haven't heard of this, is essentially meant to be a one-shot film, essentially revolving around Elizabeth Olsen, who is helping her father and her uncle move out of their summer home, basically just moving all their stuff out of their summer home. And then she basically gets locked inside this house for like an hour or so because it's set in real time, as she realizes that there are other people that aren't her family that are inside this house, and shit goes wild. That's all I'll say about it, but it's a damn good movie and one that people don't talk about enough, in my opinion. And then we get to Silent Night, Deadly Night and Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. Both damn good movies. The first film is legitimately a really great Christmas slasher film, a great exploration, psychological piece on this boy that witnesses his parents getting murdered by a man in a Santa suit, and that causes him to detest his Christmas at all costs. And then him growing up in an orphanage where the main nun just tortures this kid into making Christmas a part of his life, and then growing up to become a Santa Claus killer. Really, really intense movie. Damn good soundtrack as well. Great imagery. It's really controversial for the time, but I think it's a damn good movie. Part 2, Garbage Day. You know, that's what it's mostly known for, but it's one of those so bad it's good movies I just have a blast with. Despite the fact the first film is better in every single way, this is a must-watch for me every single December, just because it's so wild, so crazy. Like, I love the new footage. I love Eric Freeman as Ricky, the brother of Billy from the first film. The new footage we get here is just really wild and crazy and just so hilariously awful that you can't help but just enjoy, and I understand why it's got a cult following. And also because, if you don't know the history, most of the film is recycled footage from the first film because the production company that owned the rights to Silent Night, Deadly Night couldn't afford to shoot a completely new film. So essentially, it's essentially a double feature in of itself, where you just get Ricky retelling the first film for like the first half of the film, and then like 2/3 of the way through, it actually you get to see new footage. So it's a really fun double feature in of itself. So I highly recommend. Sorry. If you really want a really great horror film, I recommend this first film. But if you really want a great horror comedy, I definitely recommend Part 2. So yeah. Then we get to Silver Linings Playbook, my favorite David O. Russell movie by far. I love the whole just narcissistic take on this storyline. You get two really funny characters in Bradley Cooper and Jennifer Lawrence. She's perfect in this movie. This is probably my favorite performance from her personally. Just two broken people learning to find themselves in each other, and it's a really great romantic comedy in my opinion. Really, really enjoy this movie. A lot of great dialogue, a lot of great direction and writing. It's just a really fun and entertaining movie that I quite enjoy. Sorry. Then we get to Sin City, a damn good movie from Robert Rodriguez. Very much a faithful adaptation of the comic book of the same name. Great cast. I love Mickey Rourke forgot the name, but I love Mickey Rourke in the movie. I love Bruce Willis. I just love the entire cast of this film. Beautifully shot, really great artistic style that flows throughout the entire narrative. Really good writing, really entertaining, really fast-paced. Just a damn good movie, and I quite enjoyed this and the sequel too. Then we get to Sinister, damn good film with Scott Derrickson. Just a really creepy movie that's able to tell a simple story and be extremely effective. About this family that moves in this house. Ethan Hawke being the patriarch of the family, who's a struggling writer and comes across these old 8mm tapes, these reels of the previous families that lived in his house, and all of them ending up in violent ways. And the Super 8 film reels in this movie are extremely unsettling. Some of the creepiest stuff I've seen in an American horror film, like the whole lawnmower scene, or the whole scene with the tree and the whole entire family just gets hung. Just incredibly creepy. The villain of Bughuul, I think, is used sparingly enough to where he's still a really creepy villain and a really good threat. Great soundtrack too. This is the film that got me introduced to the Boards of Canada, and I love it for that. But yeah, this is an awesome film. It's sad to say the sequel sucked and that kind of killed the franchise, but as a standalone film, it works really well. Then we get to 16 Candles, another awesome John Hughes movie, one of the classics of the 80s from his filmography. Just great cast, really good story, and this really good teen drama as well. I just love the whole cast, love the comedy in this. Has some really good drama bits in here as well, and overall just makes a very well-rounded picture. Then we get to Sleepaway Camp, a damn fun slasher film. Recently rewatched this not too long ago, and it's a wild ride. It has one of the most shocking twist endings of all time that you would never see coming had you not known the twist. If you don't already know, I won't give it away. Great score too. It's a really campy, no pun intended, cheesy slasher film. It is on the surface is a terribly made production. Really wonky acting and production value, and very much made on a shoestring budget. But it has its own charm to it, to where you either love it or hate it. And I really enjoy this one every time I watch it, and it gets better for me. So I love this movie. It's really fun, and I'm unashamed. I really enjoy it. Then we get to Sleepers, a damn good thriller. Essentially, you have the story is based on you have these four boys that commit an accident that causes the death of somebody, and essentially they're sent to this all boys penitentiary, and Kevin Bacon's basically the main officer that is overseeing them, and essentially abuses them. And what happens is that years later, when they all grow up as adults, a couple of the boys see Kevin Bacon in this diner and basically shoot him for abusing them as kids as revenge. And essentially the rest of the film's the other two boys trying to get their friends off, getting a large sentence. And it's a very good dramatic thriller, and one that I highly recommend. Then we get to Sleepless, They Got Tea. This is a fun movie. I saw in theaters with my father back when it came out, and it's a fun movie. Definitely is reminiscent of a lot of movies. Hell, this is based on a foreign film. It's goofy as all hell, but I have a lot of fun watching it. Again, I like films that are set over the course of a night. I like crime thrillers. It's definitely, again, not the best in a lot of aspects, but one that I do quite enjoy. And then we get to Slight, a damn underrated superhero film that I luckily got to see in theaters back when it came out in 2016, even though once again I kind of snuck in the theater to watch it. But damn good movie, really enjoy it. I love the whole cast here. You get Jacob Latimore in the main lead. You get Dudley Hill. Before I watched Psych, I knew him for this movie. I'm like, what? Gus is evil? Essentially, you have the storyline revolves around Jacob Latimore raising his young sister, who's played by the chick who's in A Wrinkle in Time in Euphoria. I forgot her name. Storm Reed. Basically, he's raising Storm Reed in this ghetto after his parents passed away, and essentially he's working as a mule for Dudley Hill and his little empire in his little town. And essentially he has he has magnetics stuck in his arms. Like, he's like a really brilliant not a scientist, but he's really good with physics and stuff like that. And has been able, he makes money by being a magician, where he sticks a magnet in his arm, being able to move metals and stuff like that, and essentially has to use it to fend off this drug mule and Dudley Hill whenever things start getting dark and he wants to get out of the game. And it's a damn good movie. I really enjoy it. It's a very, very simple story, but one that I really quite enjoy. And then we get to Slumdog Millionaire, a really good Danny Boyle movie, basically his version of a Bollywood story. Essentially, this whole thriller revolving around this game show, and who's the main role? Dev Patel trying to find his way out of this really deadly situation is one that I find really intense, really entertaining. Great mix of different cultures. You get some of the grounded stuff you've seen from Danny Boyle movies like 28 Days Later and Train Spotting and stuff like that, but also really grand Bollywood dance sequences that kind of bookend the movie, which are really fun. So yeah, this is a really entertaining film, and once again, a film that I quite enjoy. Then we get to Snatch, another awesome Guy Ritchie classic. Great cast overall, really fun story, really snappy editing and writing and dialogue. Just really entertaining, relentlessly paced. Just a great film that if you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Then we get to Snowpiercer, an awesome Bong Joon-ho movie. A very great dystopian story where essentially the world's population is basically stuck in this giant train, and you have the rich and the first-class people on the front of the train, like Tilda Swinton's character, and then most of the population, consisting of the lower-class people, are stuck in the back of this train, who are fed these protein bars, and that's really all they get for food, and just really bad living conditions. And essentially, Chris Evans is the patriarch trying to lead this rebellion to try to take over the entire train. Damn good thriller, great action sequences, beautifully shot, beautiful production design, great social commentary. It's an amazing movie, and one day, if you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Then we get to The Social Network. Awesome movie, probably my favorite David Fincher movie. If not, it's close up there. Just an amazing biopic. Although yes, you can argue that it doesn't really match the story or messes with the story. What biopic does not? But it's a damn good thriller. I really enjoy Jesse Eisenberg's take on Michael Zuckerberg and how he basically formed and manipulated his way into creating Facebook and becoming one of the most rich people in the world, one of the most popular people in the world. And just the amazing cast overall is just amazing. Andrew Garfield, he's amazing in this. Probably my favorite performance from him. Certainly the film that gave him the breakout role that he needed. Just I love him in this movie. Just the entire cast I love in this film. Great soundtrack by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. Great direction. Just everything about this film I just really enjoy, and I highly recommend it. Then we get to Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Again, like Mortal Kombat, two of the best video game movies that are out there. By far the most successful video game films that are out there at the moment. These films are definitely goofy, but they remain consistent with the tone of the video games and are able to be unabashedly fun and goofy and comfortable with themselves and with these characters. They're not like most video game films trying to form themselves around the characters and trying to just taking certain aspects from the games, just taking liberties and just taking a name for the most part and just having no correlation with the games. These two films so far have done a great job at just being able to have a lot of fun. You get Jim Carrey in here as Robotnik, which is a blast to see on screen in both these films. I like Ben Schwartz as Sonic. Yes, the human characters get a little too much focus in these films, but I still quite enjoy James Marsden. Overall, I have a blast with both these films, and I really am excited for a third film in the future. Then we get to Soul, my favorite film of 2020, which isn't saying a lot, but still, amazing movie. I really didn't expect a whole lot from this film, given the advertising, but Pete Docter, man, he is an amazing director when it comes to this type of stuff. I love the cast. I love the concept of this film. I really love the underwhelming themes, or, sorry, under the surface themes of this film, and being able to understand about, like, living your life to the fullest, being able to have a purpose, and trying to find yourself. It's just a really well done movie that knows its place, is able to really be creative with the artistic value, and also being able to be a lot more mature than most Pixar films that's a recent. So yeah, it's an awesome film. Sad to say that they didn't get a major theatrical release in the States, which sucks, but my favorite Pixar film post their sequel era and stuff like that. But yeah, a badass movie. I love it. Then we get to Source Code, another really fun movie. Again, time travel stuff is my gig. And so the whole concept of Jake Gyllenhaal being sent back in time to stop this train accident going over and over and over again, be like a time loop movie, I really dig. Of course, Jake Gyllenhaal is awesome in the role. Really good direction, really fun action sequences, and the sci-fi concept, and having a plot that genuinely keeps you guessing. It's a damn good movie. Good 90-minute thriller, and Duncan Jones, once again, an awesome director. Yeah, I really enjoyed that movie. And then we get to Southpaw, another awesome Jake Gyllenhaal movie, another great Antoine Fuqua movie. You can see the pattern here. Really enjoyed this one. Although it's not the most memorable in the world, definitely it came out the same year as Creed, and it has a lot of the same flavor as that movie, but not with the same heart personally. But still, I really enjoy the casting here. You get Forrest Whitaker as the trainer. You get Rachel McAdams in a small role here. Really good, well-shot fight sequences. Some really good tonal shifts, and a good story that is told over the course of the runtime. Just not a film that I think hits as much as it could have been. Then we get to Speed. Amazing movie. This is close to my top 10 of all time. One of my favorite action films out there. Very similar to Die Hard in a lot of ways. It's directed by the director of photography of Die Hard, which is John DeBont. But by far my favorite Keanu movie. One of my favorite action films of all time. It's just, the whole concept of, Keanu Reeves basically, after stopping this elevator attack, Dennis Hopper, who's amazing in the villainous role, basically makes Keanu Reeves have to get on this bus and have to save the bus from blowing up where it can't go under 50 miles an hour. And that just creates great tension in the film. And the fact that the film's able to, in a way, just build up the tension as the film goes on. It's not like the entire film set on the bus. You get the first act, which is certainly in the elevator. Then you get the second act, which is primarily on the bus. Then you get the train sequence in the third act. It's a movie that constantly creates new tension, which is really inventive in my opinion. I really love all the actors in this movie. I love Dennis Hopper. I love Keanu Reeves. I love Sandra Bullock. I love Jeff Daniels in the small role he has here. Just a lot of fun, some great action set pieces, relentlessly entertaining, a lot of great dialogue here, and I just have a complete blast with this film every single time I watch it. I love this movie. And then we get to all the Spider-Man movies. So I have them I have them organized by franchise, how they started out. So we have the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man film, then we have Spider-Man 2, then we have Spider-Man 3, then we have The Amazing Spider-Man, then we have The Amazing Spider-Man 2, then we have Spider-Man Homecoming, then we have Spider-Man Far From Home, then we have Spider-Man No Way Home, and finally we have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Lots of Spider-Man movies. Then we get to Spirited Away, the first Miyazaki film that I watched, the first Studio Ghibli film I watched, and it's probably my favorite still. I really enjoyed the storyline that unfolds here. I walked in knowing absolutely nothing about the film, and I really appreciate going into a film like that. Beautiful hand-drawn animation as always. Really good storyline, some great visuals here, an amazing world that's built throughout the course of the runtime, some great voice acting here, beautifully orchestrated too with the score. Just I really enjoyed this one, and one that was a great introduction to my the world of Studio Ghibli. Then we get to Spotlight, a damn good biopic about the reporters in the New York Times that were able to break out a story about the priests molesting the kids in churches, and it's a damn good thriller that's able to be contained enough to where you get a fantastic cast here to able to bounce off each other, but still be very intense in a way that feels realistic. So it's a damn good movie. Then we get to Spy, one of the better Melissa McCarthy comedies. Once again, this is directed by Paul Feig, and you can tell just his snappy dialogue, the snappy dialogue in here, his great direction, good cast overall. You get Rose Byrne, Jude Law, Jason Statham, awesome cast here. Again, very simple storyline, but it's able to be handled in a very unique way that I find really entertaining. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed this one. Ooh. Then we get to Stand By Me, my favorite Stephen King adaptation of all time. I absolutely love this movie. In my top 10 of all time. Extremely emotional movie. Great storyline. Basically, set this little period piece in the 50s where you get these four boys who go on this little 3-day journey to find this dead body and to get a reward from it. And the storyline of them basically maturing over the course of these 3 days and learning to accept life and death and a bunch of different stuff that really makes these boys mature is extremely emotional for me. I love the acting from all four of the boys in here. You got like Corey Feldman, you get River Phoenix, Rest in Peace, Will Wheaton, Jerry O'Connell. Keith Sutherland's great as the villain in this film. Just overall, just an amazing piece of cinema. I really enjoy it and appreciate it, and one that shouldn't be touched or remade ever again. So yeah, I really enjoyed that one. And then we get to Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers, another awesome film from that guy as a director. Again, like RoboCop, the guys Paul Verhoeven's able to do some great social commentary in here, which I really enjoy. Amazing cast in here as well. Just overall, just a really fun sci-fi thriller. You get great actors like Michael Ironside in here. You get early Neil Patrick Harris here. Marty Van Peebles is really good in here. Just a very fun cast that I just really, really enjoy. So yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, Casper Van Dien. Why did I say Mario Van Peebles? But yeah, great cast overall. I have a lot of fun with it, and I highly recommend it. And then we get to the Star Trek Kelvin trilogy. So we have Star Trek 2009, Into Darkness, and Beyond. Those are the only Star Trek films I own. I do enjoy most of the previous Star Trek films. I just don't own them currently. These are the ones that I've seen all three of them, or not. I saw Into Darkness and Beyond in theaters. I haven't seen the original Star Trek in theaters, but I do enjoy all three of these films. Haven't seen them in quite a few years, but they're all a lot of fun. A really fun cast, especially Chris Pine as Captain Kirk. Really good storyline, and they're supposed to make a fourth Star Trek film at some point, and I'm still down for it because I do enjoy all three of these movies. Then we get to the original Star Wars trilogy. These are the only Star Wars films I own currently. I got this from a friend for free a couple years back, and I'm not enticed to own any of the other Star Wars films currently, just because I'm just not a big Star Wars fan, to be honest with you. I appreciate the fandom for the franchise. It's just I don't really care that much for the Star Wars franchise. After Rise of Skywalker kind of like destroyed a lot of the lore and a lot of the buildup of the previous 8 movies, I just don't care about Star Wars anymore. I haven't seen really any of the shows that have come out, and the fact there's no real movie coming out in the near future is kind of worrying to me. It's just I didn't really grow up on this franchise. I didn't watch any of the films until Force Awakens came out, and I was already in middle school when that dropped. So just to me, it's not on the same level as like Marvel or DC for me, to where like that really is a part of my being. Star Wars, I've always just kind of felt at arm's distance with it. All three of these films are great, even though these are the special editions. They don't seem to be on the same level as a lot of other films I've seen before in my life, before and after. So I don't know. Again, it's really overhyped for me, and I just don't really find them as investing as most people do. But they're still great movies. I'm not going to deny that. They're still revolutionary. Then we get to Step Brothers. I really, really enjoyed this movie. It's an awesome comedy. Probably my favorite collaboration between Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly. A lot of great lines in this movie. A lot of funny moments that just made me burst out laughing. Just great chemistry between the actors. Really simple story that has a lot of fun moments in here. And it's just a really, really funny movie. Simple as that. Then we get to Steve Jobs. Awesome film from Danny Boyle once again, and Aaron Sorkin writing the screenplay for this. Michael Fassbender is awesome as Steve Jobs. I really like Seth Rogen as Woz. He's also really good in the movie. Just overall a great cast here, a lot of great dialogue. The way they structured the film around like 3 different like Apple launches or Apple press meetings is really inventive, and really shows a portion of Steve Jobs' life that a lot of people didn't really know about beforehand. So again, another biopic that I quite enjoyed. Then we get to Stir of Echoes, an extremely underrated film where you get Kevin Bacon, who in his house starts to hear voices in his head, and essentially he goes crazy trying to figure out what's going on inside this house. And it's a damn good thriller that has a lot of twists that you don't see coming, and just a very, very great lead performance, great directing, really good writing overall, and it's just a really good thriller that I highly recommend. And then we get to Straight Outta Compton, sorry. I'm too white. But really funny movie. Really funny movie. Really good biopic about Ice Cube, played by O'Shea Jackson Jr., his real life son, which is really, really meta, and I think it's really cool. You just get a great cast here. I really enjoy Corey Hawkins as Dr. Dre. Really good cast overall. Just great 90s like centric storyline. Really, really good. Not thriller, but great biopic. Has a lot of great moments in here, and one that I just quite enjoy. It's an awesome biopic. I remember seeing that in theaters with my mom, and she covered my eyes every time there were any like sexual stuff was being shown, because I was like in 7th grade when that came out. I always remember it for that. And then we have Sam Peckinpah's original Straw Dogs by Sam Peckinpah. Awesome film. Really, really intense, simple thriller in the 70s. You have a man that's simply pushed too far. You get Dustin Hoffman in the lead role. Very, very solid performance that goes off the rails and goes crazy in the third act. Some great home invasion stuff in here. Really good build-up from Sam Peckinpah in the writer and director's chair. Just really, really well put together. Damn good thriller. Honestly, a part of it is really ahead of its time, in my opinion. Not the best film in the world. Definitely feels outdated in some aspects, but one that I do quite enjoy, and one that if you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. I do enjoy the remake as well. Alright, next up, we got another stack of Blu-rays right here, starting with The Suicide Squad. Then we have Super 8, a really good movie from J.J. Abrams, probably my favorite film from him. Just a really good, simple throwback storyline where these kids trying to figure out what's going on in their town, with small town with aliens going on, and it's a damn good movie. I really enjoy the cast here. You got like a young Elle Fanning in here. Really good cinematography, really good direction from J.J. Abrams, and a good writing as well. Yeah, just a really good coming-of-age movie. Then we get to Superbad, one of the classic era mid-2000s comedies that really shaped the modern age, I would say. It's a damn good movie. You get a great cast all around. Love Seth Rogen and Bella Hader as the cops in here. Of course, you get Michael Cera and Jonah Hill and Christopher Evans Plaza as McLovin. Just some great stuff in here. Really, really funny comedy. Not one of my favorites personally, but still one that I quite enjoy. Then we get to this triple feature of Superman the movie, Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, and Superman Returns. And then we get this double feature of Super Troopers 1 and 2. I quite enjoy both. Definitely prefer the first one. Haven't seen either film since Super Troopers 2 came out in theaters. I did see it in theaters with my father. Both really funny in my opinion. I really like the cast in both these films. I think it's really funny. I really like ensemble movies that feel like just a bunch of dudes just having fun, rolling cameras and stuff like that. Like, you can just tell how much fun the cast is having here, and I just quite enjoy both these movies. They're a lot of fun. And then we have the original Suspiria along with Luca Guadagnino's 2018 Suspiria. I really enjoy both. Dario Argento's Suspiria is a great giallo movie, probably my favorite film from his career by far. And then we have the 2018 remake, which I absolutely love as well. Like Maniac, being able to have two completely different versions, but both be awesome, I really enjoy. I do prefer the remake just because it's not only more modern, but also just because I love the storyline of this more, the way it takes creative liberties from the original film. I love the cast a lot better here as well. There's a lot better acting. I love the direction of Luca Guadagnino. I absolutely love the score from Tom York. Hell, let me get it right here. It's one of the few soundtracks I own on vinyl. The little double pack right here. That's how good the soundtrack is. Just put that back before it slips off. Ugh. But yeah, I love both versions of Suspiria, and I recommend you check both out because they're both awesome. Ugh. And then we get to Swingers. Really good early start for both Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau. Just a really, really fun movie here. Doug Liman does a good job in the director's chair. Really funny, snappy dialogue about these two swingers trying to hook up women, and just the trials and tribulations of like relationships and stuff like that. That when things become long term. It's a damn good movie, a lot of fun, and one that I really need to rewatch again. And then we get to Tag, starting with this tease right here. Really good comedy. I saw this in theaters with my father, and really cool, fun, true story about like these adults that have played tag for 30 to some years. And you get Jeremy Renner, who's the one guy that's never been tagged. It's a really fun comedy, really great ensemble cast right here, really good humor, just a really good entertaining movie. And then we get to Taken, the man that has a particular set of skills and wants to use them. The film that really started off the new phase of Liam Neeson's career as the action guy. Damn good movie. I really enjoy it. Shouldn't have started the trilogy of movies, and shouldn't really have started off like this whole Liam Neeson action craze, but it's still a damn good movie on its own surface. Really good action, really good storyline, and it's able to be self-contained while also be very exciting at the same time. So it's a really good movie. Then we get Talladega Nights, the first collaboration between John C. Reilly and Will Ferrell. Really, really funny movie. Has a lot of great comedy in here. Just really snappy dialogue. Some great one-liners in here as well. Just a really good take and parody on the racing culture. And you just get like this, classic tried true Southern family. And just some really, really funny stuff. I love Sacha Baron Cohen here as the rival to Will Ferrell. It's a really funny movie that I really enjoy. And then we get to Tangled. I got this as a little surprise during my mystery unboxing video. I enjoyed this one. Again, the first main film in the Disney revival era, I would say it technically was Princess and the Frog, but this is the first 3D one that really kicked it off. And it's a good one to start off with. It's a really fun modern tale on the Rapunzel storyline. It's able to be really snappy, really well animated. Just a good, fun kids movie that I do quite enjoy, and that's why I decided to keep it. And then we get to Tango and Cash. Watched this for the first time around New Year's last year. A good 80s buddy comedy between Stallone and Kurt Russell. Again, two like Lethal Weapon and so many other films of that subgenre, like 48 Hours. You get two opposing people have to clash together, who are have to take on this gigantic drug kingpin operation. And it's a fun movie, fun classic 80s throwback action film. And what can you say anything more besides that? It's just a damn good movie. Then we get to Taxi Driver, again, a classic Scorsese movie, one of his first and one of his best. Certainly the film that did inspire Joker, along with the King of Comedy. I did watch this before Joker came out, and I really do quite enjoy this movie. Of course, you get the classic Travis Bickle, played by Robert De Niro, one of his earliest roles. Really good script writing in here, really good direction from Martin Scorsese, some great imagery in here, some great social commentary in here about a man being pushed too far. And yeah, it's a great movie. What can I say else about it? Then we get America, fuck yeah. Yeah, Team America, hilarious movie. I love Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Sadly, I don't own the South Park movie yet, but I do love that film as well. Almost as much as this one. This is my favorite Trey Parker and Matt Stone movie. Just a really funny comedy. Love like the animation style this film goes for, like all the little puppets and everything like that. Great voice acting as always. Some really just fun dialogue and some great humor in here that's just all the way fast paced and all the way frenetic with how everything plays out. It's just such a fun ride that I love watching it every single time I watch it. Then we get to Ted, another really funny comedy in here. I just love the concept of the simple like kid storyline of, you know, Mark Wahlberg as a kid gets his little teddy bear and how they grew up together as adults, how they are now. I love Seth MacFarlane as a title character. You get Mila Kunis in here that's really funny. Just, it's a damn funny movie. I really enjoy it. Sequel's decent, but I don't know. I don't really care to own it. I wouldn't mind a third one. I really do quite enjoy this one. Then we get to Christopher Nolan's Tenet, the movie that no one can understand, both visually and audio-wise. Much like me. But I remember seeing this in theaters back when it came out a couple years ago, the film that was going to save cinemas, and I mean, I appreciate Christopher Nolan for taking his best effort, but yeah, it's his most thought-provoking movie and the film that has the most questions behind it. I still quite enjoy it after a couple of watches. I love the score from, who's the person that does the score? Oh yeah, sorry, I can't speak today. Ludwig Göransson, the same guy that did Black Panther. I love the score in this movie. It's probably my favorite aspect of the film besides Christopher Nolan's direction. I do enjoy this cast in here. You get Robert Pattinson, John David Washington, Elizabeth Debicki, you get a really good cast in here. It's just a really dense movie and one that you have to really uncover the layers more than once. And for some people that's amazing, some people that's really frustrating. I'm kind of in the middle on it, but I still do appreciate Christopher Nolan for trying to take the efforts. And then we get The Terminator and T2 Judgment Day. Again, two classic sci-fi movies. James Cameron, he's an absolute masterclass when it comes to this type of stuff. The two films that really should have only existed in the Terminator franchise. No film has ever surpassed the quality or even matched the quality of these first two films. They've tried. They've been some interesting movies, but I love these first two films. They are amazing in every single way. Really able to subvert expectations, really be able to evolve as the times change. It's a damn good duology of films and two of the best sci-fi action films that will ever be made, in my opinion. You really just, the imagination from James Cameron is just unmatched in those two films, in my opinion. Then we get the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, really ahead of its time, really great horror film or black comedy. If Tobe Hooper were still alive and talking about it, rest in peace. Damn great direction from him. I love just the whole aspect of Leatherface in here, and the Sawyer family is just really terrifying. Being based on Ed Gein and real life murders makes it all the more creepy, and I just really enjoy it for that matter. I mean, it's not a very enjoyable movie, it's still a very creepy movie. As I was saying, very disturbing movie. I quite enjoyed this one. Still the best of the franchise. That's gone on way too long. It has way too many installments. But I do quite enjoy this first one, and it's disturbing and still really effective today for a reason. And then we get to There Will Be Blood, another awesome film from Paul Thomas Anderson. Probably my favorite performance from Daniel Day-Lewis, which is saying a lot. Absolutely love him in this movie. I drink your milkshake. Like, that's just a tip of the iceberg from his performance in the film. Really love Paul Dano in here as well. You just get some great moments in here, some great family drama, some great dynamics as the rise and fall of this oil baron. It's just a damn good movie that I personally really love. Then we get to John Carpenter's They Live. Awesome horror film that once again has a lot underneath the surface per usual from John Carpenter. Just great visuals, really good social commentary in here, really fun 80s cheese from Roddy Piper as the lead. Just a lot of fun stuff in this film that I really enjoy. And then we get to another John Carpenter film in The Thing. I do find this film slightly overrated just because I don't really care that much for the characters in the center, but beyond that, every single aspect of this film is incredible. The practical effects in this film are by far the best VFX I've seen in any film ever before or since this film's come out. Absolute masterclass what the visual effects team were able to do regarding that, and that's why I'm currently studying special effects in film school right now because of films like these. Amazing score and direction from John Carpenter. Great acting as always, especially from Kurt Russell in the lead. Great isolation and great simple story brought to life by just an amazing cast and crew. It's just, I wish the effort was more. I wish there was more character moments in this film and more character arcs that were more, that gave me more emotion towards these characters. Because the film basically just starts off and just guns it from the get-go, where the dog is running through the snow and doesn't really stop till the end. And to me, I wish the film stopped a little bit more to focus more on the character development side of things. But other than that, this is still a damn good movie. Then we get to This Is the End, probably my favorite Seth Rogen comedy, if you count it. And this is more of an ensemble piece more than anything else. You get a great cast in here, really fun concept where you have Jay Baruchel, who basically, like, everyone in this film basically plays themselves, or like a glorified version of themselves, where he's, you know, not really in the Hollywood scene. You get Seth Rogen invites him out to James Franco's mansion, and then the apocalypse opens up, and they're basically stuck in his house for God knows how many weeks or months, and things get really, really insane. Love this movie. It's one of my favorite comedies out there. I have a blast with it every single time I watch it, and it's a really, really fun movie. And then we get to Thor. Thor The Dark World. And then Thor Ragnarok. Then we get Those Who Wish Me Dead, a really underrated film that came out last year, once again a victim of the HBO Max Warner Brothers deal. Really enjoyed this movie. I think it's a really cool concept. You've got Angelina Jolie, who's a firefighter that suffers some PTSD, and basically you have a plot where this little boy is going to be kidnapped by Nicholas Hoult and a couple other people, and then you have basically they're all trapped and they start this wildfire and they have to find a way to escape it. Damn good movie, a lot of great acting in here, good directing, really good writing as well. It's a really underrated film that I really recommend you watch. And then we get to Three Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. Another great film from what was it? Maury McDonough. Great cast here, some great dry humor in here. I love Sam Rockwell in this. You just love to hate him. Frances McDormand, great in here. So is Woody Harrelson. Again, really snappy dialogue from Maury McDonough's screenplay. Did he write this? Yes. Just great cinematography, great storyline that builds as the film progresses. Really good pacing, and no question why this film won a bunch of awards from the year it came out. Then we get to James Cameron's Titanic, an epic scale film, unlike most proportions. Again, big classic for a reason. It's an amazingly put together movie. Not one of my favorites of all time, but I can respect the ambition and how much it paid off in the end. Just the great practical work of how they were able to recreate the sinking of the Titanic is really impressive, on top of having a really good story. Could have cut off 1 of the 4 hours at least of the storyline, but still, an epic scale movie needs an epic runtime, and I still quite enjoyed this movie. Then we get to Tomb Raider, the most recent version starring Alicia Vikander as Lara Croft. I really enjoy the games, the most recent trilogy by Eidos, and just, you know, the modern Tomb Raider trilogy games I really enjoyed, and this is one of my favorite video game films that has been released recently. Really like Alicia Vikander in the role a lot more than Angelina Jolie was, personally. It does feel a lot like Uncharted in some aspects, but I still really enjoy this movie. Even though Lara Croft became before Uncharted. I know somebody's would be in the comments being like, "Oh, you're wrong," but I enjoyed the action sequence in this film. I enjoyed Walton Goggins in the villainous role. It's an entertaining film, and there's supposed to be a sequel coming out sometime soon, so I'll definitely be in the theater when that comes out. Ugh. Words, please come out of my mouth. Then we get to Tombstone. Bought this as a blind buy from Best Buy for like $5 earlier this year, and I watched it, and it's a damn good Western. Love the cast here. Amazing performances from everyone in here. Val Kilmer, Kurt Russell, the late Bill Paxton, rest in peace, and Sam Elliott, just to name a few. Really like the production design, really like the storyline that unfolds as the film progresses. Good directing, good writing, good acting all around. Just a damn good, well-made movie. Then we get to Tommy Boy, Fat Guy in a Little Coat. Just such a fun movie. Rest in peace, Chris Farley, but he was such a funny comedian, and it sucks that we got him way too. They got him way too soon, because he could have had such an amazing career, more than he already had. I love the chemistry between him and David Spade in here. Again, the classic road trip concept has always been well for comedies, and this is no exception. You get the dueling personalities in here. Just a really funny movie, best of its kind of the 90s, and one that will just age like fine wine, in my opinion. Then we get to Top Gun. Sequels blow the world by storm, and although I definitely prefer the sequel to this, it's still a really fun, cheesy 80s movie. Some good emotion here, some great acting. Overall, it's a fun movie, and definitely made better by Maverick, in my opinion. not the character but the sequel. Just overall a damn good movie, and I really quite enjoy it, especially with the sequel in context. Great soundtrack as well. Then we get the original Total Recall, again another awesome Paul Verhoeven movie, really great sci-fi classic, really good adaptation of the Philip K. Dick novel. Just really inventive film, some great acting, some great visual effects, a really fun movie that's able to really intensify the concept and keep building up the tension, which I think is really well done. Just really great acting overall, really creative mindset from Paul Verhoeven. Still has that social commentary that goes throughout his American filmography. Just a damn good movie that I really quite enjoy. Then we get to, excuse me, Ben Affleck's The Town, another awesome heist movie. Probably my favorite film from him. Personally, I really enjoyed this movie. I remember my parents really hyping it up for me back when it, not back when it came out, but earlier, before I watched it a few years back, and I quite enjoyed this movie. Great cast as always from Ben Affleck movies. Really good down and dirty film set in Boston. Great, everyone has a great Boston accent in the film. Top-notch acting, great storyline that's really intense and really leaves you guessing, and you don't really know what's gonna happen next. Just an amazingly put together film that I quite enjoy. Then we get to the Toy Story quadrilogy. So we have the original Toy Story, my favorite Pixar film, and my favorite animated film of all time. Absolutely adore the first Toy Story. Toy Story 2 only adds into the first film in many ways. I love the addition of all the new characters like Jessie and Bullseye and Stinky Pete, and really being able to add on to all the previous existing characters. Toy Story 3, my favorite sequel of the franchise. I also saw that back in theaters, and extremely emotional ending while also being able to add a lot of stuff to the pre-existing characters. Great villain in Lotso, great ending to the franchise that really is so emotional and really leaves me resonant so many years later. And then we get to Toy Story 4, the kind of stepchild of the franchise, the one that people were most worried about, and I was terrified that I would hate it because it felt the most unnecessary. And although it didn't really need to exist, which you can say for all the sequels personally, if you want to bring up that argument. I really enjoyed Toy Story 4. I haven't seen it since theaters, but I genuinely did love it. I still think it's one of the best Pixar films that's been released, and I still think, while there are a few issues here and there, like having toys separate for the most part, and not really getting a whole lot to do, and the whole thing with Bonnie just all of a sudden just not acting like she cared for Woody. Although that's realistic, I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's a great conclusion to Woody's storyline as a whole, and him being able to move on from Andy and all that stuff, and I still find it a very entertaining movie with all the new characters they introduced. So I love all 4 of these films equally for the most part, and it's by far Pixar's best franchise and my favorite animated franchise of all time. Can't be matched. Then we get to Train to Busan, an amazing zombie movie, one of the best of its kind personally. I absolutely love this film. It's just, what can you say about it? It's just an amazing movie. I got it hyped up from Chris Stuckman, and I watched it on Netflix, and I was just blown away by how beautiful this movie is. Great emotional story in the center about a struggling father having to learn humility through his daughter and sacrificing himself to save his daughter and all that type of stuff. I really love. I love the fight sequences. I love the way the zombies move in hordes, and it's all practical stunt work, and that makes it all the more realistic and all the more tangible as a result. Just, it's an awesome film that you need to watch if you haven't seen it yet. Then we get to Training Day. King Kong ain't got shit on me. This is an awesome movie. Antoine Fuqua, again, this dude's an amazing director, one of the best ones working today, and this film is probably the jewel in his crown, his best jewel. An amazing performance from Denzel Washington and Ethan Hawke alike. Just a very simple storyline over the course of like an afternoon of Denzel Washington just taking around this new rookie on the job, and things go quickly wrong. And yeah, it's intense, it's crazy, it's ballsy in a lot of ways. It's just a really good movie of its kind, and I highly recommend it. And then we get to Trainspotting, Danny Boyle's Trainspotting. Awesome movie, great stuff in this film. Being able to balance a lot of tones in this film, great soundtrack, being able to be comedic and be really dark. Like the whole scene with the baby, that's just gross, but very important. Really shows the life of a druggie and why you shouldn't take drugs, at least on a regular basis. Just a damn good movie. Really cool seeing all these early actors in these early roles, especially Ewan McGregor. Just really entertaining movie. I have a blast every time I watch it, and it's a great movie. And then we get to Transformers, the first Transformers, the one that I like the most and one that most people can actually tolerate. I enjoy it. I think it's a good start to the franchise. Definitely a little too much of the human characters for me, and little too much of the dumb Michael Bay style humor. But I still think it still retains a lot of the charm that made the original animated series work in the first place. Really good VFX, really good soundtrack, and score. Just overall, a film that still captures the lightning in the bottle that made this series work in the first place, and made this franchise work in the first place, and one that I still quite enjoy. And with Bumblebee being back on track, I think the franchise is in better hands without Michael Bay. Then we have Transporter 1 and 2. I mainly bought this because Transporter 3 was in that little set with Crank 1 and 2, and I didn't want it to feel left out, or like this really weird white, like this little blind spots. But I've seen these films since the latest one came out, and I do remember enjoying both these films quite a lot. I like Jason Statham in the action role whenever he's really charismatic and gets to have a lot of fun with the role. For the character of the Transporter, I don't remember a whole lot about these movies. Some fun action sequences, but not much beyond that. So, good, decent films. I enjoy them. And then we get to Tremors, the first Tremors film. A first film in the franchise that lasted way too long, and one that shouldn't have left Kevin Bacon and Fred Ward behind. Rest in peace. Awesome set of characters. I do enjoy Michael Gross in here. A really fun, simple storyline about this small town being invaded by these giant worms, these tremors. And I really enjoy the visual effects in this film. The practical stunt work is amazing. I really enjoy the characters and the storyline, and the dialogue is really funny as well. Simple monster film, but one that I do quite enjoy. Alright, so next up, getting on the next stack, second to last right here, starting off with Trick or Treat, an awesome horror anthology, one of my favorites that is out there. All the storylines in this film I really enjoy. I like the kids on the bus. I like the whole storyline with Anna Paquin and the werewolves. I enjoy the opening storyline whenever like the kid with the chocolate. All of them are just really, really fun in this movie. Really good horror October atmosphere. Great production design, great acting across the board, great directing from Michael Dougherty. He's an awesome director. Not a whole lot of people talk about. It's just a really fun movie that I highly recommend this Halloween season. Then we get to Tron and Tron Legacy. Probably Disney's most underrated and underutilized probably Disney's most underutilized franchise they have in their catalog right now. It's shocking that they haven't really developed anything regarding Tron from a movie standpoint in the past, 12 plus years. It's absolutely a crime they haven't gotten a Tron 3 yet, because I enjoy both these movies. I mean, the first film, it has the 80s charm to it, definitely does feel outdated in a lot of aspects. Tron Legacy, that's where it's at, Chief. Like, I didn't really like Tron Legacy that much when I first watched it a couple years back, but I've rewatched like 1 or 2 times since then. I have really grown to like this movie. I love the soundtrack by Daft Punk, and once again, I own the vinyl of the soundtrack. I can bring it down. Look at that bad boy, Target exclusive. But I mean, Daft Punk and their whole ambiance in this film, I love the redesign of the Tron world. Jeff Bridges is awesome in the role of Clue. And Flynn, he's just an awesome main character to follow through both these films, and I like the son as well. Just a great duology of movies, and I hope we get a third one sometime soon. And then we get to Tropic Thunder. Awesome comedy, one that people like really are trying to cancel nowadays, which kind of sucks. I love the cast in this entire movie. Ben Stiller does a great job in acting, writing, and directing this movie. Just a great ensemble cast, really fun concept, really great storyline, and really great commentary on the Hollywood sphere. I just really, really enjoy it, especially Tom Cruise's Len Grossman. It's a great comedy, and one that I think will stand the test of time, hopefully, if Twitter doesn't get to it. Then we get True Romance, one of the few Tarantino scripts that he wrote but did not direct. Tony Scott directed this, and it's still a damn good movie. I love the lead performances of Christian Slater and Patricia Arquette. I love the soundtrack of this film. Also, the main score of like the steel drums, I think, really fits the film's tone. I love Dennis Hopper, and I love Christopher Walken as in the movie. I like the one scene they have together is the best scene in the entire film that I absolutely adore. Just really good movie, really good suspense, some good on-the-run thrills like Bonnie and Clyde. It's a damn good movie and one that I recommend. Then we get The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, another sad victim of the box office this year. Really enjoy it. I love Nicolas Cage playing himself and really get the commentary of his career. And just, it's a great movie, really fun comedy. I love the dynamic between him and Pedro Pascal. Not a perfect film by any means, but one that I do quite enjoy. So yeah, it's a blast of a film, and one that if you didn't check it out in theaters, definitely watch it. Especially if you're a big fan of Nicolas Cage movies or him as a character actor. Then we get the Istra 177 trilogy. So starting off, we have Unbreakable, one of my favorite films of all time. Definitely my favorite Shyamalan movie by a landslide. Way ahead of its time, way smarter than most comic films are nowadays. Just absolutely amazing piece of cinema. I think is a beautiful movie. Just love everything about that first film. Then we get to Split, a very surprising second chapter that no one expected to see coming. Absolutely love James McAvoy as Kevin Wendell Crumb, this absolutely broken person, and the different personalities he has to portray are just absolutely mind-blowing that he was able to jump between personalities, even in the same scenes. I love Anya Taylor-Joy in this, love it, the contained claustrophobic atmosphere this film brings, and the way it ties into Unbreakable was really, really smart in my opinion. And then we get to Glass, which is a very divisive movie amongst movie fans. I think it's a pretty decent conclusion. It's definitely the worst of the three movies by far, but I think the movie gets a lot more flack than it deserves. I like the fact that it still retains the contained atmosphere that Split brought, still brings the thematic elements of Unbreakable and Split together. And if you look at it through a lens of sacrifice and the fact that this whole trilogy was about setting up this new world of heroes and being the catalyst for birthing superheroes, I think it works a lot better than just being like an Avengers-style crossover that a lot of people were expecting in the modern superhero age. I think it works in really just subverting expectations, but if you don't like it, that is your opinion. Then we get Uncle Buck, another really good John Hughes movie, one that I watched the first time a few months ago and one that I should have watched earlier in life. I love John Candy, once again, rest in peace, he was gone way too soon. Great SSL character, really fun family comedy and family dynamic while also having some very serious moments that still build off the characters really well. Yeah, just a damn good feel-good movie and one that I really enjoy. And then we get to Uncut Gems, just a damn good movie from the Safdie brothers. To dig good time. I love Adam Sandler in the lead role here. It sucks that he didn't get any Oscar recognition from this. And I would love to see more movies like this, because movies like this and Punch Drunk Love and My Wet Stories, whenever he gets to go dramatic, he's damn good. And he doesn't really get the credit he deserves because he's a damn great actor in this. A really intense movie, just on the edge of your seat thrills, and it's really, really one that I remember seeing in theaters like during Christmas Eve, and it was so intense. It's a very, it's a very claustrophobic movie in the sense that everything just feels so tense and everything's so contained together, and it's a very dark movie too. So it's not super rewatchable, but one that I think does give itself worthy of a watch in my opinion. And then we get to Under the Skin, very unsettling movie. Love Scarlett Johansson in the lead role, the alien. Really great visuals in here, some great score. Love the directing, love the writing here. Just a really good classic thriller, alien isolation thriller that is just handled well in the best way possible from all aspects of the filmmaking process. And then we get to the Underworld collection consisting of all 5 movies. I haven't seen these films in quite a hot minute, but I really like pretty much all of them besides Blood Wars, the latest one. Love Kate Beckinsale as Elise, I think was her main name. But love her as a title character. Love the soundtrack of most of these movies. I love the vampire clan with the war and the werewolves. The whole vampire werewolf war thing I've always really dug, and these films really explored that concept really well. Especially the third one. I really enjoyed the prequel. Probably my favorite of the franchise, to be honest with you. But just a great franchise, one that I really enjoy, and yeah, I just have a blast with these movies. Then we get to Unforgiven, another great Clint Eastwood film in his filmography. Damn good late Western film in the 90s. Great cast as always. A lot of aspects taken from, or a lot of aspects that you later see in films like Logan, which I watched before this. So you can feel those templates kind of selling in this movie, which I'm not going to blame that for this film because it was made way before Logan came out. But yeah, I love Clint Eastwood in this role. The whole thing about like a dying hero, I think is really good for a good dramatic storyline, and this film really does set out and accomplishes what it sets out to do. And then we get to Unfriended, damn good, simple thriller over the set of a Skype call. I know some people don't like this film. I quite enjoy it. It's not the most inventive in the world. It definitely has some stupid moments and some unnecessary jump scares. But I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. I think it's a lot of fun, and the way that they were able to handle the scares was really well handled from a directing and acting standpoint. So I enjoy this one. Not the sequel, but I enjoy this first one. Ooh. And then we get to Us, Jordan Peele's second efforts in the directing chair. I enjoyed this movie. I saw it twice in theaters opening weekend, something I don't really do that often. But really good performance from everyone in the whole cast. The fact that everyone had to play two versions of themselves, especially Lupita Nyong'o as herself, and also the version of Red. Really, really good. I love the soundtrack by Michael Abels. I love the production design. I love the whole cinematography of the film. Just really, really well done, in my opinion. A plot that really does take turns that I didn't see coming. I really do love the first half that's home invasion based. It does get a little too I think it trips over its messages a lot in the second half. I think it ignores logic in some aspects, but I still do quite enjoy this movie. Then we get to Up. Again, another awesome film with Pete Docter, another classic film in the Pixar filmography. Just a great score. Again, that first 10 minutes, you can't help but cry. But besides that, I still think the film's really good. I love the production value. I love the score. I love the animation. I love the voice acting. I just love everything about this movie. It's just such a really uplifting movie, no pun intended. And it's just, I really enjoy it. It's such a good movie. Such a good movie. Then we get to Upgrade. Damn good movie. Again, the sophomore effort from Lee Winnell. One that I do want to cover underrated films at some point down the road later this year. But I love this movie. I remember the trailers for this film being so awesome. And I saw it in theaters opening weekend with my dad in limited release because it didn't get a whole wide release back when it came out in 2018. And I love this film. I love the soundtrack. I love the main character, who's basically this guy whose girlfriend or wife gets murdered in an alleyway by some drug dealers, and he becomes paralyzed from the neck down. Gets his little robotic AI sternum sucked in his spinal cord to regain his mobility, and goes after these guys and has a bunch of new power sets, and it's crazy. The violence is brutal. The movie's relentlessly entertaining, has a really good plot that is able to answer a lot of uncomfortable questions, really has some great social commentary, and be really dark at the same time. It's a damn good thriller, a damn good action thriller, I should say, and I highly recommend it. And then we get to the Upside, the American remake of The Intouchables, another movie regarding a paralyzed man. Funny how things kind of correlate. But I really enjoyed this movie. I've not seen the original for comparison, by the way, but I quite enjoyed this movie. I love the chemistry between Kevin Hart and Bryan Cranston. I love the guy as always from Breaking Bad, and just so many other roles he's great in, like Malcolm in the Middle. Just a really great heartwarming story based on a true story, by the way. And yeah, a really good feel-good movie. I'm saying it a lot in this video. Then we get to The Usual Suspects. A fun enough thriller mystery film from Bryan Singer. You know, can't say that name anymore. It's just kind of icky saying that along with Kevin Spacey. But it's a good movie. I do kind of find it overrated though, because I walked in knowing the twist about Kaiser Soze. And seeing that, again, it's one of those movies that a lot of people hype up and praise as one of the best of all time, and I just don't really feel that way personally. Good movie, but not great. Then we get to the classic Vacation, the first vacation film in this franchise, and by far the best one out if you're not considering Christmas Vacation. Really enjoyed this one. I love the direction from Harold Ramis, may he rest in peace. Really fun, simple storyline where you get Chevy Chase and Brother D'Angelo and their family of the Griswolds trying to make it to Wally Park, or Wally World, and all the trials and tribulations that come with that. Really funny comedy. I like road trip movies when they're done really well, and this one is done really well. And then we get to Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage. Then we get to this 3-pack of DC movies consisting of V for Vendetta, Watchmen the Director's Cut, and Constantine. Then we get to VHS and VHS2, two awesome horror anthologies, two of the best of its kind. Just a great set of movies. I especially love VHS2. A lot of the segments in this film are some of the standouts of any horror anthology film, in my opinion. Just awesome set of films. Sucks that the other two films in this franchise haven't really lived up to the first two films, but I still do love both these films, and they're just really inventive, really creative horror anthology films that, if you have not seen them yet, please check them out this Halloween season. Then we get to David Cronenberg's Videodrome, a wild-ass concept, Long Live the Flesh. Just wild-ass concept, great visuals and practical effects from David Cronenberg and his VFX team at the time. Really, really bizarre, wild concept that's just relentlessly entertaining, bold in so many ways, and still holds up strangely decades later. It still feels timeless in a sort of aspect. And it's David Cronenberg, what can you say? Then we get to The Visit, M. Night Shyamalan's small resurgence in horror after his big kind of dip in quality with like The Last Airbender, After Earth, and stuff like that. Good movie. I saw it on video back when it came out, and it's a good little thriller. I haven't seen it in quite a few years, but I do remember really enjoying it, and I do like the small scale factor that M. Night Shyamalan has done in his recent years, not going for the big blockbuster elements. He's just not built for them, in my opinion. He's able to show his strengths a lot more when he's able to have a confined budget and confined stars, and I really enjoyed this one. Then we get to WALL-E, another awesome film from Pixar's filmography in that classic era of Pixar. Just a really good movie. I didn't really like it that much when I was younger, but this film's really grown on me since then, and I just love everything about it. And sadly, it's gotten more apparent and more relevant as we've aged up, which is really terrifying. But amazing visuals as always in Pixar. Great score, great animation. Just overall, just a very well made movie. Some great writing, some great commentary, some great directing in here. Directed by, let me see, Andrew Stanton, another one of Pixar's classic Mount Rushmore directors. But yeah, awesome film that I highly recommend. Then we get to WandaVision. Then we get to Wanted, a really, really fun comic book movie. Just great stuff in here with James McAvoy, Angelina Jolie, Morgan Freeman. Won't forget that ending sequence. Really great soundtrack in the film as well. Really hyped up and very much feels like the style of like what is it? The people that did Crank. Neville Dean Taylor. That style is very much apparent in this film and is a lot of fun. Chris Pratt, I really love him as like the dickhead co-worker in this movie. I really like the visual style of this film. Just a lot of fun, and they're supposed to be making a sequel sometime soon, but I would love to see a follow-up to this, personally, because there's a lot of fun. Then we get to Warm Bodies. This is a film, one of the first films I saw in theaters that really got me into making, wanting to make movies and wanting to get into film and stuff like that. I haven't seen it since theaters. It's been almost a decade, but I do plan on watching it sometime soon, probably for the 10th anniversary. But a really fun little zombie romance film with what's the actress's name? You do have Nicholas Hoult, Tessa Palmer. A really good dynamic between Tessa Palmer and Nicholas Hoult. A fun little zombie romance film with Nicholas Hoult slowly gaining back his consciousness and his humanity. I think it's a sweet little movie and one that I really enjoy. And then we get to Warrior, a damn good movie from, Gavin O'Connor. Just an amazing movie, really, really good emotional film about these two brothers who are both UFC fighters, one being this soldier returning home and wanting the money to bury a former friend of his who died in the war. And then you have Joel Edgerton, who basically is a family man who's struggling with finances, being a teacher and all that, and trying to get this money in this tournament to raise money to save his family from being homeless. And so you have just two brothers trying to fight it out over the course of this tournament, eventually having to face each other at the end. And you also get Nick Nolte being their alcoholic father, trying to tie up the relationship, trying to redeem himself. And it's just a great emotional package that I think is really satisfying in the movie. Really great fight sequences, really good emotional stuff and dialogue between all three of the main actors in here. Just a great movie overall. Then we get to Waves. Trey Edward Solstice Waves is a beautiful movie. It's one of those beautiful films I've ever seen. I watched this as a blind buy from Target like a couple years back during quarantine. I just bought this movie because I heard YMS talk about how good it was, and I had no idea what it was other than it's by the guy who did It Comes at Night. And what a beautiful movie. I love this film so much. I don't want to get too much into it without spoiling anything, but I did cover it on Underrated Films about a year ago. You basically it's a really good family drama that really takes a lot of aspects that we've seen before in other films and really turns it on his side. Amazing performances from like Kevin Helsing Jr. Sterling K. Brown is phenomenal in this movie. You get like Lucas Hedges, who's great in the movie. Just a really great family drama that's set in Florida. Amazing production value, amazing score and soundtrack. Just a beautiful storyline that's told in such a unique way. And I love this film. I truly love this film. And if you love family dramas, if you love movies that were not given any great Oscar treatment that should have gotten, any award season or any great attention, please watch this film because I love it. Then we get to The Way, Way Back, another awesome coming-of-age movie. Watched it because my parents really recommended it, and for a damn good reason. It's a really good coming-of-age movie. Great cast in here. You get like Steve Carell actually playing a dickhead in this movie, which is unlike him against cast. Sam Rockwell's really hilarious in this movie. It's like the owner of this water park that the main kid ends up joining and becoming an employee, and you get Annie Sophia Robin here is like the love interest. Just a really fun, lighthearted movie that really is a feel-good type film that I really enjoy. And then we get to Wayne's World 1 and 2, both really funny comedies in here. Again, two of the best performances you'll see of Mike Myers and Danny Carvey. Classic SNL humor throughout both these films. A lot of fun humor, just classic 90s humor that I quite enjoy. And then we get The Wedding Singer, another classic 90s movie, one of the first 80s period piece type films that really spoke nostalgia of the 80s, which was really ahead of its time. The first collaboration between Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore, and it's a really funny movie, really good rom-com, has some good heart in it, some great acting for both the sides of the two leads in here. Just a really good movie as a whole that I really enjoy. Then we get to We're the Millers, a really fun comedy road trip film where you basically got four strangers pretending to be a family, so Jason Sudeikis can get money out of this drug deal. It's a really fun movie. Some great acting in here, some really funny sequences, some great classic moments of dialogue. It's a really good movie that I really enjoy. I've been saying that a lot in this video, but that's how my brain works. Then we get What If Season 1. Then we get What We Do in the Shadows, by far my favorite film from Taika Waititi. No wonder why it spawned an entire series on FX, and really is a cultural phenomenon almost a decade later. Really fun vampire comedy, really fun characters in this movie, great production design, really fun acting and dialogue, and so many funny sequences, especially like with Nosferatu towards the end. I just died laughing. Just a really good comedy that I really enjoy. Again, a really funny mockumentary as well. Then we get to When Harry Met Sally, a really good rom-com that I think is really sweet in nature and really mature as well. Just, again, another good movie filled with a lot of great acting, a lot of great performances in here, great writing, great directing, great cinematography. Everything about a good film is present in this film. I can definitely say that. And yeah, great acting on screen from both Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal, and one that you need to watch if you haven't seen it yet. And then we get to Whiplash, bone-chilling movie, one of the most intense films I've ever seen. Damien Chazelle absolutely exploded onto the scene with this film and has not topped himself since. Beautiful movie, absolutely brutal. Amazing performance from J.K. Simmons, well-deserved Oscar. Love Miles Teller in this. Love the soundtrack in this movie, especially the final drum solo with Caravan. Absolutely flawless. Some great intensity, and really just shows the depths of how people will try to get to make it in the industry of music, and just absolutely relentless. Just please watch this movie, but you probably already have. Then we get to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Really fun movie, a really good blending of animation and live action. You get with Bob Hoskins. Love Christopher Lloyd as the villain in this film. Some really cool references. The first time you get to see Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny on screen, really revolutionary for the time. Just a really fun world that the film explores very well, in my opinion. Just a really fun film, a really inventive story of Toontown and all that stuff that just the mind of Robert Zemeckis really shows in this film, and I really enjoy it. And then we get to Widows, an awesome film from Steve McQueen. Saw this in theaters. It's a remake of like a classic BBC series, I believe, and is told in a very dark and realistic and modern way that I really quite enjoy. Basically being about these four widows trying to take over this heist and try to finish this heist that their husband started out before being killed off and betrayed. And damn good movie, really enjoy it. Great cast as always, amazing dialogue, really intense thriller that leaves you just constantly not knowing where the plot's heading, and I really respect that of a movie, and I really quite enjoy it. And it's an awesome heist movie, and I love heist movies, and this is one of the best of its kind as a recent memory. Then we get to The Witch, or The Vitch, whatever you want to call it. Robert Eggers' big directorial debut, as far as I know. Also the big introduction to Anya Taylor-Joy, who's become one of the bigger stars as a recent memory. Really simple storyline, but handled in a classic A24 sense of being very artistic, very tense, very disturbing in a lot of sequences, and being really beautifully shot as well, like all of Robert Eggers' movies. Just a beautiful movie, really well put together, and yeah, it's a great movie. And then we get to The Wolf of Wall Street, another really awesome Martin Scorsese film. Really, once again, a great performance from Leo DiCaprio as the lead. Again, really fun movie based on a true story. You get great performances here from Margot Robbie of her really big on-screen debut in the mainstream of this movie. You get Jonah Hill. I love Matthew McConaughey in this film, especially the whole like chess being sequence. I love just a great movie, and again, another jewel in Martin Scorsese's crown. Awesome movie. Alright, so now we're down to the final count, finally the last stack of my Blu-ray collection. This has been a wild ride. Probably be like a 10-hour process in the editing room. It's not gonna be fun, but we're getting towards the end. So starting off for our last little stack right here, we have the Wolverine, we have Wonder Woman, we have Wonder Woman 1984, and then we have Edgar Wright's Cornetto trilogy with The World's End on top for some reason. Then we have Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead, one of the first Blu-rays that I did get, and I do really enjoy all three of these films, especially Hot Fuzz. That was my favorite of the three. Shaun of the Dead is closely behind it. The World's End, despite not being my favorite Edgar Wright movie, I still think it's a really fun story, and the way that they were able to visualize a lot of the comedy, the ways they're able to change styles and directions and genres, I think is really inventive, and just shows the creativity of Edgar Wright as a director, and I really do enjoy all three of these movies. They're just awesome comedies of the 21st century, and I really enjoy them. Then we get to Wrath of Man, Guy Ritchie's most recent movie. A lot darker than most Guy Ritchie movies, probably his darkest movies to date that I've seen. Very much being about Jason Statham being like this high-ranking gangster whose son is killed during a bank robbery, and essentially he wants to take it back on the bank robbers. And it's a damn good thriller. Really enjoy the acting from everybody. You get Josh Hartnett in here, who I haven't seen in a hot minute. Jason Statham's also in the lead role. Just a really good movie that still retains a lot of the aspects that makes Guy Ritchie, but spins it in a different direction that I quite enjoy. And then we get Wreck-It Ralph and Ralph Breaks the Internet. I love Wreck-It Ralph. I grew up with Wreck-It Ralph. I saw it in theaters with one of my neighbors a decade ago, which is shocking. It's been a decade since it came out, but I really enjoy Wreck-It Ralph, one of the best Disney revival era movies. And then Ralph Breaks the Internet. It's a decent follow-up, fun enough movie, but relies a lot too much on the dated meme humor of the time back when it came out, and I think misses out a lot of the fun arcade world setup that the first film brought, and I felt like, I don't know, it's a decent sequel, decent follow-up, not as bad as it could have been, but not as great as a concept for a Wreck-It Ralph sequel could have been, but still a fun duology of movies. And then we get to X. As of recording this, Pearl is about to drop the prequel in a couple of days, so I can't wait to watch that. This is an awesome horror movie. Watched it earlier this year, and it was a complete surprise. I love Ty West as a filmmaker, and this is probably my favorite film from him in his catalog, either that or House of the Devil. Just great characters, really great acting, some really good visuals, and being able to blend the surrealist A24 horror stuff with the classic gritty 70s Texas Chainsaw style slasher element to it, and just really working to the film's favor. It's a really fun movie, and I highly recommend it, and I cannot wait to see Pearl in a couple days. Then we got a bunch of the X-Men films consisting of X-Men, X2 X-Men United, X-Men The Last Stand, X-Men First Class, and X-Men Days of Future Past, The Rogue Cuts. And then we get You Don't Mess with the Zohan. Awesome Adam Sandler comedy. Really enjoy it. Wild ass concept. This shouldn't have worked, but just Adam Sandler just devotes himself so much to the role that it just makes him hilarious, in my opinion. Really fun comedy, and I have a blast with it every single time I watch it. And then we get Young Adult, a really cool dry comedy about Charlize Theron just being this lost soul, clinging on to her young adult life, and just, it's a really funny comedy. I love her in the lead role. I love Patrick Wilson in this. Just a really good directing from Jason Reitman, really good directing or writing from Diablo Cody. Just a really funny movie that I highly recommend. And then we get to Your Next. Awesome home invasion movie of recent memory. I love this movie. Great soundtrack. I love Erin as a main character. The final girl is just one of the badass final girls that takes out all these home invaders. Really a great plot that keeps unfolding, and generally has a great plot twist in the movie. Just great production value, really great directing and writing, and really good kills in the movie as well for a slasher home invasion type film. I really enjoyed this movie, and I highly recommend it. Then we get to Zack and Miri Make a Porno, or just Zack and Miri on here. A really funny movie with Kevin Smith, one of my favorites of his after Jane and Silent Bob Strike Back, one of the few that I really do quite enjoy. Really great cast in here. Again, Seth Rogen, he's always a win for me personally. Really great supporting cast as well. I also really like movies that are about making a movie, even as one's more adult oriented. I just really like that concept, and this film executes that very well in my opinion. And then we get to Zero Dark 30, another really awesome film from Catherine Bigelow, focusing on the people that captured bin Laden after the 9/11 attacks. A damn good movie, really great production value, really great acting, really great directing, and very intense storyline, very intense pacing. Just overall, just a really well-made movie that I really enjoy. And then we get to Zodiac, another awesome film from David Fincher. Really just unsettling movie, some great performances in the center of it, some great disturbing sequences, and really being able to show you a lot without, or really being able to tell you what happens but not show a lot, and it be really, really effective. Even like that scene in the basement is really unnerving as is. So it's a damn good movie. Really enjoy it. It's not super rewatchable, but a very powerful movie. And then we get to Zombieland and Zombieland Double Tap. Both another awesome duology worth the movies. I do prefer the first film, but the second movie, for a sequel that was made a decade after the first film and being a comedy, a lot better than what you should expect from that type of film, like Dumb and Dumber 2 or stuff like that. And also, I do have a lot of good memories with this film. Being the first film I got to see for free at my movie theater job that I'm still at 3 years later. So I enjoyed both these films. I love the comedy and I love the style of the film, especially like whenever Jesse Eisenberg brings out the rule book. Really funny stuff in this movie. Really good take on the zombie world. And if you find me stealing a truck full of Twinkies, you know where I got it from. Then we get to Zoolander, Blue Steel. I can't do it. But really funny comedy. I love Ben Stiller in the role of Zoolander. I love the entire supporting cast: Owen Wilson, Will Ferrell. Just a great fun, just romp of the fashion industry, and one that I still quite enjoy to this day. Just really, really funny comedy. And the last, but certainly not least, we have Zootopia, one of the better Disney revival movies that's really funny, really good world that's set up extremely well by a great cast of characters, really good direction and writing, and really being able to build out this world, and has some really good social messages too. Really good, inventive movie that I do quite enjoy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my Blu-ray collection video. If you enjoyed it, if you got through like the 10-hour process of me going through every single movie, I salute you. You are an amazing viewer. Thank you so much for keeping up the watch time. But I do enjoy going through these movies if you could understand me throughout the 10-hour runtime. But I enjoy going through this journey. I love going through these Blu-rays. I don't know if I'm going to do this next year because there's so many damn movies and I'm only going to get more. But I really enjoy talking about movies. And if you want to see more of me on this channel, then certainly hit subscribe. Please like, comment, just share for more content if you want to spread the word about it. And yeah, I gotta go sleep now because I'm really tired. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next video, and peace out.